This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Reigning Supreme in Countless Worlds with Beast Taming. All credit goes to the original author. Reigning Supreme in Countless Worlds with Beast Taming. Chapter 100 Soul Punishment Needle. Ma Jiu took a deep breath. His silver wolf suddenly flashed and leapt into his body, instantly merging with him to transform into a werewolf with a head full of silver hair. At a distance, Qin Feng watched in astonishment. What's happening? Ma Jiu had actually merged with a spiritual beast. Although there were indeed a very few talented disciples in the sect who could get ahead in cultivation, such as Fang Zheng and Qi Wushang, who could condense a divine power seed during the Foundation establishment realm. Kong Xian, Long Qian, and Wei Yin stood out from the Qi refining disciples and were hailed as geniuses precisely because they could merge with a demon beast one step earlier, even when they were in the Qi refining realm. Nevertheless, Qin Feng had never imagined that Ma Jiu could accomplish this feat as well. Such a thing was generally only seen among talented disciples. Could it be that Ma Jiu was also a genius? But if he truly was a genius, why was he still struggling in the Qi refining realm? Qin Feng shook his head. There were many capable individuals in the cultivation world, and everyone had their own fortunes. Although Ma Jiu was somewhat sly, it was not right to deny his efforts. Since Ma Jiu had cultivated to this level, he could certainly be considered a genius, albeit older than those young talents like Kong Xian. Seeing all the bandit cultivators fleeing towards the valley entrance, Qin Feng no longer just stood by, but with a light tap of his foot, he flew several zhang and quickly headed towards the valley entrance. He did not take advantage of the chaos caused by Ma Jiu fighting the bandits to plunder their lair. It was better not to do such things when on a mission with fellow sect members. Otherwise, word would get out and tarnish his reputation within the sect. Ma Jiu had no idea what Qin Feng was thinking, and even if he knew, he would not care because Gu Cheng and the others had already approached, viciously attacking him. Clearly, these bandit cultivators planned to repel, or even kill him, in order to carve out a path of survival for themselves. However, when a beast-taming sect disciple merges with their life-bound spiritual beast, the result is not as simple as just adding two individuals together. At this moment, Ma Jiu's combat power soared multiple times. He himself had reached the peak of the Qi refining realm, and coupled with his life-bound spiritual beast of the same realm, although their merged form did not have as potent true yuan as a Foundation establishment cultivator, in terms of combat power alone it was not much less than a cultivator who had just entered Foundation establishment. Moreover, under such circumstances, he could also use the innate divine ability of the Silver Wolf, illusion clone. Just as Gu Cheng, along with two late-stage Qi refining cultivators wielding magic artifacts, combined forces to attack Ma Jiu. Ma Jiu's figure flashed, and in an instant, he split into three, each attacking the three bandit cultivators. Gu Cheng and his companions were taken aback. Their joint effort instantly crumbled as they each wielded their magic artifacts to block the attacking Ma Jiu. With two bangs, two clones shattered, dissipating into nothingness. But at the same moment, a bandit cultivator to Gu Cheng's left suddenly let out a scream, having been caught off guard by Ma Jiu and sent flying with a swipe of a claw. Before the bandit cultivator could fall to the ground, a giant crocodile that had been relentlessly pursuing him lunged up and bit down hard. With a crunch, blood spurted out, and he was killed instantly by the giant crocodile's bite. The faces of Gu Cheng and the others changed again, not expecting to have one of their own cut down in just an exchange of blows. However, no matter how strong the opponent was, they had to exert all their strength to break through. This was their only way out. Thus, they all employed their abilities to the fullest, defending against the attacking spiritual beasts while also using spirit talismans and other magic artifacts against Ma Jiu. The leading Gu Cheng even emitted a dense evil qi, transforming it into a huge hand with a radius of several zhang, reaching out from the sky towards Ma Jiu. Ma Jiu's figure flickered like a silver phantom, retreating more than a dozen zhang in an instant, casting uncertain glances at Gu Cheng's evil hand. Feeling the chilling demonic qi within, he couldn't help but feel a shiver cross his face. This is a demon path technique. Are you a demon cultivator? Gu Cheng remained silent, grimly manipulating the large hand to strike again at Ma Jiu. The technique he cultivated was not something to be displayed openly, but now he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, once his subordinates were killed, leaving him alone, he would definitely not be able to escape the besiegement of Ma Jiu and the many spiritual beasts. Moreover, having now used this technique, even if he couldn't kill Ma Jiu, he needed to escape the area quickly. Otherwise, once it became known that he practiced demon technique, he would undoubtedly become the target of many seeking his death. With this in mind, not only did Gu Cheng continue to direct the evil demon hand at Ma Jiu, but he also quietly released a dark light from his sleeve. This was the God-slaying spear, a demon path magic artifact he had secretly refined, capable of wounding the divine soul. However, despite being somewhat surprised by his tactics, Ma Jiu was not the least bit fearful, but instead sneered, "Boy, your demon path tricks might work on others, but they're not good enough against me." As he spoke, his figure became like a beam of silver light, swiftly moving towards Gu Cheng and again creating two illusionary clones, making it difficult for Gu Cheng to discern which one was his true form. With a bang, the evil demon hand dispersed one of the illusionary clones, and the soul punishment needle also pierced through another form. However, both were mere illusions. The real Ma Jiu had already closed in, his wolf claws lashing out like iron hooks towards Gu Cheng. A shock went through Gu Cheng's heart, not expecting his strongest measures to hit merely illusions. It was too late to recall the evil demon hand and the soul punishment needle. With no time to dodge and other spiritual beasts striking at him from behind, he quickly took out a spirit talisman from his storage bag and activated it, forming a barrier of water light to protect himself. A mere second-order spirit talisman won't save your life. Ma Jiu sneered coldly. His war power at this time was not much less than that of a cultivator who had just entered the Foundation establishment, and with the assistance of other spiritual beasts, it would take just a moment with a single defense spiritual talisman to overwhelm him. Moreover, Gu Cheng had the protection of a spirit talisman, while the other bandits did not. Ma Jiu's figure flashed, suddenly appearing in front of the other bandit cultivators, raised his sharp wolf claws, and plunged them into the opponent. He wasn't worried about Gu Cheng escaping because as soon as he had entered the valley, Qin Feng's ghost-faced spider had already started spinning webs at the valley entrance. Even if Gu Cheng used an evil ghost hand to destroy the spider's silk, it would take some time, and with the extremely fast speed of Ma Jiu merged with his life-bound spiritual beast, that little bit of time was enough to intercept the bandit leader. Besides, Qin Feng had caught up by now. He didn't get too close either, to avoid being sneaked upon by Gu Cheng's god-slaying spear, so he stayed far behind several demon beasts, releasing the demon-slaying saber to harass the bandits. There were only a few bandits left. Although several of Qin Feng and his partner's spiritual beasts were also injured, it wasn't too serious. Victory was now assured. Eliminating these few bandits and relying solely on that bandit leader who practiced demon path cultivation methods would ensure his definite demise. Seeing this, Gu Cheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, suddenly recalling the evil demon hand, merging all the evil qi into himself. In an instant, his figure swelled greatly, his originally slender frame suddenly becoming muscular and immensely powerful. He then let out a roar and, ignoring the remaining few bandit cultivators, dashed toward the valley entrance. His figure was as quick as lightning and, in the blink of an eye, he had reached the entrance of the valley. Facing the dozens of webs spun by the ghost-faced spider, he recklessly charged through. Bang, bang, bang. A few light sounds, and Gu Cheng forcibly broke through all the spider silk, turning into a black whirlwind, dashing out with a remarkable speed. Ma Jiu's heart skipped a beat, not having expected this guy to have such a technique up his sleeve, being able to draw in evil into his body, temporarily enhancing his strength. While this method had severe side effects and would surely cause great damage to his body, at this moment, it had significantly boosted the bandit leader's strength, or else he wouldn't have easily broken through the ghost-faced spider's silk. Junior brother, you deal with these few bandits, I'll chase after him. With that, Ma Jiu's figure flashed, pursuing with an equally high speed. Gu Cheng was the leader of these bandits, the one with the most treasures on him. Ma Jiu couldn't bear to let him just run away. Qin Feng agreed with a shout and turned to look at the few remaining bandit cultivators. With the most concerning bandit leader having fled, the rest were simply of no concern to him, and there was no need to be as cautious as before. The swallowing sky toad, which had always been kept by his side for protection, finally showed its prowess, spitting out an ice spur directly piercing through one person, and then with its tongue flashing, it zapped the remaining bandit cultivators in cooperation with the other spiritual beasts in just a few moments. Qin Feng leisurely began to collect the spoils of the battle, waiting for Ma Jiu to return. Since the two of them killed these bandits together, he gathered the items, waiting to split them with Ma Jiu when he returned. A quarter of an hour later, Ma Jiu returned with a sulky look. What, he got away? Qin Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Ma Jiu grunted. After all, I haven't reached Foundation establishment, so I can't merge with a spiritual beast for too long. Therefore, that guy got away. But he first stimulated his potential with a secret technique, and then I caught up and injured him. He shouldn't get far. Let's quickly tidy up here and follow the trail. We might still catch him. Okay. Qin Feng had no objections. Most disciples from the Beast-controlling Sect have some tracking skills. Otherwise, when encountering suitable spiritual beasts outside, it would be difficult not to know how to pursue. Besides, even if they didn't know how to track, it didn't matter because they had spiritual beasts. Many spiritual beasts had an innate sensitivity to various scents. Unless that bandit leader knew some special techniques to mask a scent, it would be hard for him to evade the pursuit of spiritual beasts. The two then hurried, not bothering to patiently erase the divine sense marks left on the storage bags of the bandit cultivators, directly and equally divided the magic artifacts and the spiritual objects scavenged from the bandits' caves. They didn't haggle over who should get more and immediately set off in the direction the bandit leader had escaped. Considering that the guy was the bandit leader, the spiritual objects on him must be abundant, and capturing him would surely reap a good profit. Moreover, that bandit leader was related to the completion of their mission, and if they did not eliminate him, Qin Feng's task wouldn't be considered fully accomplished, reducing the sect's reward by a lot. P.S. Brothers, don't rush me. After finishing off the bandit cultivators, tomorrow I'll start writing the scenario about the life-bound spiritual beast. After all, a life-bound spiritual beast can't just pop out of nowhere. It always requires a scenario for build-up. Additionally, asking for a recommendation ticket. After all, writing books still requires everyone's support. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 101 Blood Demon Pill. SSSSSS. The spiritual snake was hissing as it quickly followed Gu Cheng's lingering scent, with Qin Feng and another person employing the divine movement technique to keep up from behind. Although Ma Jiu's silver wolf was also a sense-sensitive spiritual beast, it was his life-bound spiritual beast, and given Ma Jiu's cautious character, he certainly wouldn't let his life-bound spiritual beast take the lead. Who knew if the bandit leader still had any lethal tricks up his sleeve? Currently, Ma Jiu was preparing for Foundation establishment and was unwilling to risk his life-bound spiritual beast getting injured. The two of them pressed on and chased for several dozen miles, nearing Liang City, yet they still hadn't caught up with their target. However, the bandit leader hadn't managed to shake them off either. After all, he had sustained severe injuries and could not possibly run very fast. If they continued at this pace, it wouldn't take long for the two to catch him. Yet, when they reached the foot of a mountain, they stopped and frowned as they looked around. Because from this point on, the scent of their quarry split in two and went off in different directions. What good are these petty tricks? Ma Jiu sneered. That guy mustn't be far from us, or else he wouldn't have detected us and wouldn't have used such a method to try to confuse and separate us. Junior brother, Let's split up and pursue him, but be careful. Even though that man is severely injured, he might still have the strength to fight back. Don't let him catch you off guard. Don't worry, senior brother. I won't take it lightly. Qin Feng agreed and went off to follow Gu Cheng's scent, heading north as Ma Jiu went south. His spiritual snake moved incredibly fast, its body raised high, as if it was flying over the grass, a speed that even qi-refining late-stage cultivators would struggle to match. To prevent ambush from Gu Cheng, Qin Feng didn't follow directly behind the spiritual snake. Instead, he settled on the back of a spiritual vulture, circling at 100 zhang high. Even if the other wanted to ambush him, it was impossible. Spells from a qi-refining cultivator couldn't reach such a height. Next to a withered tree covered with dead branches and leaves, Gu Cheng was hiding underground. He was in bad shape. His face was devoid of any color, his meridians inside his body were a tangled mess, and he had numerous other injuries that caused him pain, like being scraped by a knife whenever he tried to mobilize his true yuan. Gu Cheng knew that with his current condition it would be difficult to escape. That's why he had divided his scent, separating his two pursuers, planning to ambush and kill one of them here. Or even killing the spiritual beasts they used to pursue him would do, buying him some more time to escape. As long as he could get into chaotic Sky Valley, he was confident he could escape by making use of his familiarity with the ancient battlefield. Even if those beast-taming sect disciples dared to pursue him into it, he could use the dangers of the ancient battlefield to his advantage to trap-kill them, just as he had with the Zhang family's 2 foundation establishment cultivators. But when he saw, through a slit he had left, that the spiritual snake was not followed by beast-taming sect disciples, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Squinting for a good while, he finally spotted Qin Feng sitting atop a spiritual vulture in midair. Despicable scoundrel. Gu Cheng was nearly exploded with rage. He was already so badly injured, yet Qin Feng was still so cautious, not even giving him a chance for a sneak attack. Were all the cultivators from the beast-taming sect this cunning? Using a spiritual beast to chase after him while hiding himself in midair, this move made Gu Cheng feel so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. However, even though Qin Feng wasn't coming down, he had no choice but to take action. The spiritual snake had begun to circle the area, sensing that the enemy was near. Gu Cheng had obscured his own scent and laid down some tricks nearby, so the snake hadn't found him yet. But as the spiritual snake continued to narrow its search, it was only a matter of time before it would find him. In midair, Qin Feng clearly sensed something was wrong as well. He understood, via the waves of intent from the spiritual snake, that the bandit leader was hiding right here. Retreat. Qin Feng commanded the spiritual snake. Since that guy was hiding here, he was in no hurry now. He planned to release all of his spiritual beasts to force the enemy into the open and have several beasts launch a group attack, which was better than letting the spiritual snake face the bandit leader alone. If the enemy refused to show himself, he would instruct the ghost-faced spider to weave a spider-web great array around the area. He refused to believe that the bandit leader, with his severe injuries, could easily break through the ghost-faced spider's web. But the moment the spiritual snake pulled back, Gu Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. With a bang, he burst out from under the dead branches and leaves. His figure shot out like a ghostly shadow towards the spiritual snake, holding a flame saber in his hand and slashing at the snake's body. Had it been one of Qin Feng's other spiritual beasts, it would have likely not been able to dodge this sudden sneak attack. Yet the spiritual snake was known for its speed, and in the blink of an eye, it twisted its body and narrowly avoided Gu Cheng's strike, instinctively spraying a puff of poisonous mist at him. Damn it! Gu Cheng cursed under his breath, not expecting that the spiritual snake's sudden retreat would cause his sure-kill strike to miss its mark, and the snake actually dodged it. Seeing the poisonous mist about to reach him, Gu Cheng quickly dodged, which in turn provided the spiritual snake with a chance to recover. By the time he advanced and swung his saber again, he had lost the advantage of his surprise attack. With the snake's speed, he found it difficult to kill it in a fleeting moment. Qin Feng quickly directed the spiritual vulture to land, then released several other spiritual beasts, ordering them to surround and attack Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng saw that the situation was dire and turned to flee. But he had only escaped 100 meters when he stopped on his own initiative. With his current condition, he couldn't run for long, and the spiritual beasts behind him kept unleashing spells from time to time, forcing him to dodge left and right. When he couldn't dodge, he had to exert himself to block the spells, which significantly slowed his escape. Gu Cheng, with no other choice, turned back to look at the pursuing spiritual beasts, then glanced at Qin Feng, who was following far behind. He shouted, "Kid, what skill is there in fighting me with spiritual beasts? If you have the guts, come at me yourself, and let me see if your beast-taming sect has any other capabilities." Qin Feng looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you crazy? You know I'm a disciple of the beast-taming sect, and yet you still expect me to abandon my spiritual beasts to fight you in close combat." Gu Cheng was furious, and just as he was about to yell, his vision blurred, and he saw the green fox transform into a massive three-tailed fox demon with an intimidating presence, looking down at him. Not good. Gu Cheng was startled, knowing he had fallen for an illusion technique. He hurriedly cast a spell to steady his spirit, but as soon as he broke free from the illusion's influence, he saw a giant crocodile, several meters long, fiercely pouncing at him. The sight of the giant crocodile's gaping maw filled with thick, 6-inch-long teeth sent a chill through his heart. No longer at his peak, Gu Cheng didn't dare to meet the giant crocodile's attack head-on. He swiftly moved aside, only to be met by a sharp ice spur. With a loud bang, his flame saber shattered the ice spur, but a burst of spider silk threatened to wrap around him from the side. As he tried to dodge to the left, he saw the spiritual snake already spewing poison mist in that direction. The swallowing sky toad, green fox, giant crocodile, spiritual snake, and ghost-faced spider, 5 late-stage chi-refining spiritual beasts attacking at the same time. Gu Cheng, severely injured as he was, couldn't have withstood their assault even at his best, let alone now. Ultimately, he failed to evade all attacks and was struck by the giant crocodile's thick tail, flung over 30 meters away, and brutally smashed into the ground. Ah! Blood spewed from Gu Cheng's mouth as he roared, "You forced me to do this, kid. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily." As he spoke, he pulled out a pitch-black vial, poured out a blood-red elixir pill, and swallowed it. Soon, violent energy surged through his body, and his strength astonishingly returned to its peak within a short time, even seemingly stronger. "Kid, you've driven me to this point. I'm going to kill you." Gu Cheng's eyes bloodshot. He stared intently at Qin Feng and charged toward him. The giant crocodile lunged forward, opening its jaws to bite him. "Get lost!" Gu Cheng raised his sword and slashed at the giant crocodile. With a bang, a wave of flame saber chi forcefully sent the giant crocodile flying several meters away, causing it to bleed profusely, nearly splitting it in two. Gu Cheng then made a mad dash toward Qin Feng. His heart was filled with hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear Qin Feng to pieces. With his current physical condition, taking the blood demon pill, a violently potent elixir, was tantamount to suicide. But he was ruthless, resolved to drag down the person who drove him to this point even in his dying moments. However, before he could reach Qin Feng, he saw Qin Feng suddenly motion with his hand, calling down the hovering spiritual vulture from above, leaping onto its back and soaring high into the air. Gu Cheng was almost driven mad, his flame saber releasing several strands of sword energy from afar, but he wasn't even able to hit the tail of the spiritual vulture. With red eyes, he cursed, "Kid, if you have the guts, come down and fight me for 300 rounds. What kind of skill is hiding up there?" Qin Feng chuckled. "No hurry. I'm not one to take advantage of others. Seeing you're badly wounded, I'll give you some time to recover your injuries. After an hour, I'll come down and fight you to the death." Upon hearing these words, Gu Cheng couldn't hold back the raging anger in his heart any longer and spewed out a mouthful of blood. He wouldn't last half an hour, let alone a quarter of it. Once the power of the blood demon pill wore off, he'd be like a lamb to the slaughter. No matter how Gu Cheng taunted and cursed from below, Qin Feng wouldn't come down. Let him curse. Once his peak condition passed, I will make him pay 100-fold. Qin Feng was cunning. Not only did he refrain from going down himself, but he also did not allow the swallowing sky toad and others to attack proactively. Unless Gu Cheng attacked them, these spiritual beasts would just roam around him, waiting for his fall. Now, there was no need to sacrifice his spiritual beasts anymore. Just waiting for the bandit leader to die would suffice. True to prediction, not even half an hour had passed when the once vigorous Gu Cheng quickly dissipated his energy and wilted. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body penetrated by several ice spurs from the swallowing sky toad. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 102. Witness something shocking. After confirming that Gu Cheng was indeed dead, Qin Feng landed and decisively picked up the other's flame saber, collected his storage bag, and searched his body thoroughly. Ensuring there was no treasure left behind, he then swung the newly acquired flame saber, releasing several streaks of flame saber chi to incinerate Gu Cheng's physical body to ashes. Next, he recalled the few spiritual beasts, while using his true yuan to erase the lingering divine sense mark on Gu Cheng's storage bag, leisurely heading back the way he came. He wasn't in a rush to meet up with Ma Jiu. If Ma Jiu sensed something was amiss, he would naturally follow. Qin Feng now planned to first inspect what good items the bandit leader's storage bag contained. A quarter of an hour later, the mark on the storage bag was erased by his true yuan, and upon probing its contents with his divine sense, he couldn't help but feel elated. This guy was truly worthy of being the bandit cultivator's leader, as there were quite a few valuable items inside the storage bag. Even a rough count totaled at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. He reached into the storage bag and took out a pitch-black vial. This was precisely the container for the blood-colored elixir that Gu Cheng had taken earlier. Opening the vial, a bloody, sweetly sickening scent immediately wafted out. Could this be the blood demon pill of the blood demon sect? Qin Feng muttered. The blood demon pill was a nefarious elixir that could burn one's essence blood to temporarily increase strength. He had never seen this kind of pill before, yet he had read many books in the scripture pavilion detailing various elixirs' effects, and the effects after the bandit leader swallowed the pill bore a striking resemblance to those of the blood demon pill mentioned in the records. This was the depth of heritage of a long-standing, reputable sect. Ordinary loose cultivators, with only hearsay to guide them, certainly wouldn't know so many secretive matters. Qin Feng glanced at the vial and saw there were still 8 blood demon pills left. He didn't pay much mind and casually stored them away. He wasn't willing or daring to consume such evil elixirs. It would be better to have someone appraise them once he returned, and then see if he could sell them. Just as he was happily inspecting the other spiritual objects in the storage bag, he suddenly heard voices not far away. Initially, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention. It was normal for cultivators to be near Liang City. However, once he heard the words Golden Light Cave, he became instantly alert. The Golden Light Cave of Tai Mountain and their beast-taming sect were sworn enemies. The enmity between the sects ran deep, and it was not uncommon for their disciples to kill each other. Encountering them alone was not a good thing. If killed, he might not even have a place to bury his corpse. Qin Feng quickly concealed his aura, and with a flicker, silently hid behind a bush. Being too close, he didn't dare to flee. Whether it was releasing the spiritual vulture to ascend or using a spell to escape, any of those actions would cause fluctuations in spiritual energy, which would definitely attract the attention of the Golden Light Cave disciples. Shortly after hiding, Qin Feng peeked through the bushes and vaguely saw 2 figures approaching. It was a man and a woman. The man had a tall stature and handsome appearance, exuding a sense of righteousness like a young talent. The girl, dressed in a light blue garment, was pretty and delicate, with the aura of a gentle young lady. Then he heard the girl in blue speaking. "Senior brother, we've been together for so long. When do you plan to ask my father for my hand in marriage? The man glanced at her and said softly, Junior sister, you know how I feel. I, Zhuo am not heartless. My affection for you comes from the heart. I naturally know this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be with you. The woman said this much, a few shades of red blossoming on her face, feeling shy in her heart, so she didn't continue speaking. Zhuo then said, Junior sister, I'm aware of your affections for me. In truth, I should have asked for your hand in marriage much earlier. But as you know, in 2 more years, it will be time for our lineage to compete for the position of true disciple. Right now, I cannot afford to be distracted. If the elders of our sect ever think that I am less dedicated to the Sword Dao than senior brother Chen, they will definitely favor him. Although my master is quite fond of me, at my insistence, he has passed on the Tine Golden Light Evil Slayer sword technique to me. However, this sword technique is profound and mysterious. Who knows how long it will take to master it to great success, and similarly, senior brother Chen and the others are not lacking in profound sword techniques. As he talked, a surge of pride filled Zhuo heart. Since childhood, the master took me under his wing. After a decade of rigorous training, I have made significant achievements in the Sword Dao, defeating 19 fellow disciples in the sect competition and being recognized as one of the most likely candidates for the true discipleship. All these I fought for on my own. But what about senior brother Chen? Just because he is of the direct lineage of the Qin family and the grandson of Elder Qin, not only does he have access to far more cultivation resources than I do, many elders seem to favor him, wanting to reserve the position of true disciple for him. Thus, junior sister, now is not the time to reveal our relationship. Everything must prioritize the position of true disciple. Junior sister, you should be able to understand my painstaking efforts, right? He paused, then continued. The reason I came here this time is because I received news that someone has discovered an ancient spirit sword on the ancient battlefield. Based solely on the Tine Golden Light Evil Slayer sword technique, I don't have absolute confidence that I could suppress senior brother Chen and the others. But if I could obtain the spirit sword and gain its recognition, leveraging the power of the ancient spirit sword, I could definitely stand out upon returning and seize the position of true disciple. Once I become a true disciple, I would then have the qualifications to contend for the next sect leader. After a few hundred years, it's not impossible for me to become the new sect leader of the Golden Light Cave. Qin Feng hid himself dozens of yards away. Although the two individuals were speaking softly, his divine sense was acute and his hearing extraordinary, so he could hear them clearly. He was secretly astonished. This Zhuo actually had hopes of seizing the position of true disciple of the Golden Light Cave. It seemed this man was indeed a genius. With this thought, he became even more careful in concealing himself. Fortunately, the cultivation of those two disciples from Tai Mountain's Golden Light Cave, though higher than his, was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Such cultivators usually wouldn't carelessly extend their divine sense unless necessary, so they did not detect Qin Feng hiding behind the bushes dozens of yards away. After listening to Zhuo the woman in the green dress lowered her head in silence for a moment, without speaking. Zhuo face was full of tenderness. Junior sister, don't you trust me? Everything I'm doing now is for your sake. Once I become a true disciple in 2 years, I will certainly propose to your family honorably, which is far better than marrying an ordinary inter-sect disciple right now. Perhaps, in the future, I might even make you the sect leader's wife. Junior sister, you will support me, won't you? Senior brother, of course I will support you. The woman in the green dress said, but you previously said that once you succeeded in foundation establishment, you would propose to my family, and now you're... Zhuo expression became somewhat embarrassed, and he subconsciously smoothed his robe, saying, that, haven't I already explained? Junior sister, wait for me for 2 more years. Once I have become a true disciple, I will grandly propose to your family. By then, your father will surely be pleased that you have found such a good husband. He said this with full confidence, as if the position of true disciple was within easy reach. However, instead of showing any sign of joy, The green-clad young woman's face was on the verge of tears. But I can't wait any longer. Senior brother, I'm already with child. With child? What do you mean with child? Xiao Jiu looked puzzled, glancing at the young woman in green with confusion. Soon, Xiao Jiu and the others caught up. Their sword-controlling flight was extremely fast, and they headed straight for Qin Feng's figure. Then, as quickly as they flew, that's how fast they fell. With a series of thuds, they all became tumbling gourds under the no-fly array. Unlike Qin Feng, who had the spiritual vulture cushion his fall and didn't get injured at all, these few relied on their own sword-controlling flight. Even though they weren't flying very high, the sudden fall from 20 to 30 feet in the air still caused them not a little harm. Before they could recover, they saw a mass of spider silk descending from above. At the same time, a green fox and a spiritual snake launched themselves at them, biting towards them. The green fox wasn't too much of an issue, as its main ability lay in illusion techniques, and it didn't have a strong biting force, so it didn't inflict severe injuries on the cultivators. But the spiritual snake possessed intense venom, and even Foundation establishment cultivators had to immediately expel the poison if bitten. One of the cultivators failed to dodge in time, and was bitten on the wrist by the spiritual snake. As the poison liquid crazily injected into him, his arms swelled visibly to the naked eye, and black qi rapidly spread upwards. The afflicted cultivator cried out in pain, hastily gathering true yuan within his body in an attempt to shake off the biting snake, while with his other hand, he performed a sword technique, summoning his fallen flying sword off the ground with a whoosh, slicing directly towards the body of the spiritual snake. Courting death. Xiao Jiu and his companions were somewhat flustered in dodging the green fox's bites and the spider silk overhead, each of them maneuvering their flying swords, trying to slay the spiritual beasts. From a distance, Qin Feng quickly directed the spiritual beasts to flee. Of course, he knew well that these spiritual beasts were no match for Xiao Jiu and the others. He had released them for a sneak attack, hoping to gain the upper hand. If the ambush succeeded, all the better. Even if it didn't, it could buy him precious time to escape. The green fox, agile and clever, quickly darted in the opposite direction, ironically evading the slashes of several flying swords. The ghost-faced spider, being a bit further away from the group, received Qin Feng's command and immediately scurried away behind some damaged walls and ruins, stealthily escaping into the distance. Only the spiritual snake failed to escape. Although it fled swiftly, it couldn't outpace the sword cultivator's flying swords. Moreover, it had delayed its escape by a fraction of time to inject its poison into a cultivator, failing to hit and run as the green fox and ghost-faced spider did, and was thus entangled by the cultivator in front of it. Then several sword cultivators acted in unison, slicing it into 7 or 8 pieces. Sword qi invaded its body, snuffing out all of the spiritual snake's life force in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng didn't even have time to lament the death of the spiritual snake. He directed the green fox and the ghost-faced spider to take a detour and meet up with him while he pushed the divine movement technique to its limit and dashed frantically into the distance. This ancient building backed onto a mountain and must have once been a sect's mountain gate, with many prohibitions left in place to guard it. Otherwise, the damaged palaces and houses, despite the long passage of time, would have been plundered clean by countless cultivators seeking treasures in the ancient battlefield. Behind him, the cultivator bitten by the spiritual snake had his face enveloped in black qi. It wasn't out of anger, but due to the snake venom spreading in his body. He fished out a bottle of detoxification elixir pills from his storage bag, swallowing 3 in succession, only just managing to suppress the poison. Still, he felt numbness in half his body, and the arm that had been bitten almost lost all sensation. Unless he had access to spiritual medicine specifically for the snake venom, he felt he wouldn't return to normal for 3 or 5 months. Senior brother, how are you okay? Xiao Jiu looked at the cultivator bitten by the spiritual snake, his face showing concern. After all, this was a senior brother who followed him, someone he counted on for future endeavors. Naturally, he didn't want him to be seriously injured. Hao Ming internally rolled his eyes, thinking, I'm as black-faced as the bottom of a pan. Do I look fine to you? However, these thoughts clearly couldn't be voiced. He forced a slight smile on his face. No matter, I can hold on. But that snake's venom is extremely potent. I need true yuan to suppress the venom's effects, so pursuing that youngster will have to rely on all of you. It's good that senior brother Hao is not in serious trouble. Leave the rest to us. As an inner sect disciple of Tai Mountain, Zhuo was also experienced and quickly spotted the anomaly. This place is enveloped by an ancient no-fly array, which prevents us from flying with swords. However, it doesn't matter. With the strength of a few foundation establishment cultivators like us, it will be as easy as turning over one's hand to catch and kill that youngster once we catch up. The junior brother speaks the truth. The others nodded and agreed. After all, this is the ancient battlefield, filled with countless unknown dangers. We should quickly kill that youngster and then search for the ancient spirit sword. Another older cultivator spoke. Right, let's hurry and pursue. The sword cultivators chased after Qin Feng in the direction he had fled. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 106 True Monarch of the 10 Lifetimes. Although this mountain forbade flight, it did not imprison their divine sense, so they could easily find Qin Feng, leaving him no chance to escape and hide. Qin Feng zigzagged along the way and discovered that any of the ruins that remained relatively intact were guarded by protective arrays, and he simply couldn't enter them. And those he could enter had nothing of value left inside. Evidently, everything had already been taken by cultivators who had been there before. Soon, the green fox and ghost-faced spider ran up to meet him. He had the two spiritual beasts run ahead to scout for him, to avoid accidentally triggering any dangerous prohibitions that could claim his life. As he fled, he quickly left the area with the buildings behind, and above was a bare mountain peak. There had been splendid palaces here too, but they were mostly reduced to dust, unlike the half-mountain area that still had many remnants. The higher Qin Feng climbed, the stranger the place felt. The bare mountain peak was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, giving him the urge to turn around and leave the place. Unfortunately, Zhuo and the others were hot on his trail, and no matter how reluctant he was to go further, he had no choice but to keep running up the mountain. At least here, he could still run. If he left this mountain, without the no-fly array, he would be caught up within a short distance. The sword cultivators behind also sensed the oppressive air and exchanged uncertain glances, filled with fear. It was uncertain whether it was the lingering aura of an ancient great power or because of the prohibition arrays that they felt this way. Zhuo saw the hesitation in their hearts and, gritting his teeth, said, "He won't be able to run far. Let's continue the pursuit. If there really is danger, it will fall upon that kid first. We can retreat afterward, and it won't be too late. If there's no danger, then this kid can pave the way for us, and perhaps we can gain something from this ancient sect ruins." Thinking it over, everyone agreed and took up the chase again. Qin Feng glanced back, cursing inwardly, and continued to have the green fox and ghost-faced spider scout ahead. Shortly, a small lake appeared in front. The lake was not large, just about 100 zhang in circumference, with a broken pavilion at its center. There was a segment of a white jade bridge leading to the pavilion by the shore, but the bridge was also broken, with a section collapsed in the middle. Growing in the water next to the pavilion was a lotus. This lotus was both bizarre and beautiful, with only a few green leaves brimming with vitality and blood-red petals that were about to bloom, seemingly containing endless Dao rhythm. Qin Feng was greatly tempted, but the imminent danger behind him left him with no desire to seek the treasure. Moreover, since this treasure lotus had managed to grow until now without being picked, it certainly wouldn't be easy to obtain. It was best not to act rashly. Even if he had an idea, there was no need for him to risk his own life. He could completely let the spiritual beasts do the work. Qin Feng did not approach the small lake closely but ran directly along the path by the lake towards the distance. Sky-reaching lotus. Zhuo Fifan and the others quickly caught up near the small lake, and one of them couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the lotus brimming with Dao rhythm in the lake. How is it? Does senior brother Lu recognize this lotus? What are the wonders of this heavenly connecting lotus? Senior brother Lu suppressed his surprise and said, I've seen this strange object in an ancient book. Strictly speaking, the heavenly connecting lotus is not a naturally occurring spiritual medicine, but rather cultivated by an ancient great power using certain methods. To grow each heavenly connecting lotus, the principal power of a cultivator who has comprehended the heavenly Dao laws must be absorbed. The word connecting refers to the connection with the heavenly Dao laws. As it is born from drawing in the principal power, it naturally contains the power of laws. Whether used in alchemy or refined directly by ingestion, as long as someone grasps its Dao rhythm, they can enter Dao cultivation in the shortest possible time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed visibly. Entering Dao was something only cultivators above the Purple Mansion realm could achieve. Once one entered the Purple Mansion, even at Tai Mountain, one was qualified to become an inner sect elder. Senior brother Lu continued. The saying goes, sky-reaching lotus leaves with boundless freshness, referring to the leaves of the heavenly connecting lotus possessing infinite emu vitality. An ancient cultivator once claimed the title, True Monarch of 10 Lives, relying on 9 sky-reaching lotus leaves to refine 9 death replacement talismans, using the boundless vitality to replace his own death chi, and was killed 10 times before finally perishing. Unfortunately, due to the exceedingly cruel methods of cultivation, the heavenly connecting lotus was strictly prohibited from cultivation by the cultivation world early before the ancient Great Tribulation, and I never expected to see one here. Haha, if we report it back to the sect, we'll undoubtedly be greatly rewarded. Why should we report it to the sect? The sect doesn't forcefully claim spiritual objects found by disciples during outside exploration. In my opinion, wouldn't it be better if we divide this heavenly connecting lotus among ourselves? Another young cultivator's gaze revealed undeniable greed. In fact, not he alone but all of them, including Zhuo Fifan, harbored greed, but these fellows still had a bit of rationality, which stopped them from directly going to pick it. How should it be divided? Senior brother Lu scoffed. I, of course, also want such a treasure, but who knows what dangers lurk in this lake. Will you go to pick it? I will if I must. The young cultivator held his head high. How can one return empty-handed from a mountain rich in treasure? Coming across such an exotic treasure and not daring to even try would be too cowardly. Although his words were grand, he did not proceed directly, but picked up several stones from the lakeside and threw them into the water with several splashes, testing to see if any strange creatures would emerge. This brash act instantly startled the others. They hadn't expected him to act so boldly. If there truly was any dangerous entity hidden in the lake, and he awakened it, they would most likely not escape death. Fortunately, after a nerve-wracking wait, the lake returned to calm, and no abnormalities were observed, allowing them to relax. Don't be so reckless in the future. Even if you want to test, you should at least tell us. Senior brother Lu scolded. The young cultivator chuckled. If I had told you in advance, wouldn't you have all fled? Then only I would remain here, right? He cast a covetous glance at the heavenly connecting lotus and said, I can take the risk to pick this lotus, but if I act, I should receive half of the spoils afterward. All right. Zhuo Fifan and the others were equally reluctant to give up such a valuable treasure, just that they themselves were afraid to take the risk. Since this individual had the courage to attempt the harvest, let them try it out. If there truly is no danger, that would be for the best. If there is danger, it would not befall them. The young cultivator took a deep breath to calm his emotions and gingerly stepped onto the white jade bridge. After waiting for a moment and noticing nothing unusual, he immediately felt a sense of relief. He quickly walked to the fracture on the white jade bridge, glanced at the broken section several feet ahead, activated his light body skill, and leaped across in an instant, arriving on the other side. Neither demon beasts emerged from the depths of the lake, nor any abnormal phenomena appeared. The cultivator was overjoyed and, in a few steps, reached the dilapidated pavilion in the heart of the lake, turning back to flash a triumphant smile at his fellow sect members. Humph, these cowards. How could they understand the principle of seeking fortune amidst danger? To think they didn't even have the courage to try for the treasure. Aspiring to achieve the Great Dao in their cultivation is nothing but a dream for them. He sneered internally, then gazed at the heavenly connecting lotus with burning desire. This was indeed a treasure that might allow one to gain enlightenment. There were 5 of those sky-reaching lotus leaves filled with endless vitality, capable of being refined into death replacement talismans. He would surely obtain at least 2 for himself. Once he refined the lotus, his name would certainly be among the true disciples of Tai Mountain.
Who would need to suck up to Zhuofifen then?
Filled with excitement, he reached the edge of the pavilion and extended his hand to grab the heavenly connecting lotus. On the lakeshore, Zhuofifen and the others were tense, their expressions shifting as they watched the young cultivator's silhouette. Once that guy truly brought the heavenly connecting lotus back, they could end up sharing the treasures without having done anything. Just as the palm of the young cultivator touched the heavenly connecting lotus, his spirit jolted, feeling something from the water below rising to the surface. He looked down, and his heart was gripped with horror. Right next to the pavilion, a ghastly pale face surfaced in the deep waters of the lake. But besides this face, there was nothing else. It had no hair, no eyes, no ears. Its eye sockets and mouth were just empty holes, like a ghastly white mask. However, behind those hollow eye sockets and mouth, there was not clear lake water, but an unfathomably deep darkness, one glance at which was enough to ensnare the viewer. The young cultivator felt his spirit being pulled into that darkness with just one look. He wanted to avert his eyes, to take a step back, to exit the pavilion at the heart of the lake, to get away from that pale visage. But he was unable to do so. He felt himself sinking deeper as if into an endless abyss, falling into the boundless, deep darkness. And then, his body sank, beneath the surface, quietly and without a splash, not even a ripple on the lake to mark his passage, as if the entire lake turned into an illusory shadow, allowing him to pass right through and sink into its unknowable depths. On the shore, Zhuofifen and the others were chilled to the bone. As the cultivator submerged, they felt the whole world fall into silence. They could only stand there dumbfounded, without a thought in their minds until the figure completely vanished and the silence dissipated, allowing them to recover their senses. The group paled, and without a second word, they ran. It wasn't until they had circled the lake and were far away from the area that they finally took a deep breath, looking back with lingering fear at the still, tranquil lake and the tempting heavenly connecting lotus. The ancient battlefield was indeed filled with unpredictable dangers. The seemingly tranquil lake could claim a life without any sign. Well, the best course of action would be to report this matter to the sect after returning. Whether the elders dared to come here to claim the heavenly connecting lotus was beyond their concern. Hundreds of feet away, Qin Feng certainly saw their actions and also secretly rejoiced that he hadn't been greedy. Otherwise, it would have been him now sinking into the lake. Just a foundation establishment cultivator, in the end, is only a foundation establishment cultivator. Zhuofifen and the others were far superior in Dao cultivation, and even though they couldn't fly with swords, the speed with which they deployed the divine movement technique was a bit faster than his. Although they had been delayed a bit by the small lake, they still closely pursued him without letting up. Unless he could escape beyond the range of their divine sense, hiding was simply impossible. Soon, he was nearly driven to the mountain peak. There was a broken entrance to a cave mansion here. In the dark depths of the cave mansion, one could sporadically see dozens of grim white bones scattered throughout. The sizes of these corpses varied, with different shapes. Some were human but several meters tall. Some were beast-shaped, large as small hills. Some skeletons were densely covered with bizarre patterns, imparting a feeling of mystery, but at the same time, they emitted a strange aura, giving Qin Feng an incredibly terrifying sensation that made him dare not probe with his divine sense. A cave mansion that could kill so many powerful beings must have even more potent array formation restrictions inside. From behind, Zhuo Fifan and the others let out a cold chuckle as they closed in. "Kid, keep running. Why don't you? If you have the guts, you could run from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Once you leave this mountain and escape the no-fly array, maybe you could shake us off." Qin Feng glanced at them, gritted his teeth, and turned to enter the cave mansion. If he couldn't escape, he might as well try to lead them into the cave mansion and see if he could trigger the prohibitions inside to kill them along with him. Although once the prohibition was activated, he would almost certainly die as well. He thought that if he was going to die anyway, he might as well take a few down with him. Once inside the cave mansion, he skirted past the towering bones and ran deeper inside. Outside, a few sword cultivators hesitated. Having experienced the incident at the lake earlier, they held some fear towards the cave mansion that clearly exuded an air of danger. "Junior Brother Zhuo, how about we go back first, report this matter to the sect, and let the sect send someone to hunt down this kid? It's the same. Why should we risk it ourselves?" Zhuo Fifan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "My fellow senior brothers may not know, but I have already privately pledged my life to my fiancée, just waiting to become a true disciple before marrying her. My love for my fiancée is stronger than gold, and now she has been slain by the thieves of the Beast-controlling Sect. If I don't avenge her, how could I live with any dignity in this world?" The cultivators, upon hearing this, were both surprised and helpless, but they also understood why he insisted on killing the kid from the Beast-controlling Sect. P.S. Thank you for your votes, and thanks to Tai Bu Guai, $Ming Yu Kai Hong $, Bu M Xiao, Su, Wandering Adventurer, Lovely Yaya Sure Xia Yo MX, Yu Cheese Daddy, Fei Wa, Ting Sheng Wen Xiang, Fiery Desert, Book Friend 14041104140414322, Book Under Moonlight, Xing Chen Song Yu for your support and rewards. Mwah, love you all. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 110 Ambush. On the 6th day after consuming the last fasting pill, Qin Feng finally imprinted his true yuan on all the prohibitions within the township stone tablet, then hurriedly took out the demon refining pot, used the township stone tablet to withdraw the cave mansion, and directly sent it into the demon refining pot. Then he appeared outside. The mountain was still the same mountain, only the cave mansion was gone, leaving only a bare mountaintop. Qin Feng, nervous, summoned all the spiritual beasts including the swallowing sky toad, cautiously on guard for a moment. Seeing no danger and that Zhuo Fifan hadn't ambushed him, he let his guard down, sank his spirit into the demon refining pot, and sensed the situation inside. At that moment, as the void-shattering hammer cave mansion merged, the second layer space of the demon refining pot suddenly lit up, then shook for a full 15 minutes before calming down, with the void-shattering hammer cave mansion occupying the second layer space of the pot. This cave mansion was much larger than the first layer, so even if he gathered more spiritual beasts in the future, there wouldn't be a worry about congestion. Moreover, because the void-shattering hammer cave mansion inherently contained a spirit vein, the demon refining pot now had much more spiritual energy and vitality. If he transplanted some spirit plants in there, they should survive too. Of course, this was only for the second layer. The first layer remained unchanged. The 9-layer space inside the demon refining pot was roughly equivalent to 9 heavens, each layer an independent world, so the spiritual energy from the void-shattering hammer cave mansion in the second layer didn't dissipate to the lowest layer, and even the spiritual beasts inside the pot could only live in their respective spaces. Of course, if Qin Feng could gather 9 cave heaven worlds and restore the demon refining pot to its original state, he could open passages between the 9 layers, and then, the the spiritual beasts inside could also enter the other layers. However, as the master, Qin Feng could send the other spiritual beasts, including the swallowing sky toad, to the second layer to cultivate. Only while integrating bloodline into the swallowing sky toad would he need to send it back to the first layer, as it was the leader there. Once the second layer space of the demon refining pot stabilized and completely merged with the void-shattering mansion space, the Rui golden snake was quickly subdued by the power of laws within the pot and became his spiritual beast. Qin Feng was overjoyed in his heart, and with a thought, he summoned the Rui golden snake. He then felt a heaviness in his hand as the Rui golden snake appeared. Although this spiritual snake was small in size, it was quite heavy. Its body, only slightly thicker than chopsticks, was more than 10 times heavier than the refined iron of similar size. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, feeling the cool sensation in his hand, couldn't help but laugh proudly a few times. A life-bound spiritual beast, and he too had one now, moreover, a powerful ancient mutant species like the Rui golden snake. Now, as long as he followed the techniques taught by his sect, he could directly refine it into his life-bound spiritual beast. However, before he could finish laughing, a rumbling sound suddenly came from his stomach, immediately stiffening his expression. A regular fasting pill could only support for 3 days, and it had already been 5 or 6 days since he last consumed one. Although he had the support of true Yuan and wouldn't starve to death in the short term, the empty hunger pangs were truly uncomfortable. Let's leave this place first and deal with a food issue later. Qin Feng shook his head, flipped his palm, and put away the Rui golden snake. Since the little snake had already been subdued by the demon refining pot and couldn't escape, there was no need to rush. He steered well clear of the nearby lake to avoid being lured by the eerie presence in the lake. If he really went into the lake, he didn't believe he would still have a life to come out alive. Leaving the ancient structures at the foot of the mountain also meant leaving the area covered by the no-fly array. Unfortunately, the spiritual vulture, having ingested the blood demon pill and burnt a large amount of essence blood, would take months to recover. Moreover, during this time, while he was trapped in the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion and lacked even his own food, he most certainly didn't have enough to feed the spiritual vulture. Unable to replenish essence blood with food, the spiritual vulture still lay weakly in the demon refining pot recuperating, and Qin Feng felt it inappropriate to pull it out to use as a riding tool. Moreover, with its current condition, it couldn't carry him anyway. Qin Feng lamented again his insufficiency in spiritual beast numbers, realizing he should perhaps tame a few more in the future, otherwise not utilizing the demon refining pot would be a waste of such a fine treasure. Although having many subjugated spiritual beasts increased the expense on food, this expenditure was still bearable for him. After all, he didn't plan to treat all the spiritual beasts equally. Aside from the swallowing sky toad and Rui golden snake, the rest were just common fighters. Enduring the hunger in his belly, Qin Feng put away a few spiritual beasts and only kept the alert and fast-running green fox in front to scout the path toward chaotic Sky Valley. The keenly sensing and vigilant green fox was suited for long-distance running, unlike the ghost-faced spider and giant crocodile, which were fine for short distances, but having them run fast for hundreds of miles was merely taxing them. Regarding the swallowing sky toad and the Rui golden snake, due to their small sizes which made them easy to hide, Qin Feng preferred to keep them by his side as his trump cards, rather than using them to scout the area. These two were the spiritual beasts he focused on cultivating, especially the Rui golden snake, which he regarded as his life-bound spiritual beast. There were many dangerous places in the ancient battlefield, and it would be a pity if they carelessly died here. Qin Feng used the divine movement technique to follow the green fox, speeding along the way. When he had arrived, he had ridden the spiritual vulture, and its flying speed was extremely fast. He had penetrated at least 200 to 300 li into the ancient battlefield. Now, relying on the divine movement technique to travel, and also needing to bypass many dangerous areas, it would require more time to return. He hurried along, and it wasn't until near dusk that he finally saw chaotic Sky Valley from a distance. Qin Feng let out a sigh, calmed the boiling blood within his body, and was just about to continue forward when he suddenly heard the green fox shriek. It then leaped about 10 meters high, retreating backwards. However, its reaction was a bit slow. Suddenly, several beams of light rose around it, slashing towards its body. Even though the green fox tried its best to dodge, it was still hit by 2 of the beams, resulting in serious injuries. Ambush. For a moment, Qin Feng thought Zhuo was ambushing him here. However, he soon realized that was not the case, as the ambush tactics were very crude, and among the few people who appeared afterward, Zhuo was not among them. He looked for a moment. These were a few loose cultivators, the strongest among them being at the Qi refining perfection realm, and the rest were also cultivators in the later stages of Qi refinement. So they were bandit cultivators who ambush and rob. Qin Feng was relieved. Since they were not cultivators from Tai Mountain, he had nothing to fear. A few Qi refinement realm bandit cultivators who dared not show their true faces, he did not even consider them a threat. Boy, seeing you hurry along, did you find some treasures in the ancient battlefield? The leading cultivator shouted, hand over the treasures obediently, and we won't make it difficult for you. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Qin Feng snorted lightly, hiding your heads and showing your tails, yet daring to speak so arrogantly, truly asking for death. Boy, if you are seeking death, then we brothers will fulfill your wish. While speaking, the leading cultivator waved his hand, and several people around him simultaneously swung their magic artifacts, attacking him. Qin Feng's mouth slightly curled, relying on numbers to bully the few. Huh? No worries, disciples of the Beast-taming Sect also like doing these kinds of outnumbered fights. While speaking, he released his several spiritual beasts. The giant crocodile was the most ferocious and, having not eaten for a long time, was especially ravenous. Now encountering a fight, it excitedly pounced first, biting at one of the fat-bodied cultivators. The ghost-faced spider did not pounce forward but instead, with a butt thrust, spit out a stream of spider silk that wrapped around the opposite cultivator. At the same time, the swallowing sky toad's tongue thrust forward. However, the fastest was not them. Before their attacks could reach the cultivators, a streak of golden light, fast as lightning, directly pierced through a cultivator's chest, leaving a bloody hole.
Ah!
That cultivator screamed miserably, his eyes filled with immense unwillingness and disbelief, and collapsed to the ground with a thump.
What?
The remaining bandit cultivators, seeing this, were instantly shocked and terrified, not expecting this encounter to be so stabbing, as one of their own was instantly killed. The leading Qi refining perfection realm cultivator asked, "Are you a disciple of the Beast-taming Sect?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. Besides my Beast-taming Sect, which other cultivators would have so many spiritual beasts by their side? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, the cultivator hurriedly said. We mistook you for someone else. Please, fellow Daoist of the Beast-taming Sect, spare our lives. Bandit cultivators who rob others, worthy to call a disciple of the Beast-taming Sect a Daoist fellow? Qin Feng's voice was cold, his eyes indifferent. Since you have engaged in this profitless trade, you should be prepared to be killed in retaliation. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 113, 111 chapters, 30 cold stars. Qin Feng had barely finished speaking when screams erupted again. While they were talking, the battle had not ceased. The ghost-faced spider swiftly crawled underground, seizing the moment when one cultivator was distracted by the green fox illusion technique to shoot a web that entangled the cultivator's arm and magic artifact. The spider's silk not only contained fierce poison but also possessed extreme stickiness, making it difficult to remove through ordinary means. However, this cultivator practiced a fire element technique. Seeing that his arm and magic artifact were entangled by the spider's silk, he quickly cast a flame spell, causing roaring fiery fire to surge over his arm and magic artifact, burning the spider's silk to ashes. But before he could feel relieved, a shadow flashed by, and his body was pierced by the swallowing sky toad's long tongue. The leading cultivator, realizing this young man would not let them go, hardened his heart with a deadly resolve. Only by killing this young man would they have a chance to survive. With a flip of his hand, he took out a second-tier Skyfire talisman and activated it immediately, transforming it into a massive ball of fire that crashed towards Qin Feng. The swallowing sky toad, held in Qin Feng's hand, spat out a stream of water, forming a wave of equal size that met the fire. With a sizzle, the moment the water and fire collided, a large swath of mist burst forth. Although the fire was cast from a second-tier spirit talisman, to be honest, the power sealed by the talisman maker in the spirit talisman was significantly less than that of a spell cast directly by a cultivator. Moreover, this spirit fire had only one shot, while the swallowing sky toad continuously spit out streams of water to counter it. Although initially at a disadvantage, the spirit fire's force eventually diminished and naturally dissipated after a moment. Qin Feng felt there was no need for him to clash head-on with the opponent, especially if that bandit cultivator produced a few more spirit talismans, which could threaten him. Thus, he upheld the fine tradition of the Beast-controlling Sect disciples used in combat. His figure flashed, and he swiftly retreated over 30 feet, distancing himself from the cultivators and letting his spiritual beasts confront the enemies. At this moment, the Chi-refining perfection bandit cultivator took out a 2-foot-long pitch-black wooden box. This was a treasure found in the treasure room of a small family clan they had plundered, named 30 Cold Stars, an exceptional mechanical magical device capable of firing 30 small armor-breaking cones resembling cold stars, turning the target into a sieve. Mechanical magical devices were extremely rare in the cultivation world and were immensely powerful. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator caught off guard and struck by the 30 cold stars would have their defenses broken and meet a violent death. Such devices were best manufactured by Central Region Mechanism City, and it was unknown how this one had ended up in the Southern Domain. This mechanical magical device was also the reason these bandit cultivators dared to raid passing cultivators here. They had indeed ambushed a Foundation establishment cultivator with it before. However, just as this bandit cultivator aimed the wooden box at Qin Feng and looked up, he saw that Qin Feng had distanced himself so far away, which nearly made him spit up blood in frustration. "Boy, if you have the guts, don't run away. If you're a man, come and fight me." The cultivator swept his sword, knocking a giant crocodile that had pounced towards him flying, and bellowed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been on guard the moment the other took out the wooden box, and hearing his words now, he immediately knew that the wooden box was definitely a lethal weapon. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have been so infuriated. Thus, far from advancing, he even more sincerely retreated a few more feet, giving the bandit no chance to strike at him. After all, with 2 of their men already down, the remaining 3 were definitely no match for his spiritual beasts. There was no need for him to personally risk himself any further. True enough, under the fierce assault of a few spiritual beasts, the situation of the bandit cultivators quickly became precarious. Especially the Rui golden snake, swift as lightning, darting around and raiding near them. Despite these cultivators defending with all their might, they could hardly withstand the Rui golden snake's attacks. In just a few breaths, another was breached by the golden light on its body, almost having an arm severed by its wings. Mainly because this small snake was not only fast, but its defense was so strong it left them feeling hopeless. No matter what they tried, they couldn't injure the Rui golden snake in the slightest, and instead, their magic artifacts were even bitten a few times by the Rui golden snake. This, indeed, terrified them. It seemed that the beast-taming sect's cultivators were not ones that these background-less loose cultivators could afford to provoke. The Rui golden snake didn't care about what they thought. Suddenly, its body burst with golden light, casting the Rui golden light on its wings, which flapped like 2 scythes horizontally slashing, directly beheading one of the bandit cultivators. On another front, The green fox, having been ambushed and injured, was furious and recklessly used its illusion technique to forcefully drag another bandit cultivator into an illusion realm, then pounced, clawing the cultivator's face. The man screamed as his face split open, blood covering his features, barely avoiding having his skull cracked open by the green fox. But just as he struggled free from the pain and the illusion, before he could retaliate, he was entangled by the spider silk from the ghost-faced spider, which then, moving on its 8 long legs, pounced forward, its legs like spears, directly piercing through the cultivator's chest. From the start of the battle until now, it had only been a brief moment, yet 4 out of 5 bandit cultivators had been killed. The last remaining chi-refining perfection bandit cultivator, seeing all spiritual beasts about to advance upon him, knew he certainly couldn't survive alone. With a roar, ignoring the incoming Rui golden snake, he dodged only the vital parts, letting the sharp wings of the Rui golden snake slice a fine, long wound on his body. Then, stepping on the head of the charging giant crocodile, he leaped forward, rapidly closing the distance to Qin Feng while raising the mechanical wooden box. Although the power of the 30 cold stars was formidable, capable of breaking through a Foundation establishment cultivator's defense, being a magic artifact, its attack range was limited, and its power decreased with distance, which was why he desperately dashed forward, planning to get closer to Qin Feng before pressing the trigger. Qin Feng saw this, and immediately knew what the fellow was planning. Without a second thought, he kicked the ground and rapidly retreated backward, at the same time ordering the Rui golden snake to increase its attack speed. As for the green fox ghost-faced spider and the giant crocodile, he had already given up on them. Those spiritual beasts were relatively ordinary and simply couldn't be of any use at this critical moment.
Qua.
The swallowing sky toad spat out a sharp cold ice arrow, aiming it at the cultivator's body.
BFF.
The cultivator didn't dodge or evade. Even though the cold ice arrow pierced his abdomen, bringing up a spray of blood, his figure didn't pause at all. However, he had already felt the relentless sharpness brought by the Rui golden snake behind him and knew that there was no chance to close any more distance, so he suddenly pressed down on a mechanism. The wooden box made a clacking sound, and then suddenly changed shape. Numerous tiny holes appeared on the body of the box, and from each hole a cold star shot out, tracing beautiful arcs in the air, aiming for Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng felt his hair stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He pushed his true yuan to its limit, rapidly retreating backwards, his true yuan gushing crazily outward, forming a defensive spell around him. At the same time, he took out several defensive talismans from his storage bag and activated all of them to protect himself. Bang, bang, bang. Eventually, the 30 cold stars still caught up to his figure, breaking through several defenses. Fortunately, Qin Feng had retreated quite a distance from the start. When the cultivator pursued him, Qin Feng cleverly retreated again so that by the time the 30 cold stars reached him, their power had greatly diminished. However, these armor-breaking cones, which contained a penetrating force, didn't strike him at the same time. There were slight differences in their sequence, allowing them to pierce through his multiple layers of defensive spells, flashing with cold light. Though only 3 or 5 were left in the end, Qin Feng still got quite a scare. 2 of them were aimed directly at his head. Fortunately, the swallowing sky toad sensed his thoughts and quickly leaped in front of him, opening its mouth wider than its body, and forcefully swallowed those 2 armor-breaking cones.
PFFT, PFFT, PFFT.
The remaining 3 pierced into Qin Feng's body, although they didn't hit any vital points. Even though he was injured, they weren't severe. Even so, it badly frightened Qin Feng, with his heart pounding furiously, taking a good while to calm down. In that moment, he truly felt the threat of death. He had never expected the bandit cultivator to possess such a powerful magic artifact. It seemed he lacked not just a riding tool but also a powerful defensive spiritual beast. He decided that he definitely needed to find an opportunity to subdue a few spiritual beasts with strong defensive capabilities in the future. Otherwise, he felt he lacked a sense of security. Also, he'd better refine the Rui golden snake soon. As long as he could cultivate to the point of merging with his life-bound spiritual beast, with the defensive power of the Rui golden snake, he could directly ignore the attacks of most cultivators of the same level. Ahead, the cultivator, seeing that Qin Feng hadn't been severely injured or killed, couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He felt a strong sense of unwillingness and wanted to kill Qin Feng again, even if it meant taking Qin Feng down with him as he died. Unfortunately, he had no chance left. The Rui golden snake had already flown in front of him, swiftly circling him 3 times with its sharp gold wings flashing intense golden light, chopping his body into several segments. He was as dead as could be. Qin Feng steadied his spirit, settled his emotions, and then pulled out the few half-inch armor-breaking cones from his wounds. These items, capable of breaking defenses and laws, were truly not to be underestimated. Seeing the Rui golden snake approaching, about to nibble on the armor-breaking cones on the ground, Qin Feng quickly stopped it. He not only picked up all the cones that had fallen to the ground, but also had the swallowing sky toad spit out the 2 it had swallowed earlier. Then he stepped forward, picked up the wooden box the cultivator had been using, and examined it carefully for a few moments. The biggest advantage of this type of mechanical magical device was that it didn't require much true yuan to use. If he suddenly used it when his mana was depleted, it would definitely catch an opponent off guard. He didn't look further, quickly storing these objects in his storage bag. Chaotic Sky Valley wasn't a place to linger long. The fight had taken place here, and it wouldn't be long before other cultivators nearby came to investigate. Currently, with injuries, he didn't want to invite further trouble, so he quickly gathered the spoils of war and left immediately. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 112. Life-bound spiritual beast and future path. Liang City was constantly frequented by cultivators from other regions. Therefore, the city gates remained open even at night to facilitate the entry and exit of cultivators. Otherwise, letting these cultivators fly in and out every day would create even more hidden dangers. Qin Feng entered the city, found an inn directly, booked a top room, ordered heaps of food, ate and drank his fill, and took a hot bath, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated both in body and spirit. Originally, the magic robe he wore had a dust-repelling effect. However, after being torn several times, its prohibitions were no longer systematic, naturally resulting in the loss of its dust-repelling capabilities. Add to that the fact he had been trapped in the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion for over a month, where he spent each day either expending true essence to refine the township stone tablet or meditating to restore true essence, looking unkempt all day. When he first emerged, he was dirty and disheveled, resembling a beggar. After grooming himself, he obviously felt much more comfortable. That night he did not practice cultivation, and instead went straight to bed and fell asleep. Not until the next day, when the sun was already high, did Qin Feng wake up from his deep sleep. He shook his somewhat groggy head and got up to wear that somewhat tattered magic robe. Although the robe was damaged, it bore the emblem of the Beast-controlling Sect, representing his identity as a disciple of the sect. It helped him avoid many unnecessary troubles while traveling. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't change into other clothes. First, he had a sumptuous breakfast in the inn's main hall, and then he went to several shops in the city to buy various supplies. In this land of chaos, it's better to shop frugally and visit several stores separately rather than buying everything in one go. Otherwise, if observed by some cultivators with ill intentions, one might be secretly followed, and upon leaving the city, an ambush could occur. Both his father and the old family master had taught him these experiences, so Qin Feng wouldn't make such low-level mistakes. He wouldn't buy everything he needed from one shop just for the sake of convenience. Additionally, with his robe in tatters, there really weren't many people who would pay attention to him. His series of injuries had nearly depleted his supply of medicines, so he needed to buy some elixir pills in Liang City to heal his wounds. Furthermore, his flying mount, the spiritual vulture, had lost too much essence blood and needed some restorative elixir pills and spiritual objects to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, the distance back to the sect was too far. It had taken over 10 days of flight on the spiritual vulture to get here. Without it, it would take him months to return. Therefore, he needed to stay in Liang City for a while, not only to replenish the essence blood of the spiritual vulture, but also to take this time to refine the Rui golden snake into his life-bound spiritual beast. After Qin Feng finished buying his supplies, he returned to the inn and instructed the staff not to disturb him unless he called for them. Then, he began his closed-door cultivation in his room. This inn catered exclusively to cultivators, each room protected by its own prohibition. Although not particularly strong, once activated, it could ensure quiet and freedom from disruptions. The state of his injuries wasn't too concerning. The wounds he sustained from the Tyene Mountain Sword cultivators in the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion had already healed completely. Currently, his primary concern was the injuries inflicted by the mechanical magical device, the 30 cold stars. Though those tiny armor-breaking cones nearly pierced through his body, they had avoided his vital points and were not considered severe. A few days' rest should suffice, so he focused most of his energy on refining the Rui golden snake. When other beast-taming sect disciples refined their life-bound spiritual beasts, it usually took several months to fully refine them, reaching the point where their essences resonated with each other. The reason it took so long was primarily that the life-bound spiritual beasts they subdued would resist, innately rejecting such refining, which resulted in most beast-taming sect disciples encountering slow progress in their refinement. But Qin Feng was different. With the demon refining pot in hand, the Rui golden snake had no possibility of resisting after being subdued by the pot, so his refining process was very smooth. Once the refining was successful, Qin Feng only needed to cultivate daily with the Rui golden snake, absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy together, purifying the demon energy within it, and gradually transforming the nature of its power, achieving a unity of auras and a melding of true essence power of water and fire. Then, he could slowly attempt the sect's secret technique of merging with his life-bound spiritual beast. In the beast-taming sect, aside from a few talented disciples, more than 99% of the disciples only reached this step after advancing to the Foundation establishment realm. This was because the true yuan within ordinary disciples wasn't pure and robust enough. They couldn't thoroughly cleanse the demon energy within their life-bound spiritual beast, making it difficult to perfectly transform its power. Only after reaching the Foundation establishment realm, when the cultivator's true yuan was sufficiently robust, could they achieve this step. However, advancing to Foundation establishment was not easy, otherwise the beast-taming sect wouldn't have so many outer chi refining disciples. And those talented disciples who could merge with their life-bound spiritual beasts in the chi-refining realm not only had a much higher success rate in Foundation establishment compared to ordinary disciples, but they could even allow their life-bound spiritual beasts to advance to Foundation establishment first. Then, using their beasts to assist their own cultivation and advancement, their cultivation speed could also be quicker. In fact, many beast-taming sect cultivators, when facing great bottlenecks during advancement and feeling that success was unlikely, would choose to first help their life-bound spiritual beast to advance, and then let the beast nourish them in return to increase their chances of a successful advancement. This was a shortcut, but it was a very practical method. Many disciples who had originally lost hope of advancing were able to take another step in their cultivation because of this technique. Even among the countless years of the beast-taming sect's inheritance, there were several ancestors of the immortal Dao who had achieved longevity by using this method. Qin Feng felt that with the purity of his true yuan, he should be able to thoroughly cleanse his life-bound spiritual beast of its demon energy, even in the chi-refining realm. Moreover, the compatibility of the 10,000 Beasts origin scripture, passed down by the patriarchs, was extremely strong. No matter which power system the life-bound spiritual beast's power belonged to, the origin scripture could accommodate it until he entered the inner sect, where he could then select a suitable technique from the true inheritance skills for his cultivation. If there wasn't one, he could even create his own unique cultivation method based on the 10,000 Beasts origin scripture. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the history of the beast-taming sect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be as many cultivation technique inheritances, and the outer sect wouldn't have as many as 108 peaks. The Rui Golden Snake was a pure gold element spiritual beast, its power full of endless sharpness, and it was best at attacking and fighting. Although no one from the beast-taming sect had ever obtained a spiritual beast like the Rui Golden Snake before, and none of the 9 true inheritance techniques of the inner sect's spiritual snake lineage was based on the Rui Golden Snake, he was not at all worried about not having a cultivation method once he entered the inner sect. Because he never intended to let the Rui Golden Snake follow the gold element path to a dead end. Now that he had installed the Rui Golden Snake as the leader of the second layer of the demon refining pot, he would certainly help his life-bound spiritual beast integrate the formidable divine skills of other spiritual snakes. The more divine skills his life-bound spiritual beast had, the more divine skills he would be able to cultivate in the future. Fang Zheng, a disciple of Tiger Roar Peak, had the bloodline of the Dragon Sun and Bayan in his life-bound spiritual beast. Leveraging this, he had cultivated the evil-suppressing Dharma I divine skill, making him one of the top characters among the outer disciples. Elder Yen Zhongli of Spiritual Ape Peak, besides cultivating the great strength divine power, later cultivated a thunder divine power, his war power reaching the level where he could contend against several demon cultivators in the golden correlate stage at the same time. Qin Feng felt that if he integrated several divine skills into the Rui Golden Snake, then not only would he not have to worry about the issue of cultivation methods in the future, but once his cultivation reached a realm not far from Yen Zhongli, his war power would certainly be even more formidable. As for techniques, he felt that if possible, he should cultivate 1 or 2 more, such as the Netherworld Snake 7 incantations. Although he was reluctant to make this technique his main cultivation method, fearing that once he mastered it, he might be influenced by the technique and become as gloomy and cold as Elder Yin Qi, he still greatly coveted its power. If he only considered the Netherworld Snake 7 incantations as a supplementary technique, it should not have too much of an impact. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 113. Return to the sect. That day, in between his cultivation sessions, Qin Feng took out the mechanical wooden box and, after refining it with his true yuan, he roughly understood how to use the mechanical magical device. He repositioned the 30 armor-breaking cones he had collected earlier back into the box, gently tapped on the wooden box, and it immediately reverted to its original 2-foot-long form. Qin Feng extended his divine sense into it, and although some mechanisms inside were obscured by special means preventing thorough visibility, the mere sight of those things was already awe-inspiring. The cultivators of the Central Region Mechanism City were truly ingenious. A single magical device-level mechanical box could achieve such meticulousness. He pondered how formidable the large mechanical puppets must be. Qin Feng recalled the brief records about Mechanism City he had seen in the scripture pavilion. It was said that the whole Mechanism City was constructed from countless mechanisms, every house, every street, every section of the city wall, even every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree were all connected to various intricate mechanisms, sophisticated yet majestic. Just thinking about it filled him with awe. Qin Feng played with the wooden box for a while, and after figuring out how to use it, he stored it away and turned his attention to the demon refining pot. At this time, in the second floor of the void-shattering Hammer Cave Mansion, apart from the Rui Golden Snake, all of Qin Feng's spiritual beasts were housed here. The spiritual vulture was lying next to one of the skeletons, eyes closed in rest. After Qin Feng had substantially replenished its vitality with elixir pills and food, The vulture's essence blood had mostly recovered, and it was capable of flying him. Qin Feng felt it would be better to return to the mountain gate sooner rather than later. It was somewhat improper to stay outside for too long. Since the spiritual vulture could now fly, it was time to leave Liang City and let the vulture recuperate slowly once back at the sect. However, the vulture was perhaps a bit too close to that skeleton. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The skeletons in the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion were all formidable beings in their lifetimes, and although dead for tens of thousands of years, many still emitted a mysterious aura that instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. How could the vulture dare to be so close? Could it be due to its innate vulture nature, still hoping to chew on a few bones? But even if it did swallow them, it seemed pointless. Although these bones still retained some trace of spiritual energy, it wasn't much. Swallowing them wouldn't bring much benefit. Qin Feng sensed the spirit of the spiritual vulture. Unfortunately, though it had awakened its spiritual intelligence was still limited, and it couldn't fully express its intentions. Qin Feng could only vaguely sense that the vulture was using the aura emitted from the skeleton to cultivate. Never mind, let it be. Since the vulture was fine, Qin Feng stopped paying attention to it and looked towards the other spiritual beasts. The swallowing sky toad was sitting on a platform, its small white belly expanding and contracting, absorbing the mansion's spiritual energy to cultivate. The green fox's injuries had also healed, and it was lying comfortably on the ground, licking the fur on its paws. Qin Feng had recently bought them a lot of food, and the green fox had just eaten, feeling very content. The ghost-faced spider had made the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion its home, spinning a large web in one corner of the mansion, quietly staying in the center of the web. Unfortunately, there were only a few spiritual beasts here, and no prey came to visit. The giant crocodile lay on the ground in deep slumber. This creature, low in intelligence and fierce in nature, spent its days hunting or sleeping before Qin Feng could find it in the demon refining pot. Now, freed from the need to hunt, it spent most of its time in deep sleep. Qin Feng didn't mind. After all, he had only subdued the giant crocodile because it was ferocious in battle, merely keeping it as a fighter. It could do whatever it wanted normally. After observing his spiritual beasts, he withdrew his spirit, shifting his attention to his own wrist. Like a golden bracelet, the Rui golden snake coiled around his wrist, its scales finely detailed and shining brightly. If one didn't look closely, it was hard to tell it was a spiritual snake. At this moment, the demon energy inside the Rui golden snake was faint. It had been almost completely refined by Qin Feng during this period. He now wore the Rui golden snake every day, cultivating with it, infusing his true yuan into its body, familiarizing himself with the snake's power, and gradually completing the transformation. Even when not cultivating, he would always try to keep his breath in sync with the Rui golden snake to accelerate their integration. Qin Feng caressed the cool body of the Rui golden snake, feeling satisfied. Although this mission had involved several dangers, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. Now that he had his life-bound spiritual beast, his cultivation path was clear, and he no longer felt as lost as before. Thinking of this mission, he remembered Ma Jiu and wondered if that fellow had escaped the pursuit of the 2 Foundation establishment sword cultivators from Tai Mountain. However, considering Ma Jiu's cunning nature, it was unlikely that he didn't have hidden tricks up his sleeve. Qin Feng felt that there was a greater possibility that he had escaped. To ensure that the spiritual vulture had enough strength for their flight, Qin Feng had deliberately stayed 2 more days in Liang City. After the spiritual vulture's vitality had recovered somewhat, he left Liang City and rode the spiritual vulture, heading towards the direction of his sect. Unlike his journey to the mission, he returned alone, without the experienced Ma Jiu accompanying him. He was extra cautious. Whenever he encountered other cultivators flying by in the sky, he kept his distance. As a Qi refining realm disciple from the outer sect of the Beast-taming Sect, his cultivation was weak. Those cultivators who managed to fly were, at least at the Foundation establishment realm. As long as he didn't seek trouble proactively, no one would bother him. Although the journey was somewhat lonely, he encountered no danger. After over 10 days, Qin Feng returned to the sect and went straight to the Foreign Affairs Hall to report the completion of the mission and to collect his rewards. Qin Feng. The disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall who received him was somewhat surprised, looking at him and then at the details recorded about the mission. He said in astonishment, "You were on a mission with Ma Jiu. He returned earlier and mentioned you were being pursued by disciples from Tai Mountain and might have been killed. I didn't expect you to return safely. Senior brother is making fun of me." Qin Feng said, "I was indeed pursued by disciples from Tai Mountain and ended up in the ancient battlefield. I was trapped in a perilous place, but finally managed to escape and return to the sect." "It's good that you're back." The disciple noted Qin Feng's safe return in the mission book. The sect would keep a record of these events. If Qin Feng could enter the inner sect in the future, the sect would conduct a more comprehensive assessment of him, and all these details would be useful. Originally, if you hadn't returned, the sect would have considered you as having died on duty and would have given your family some resources as compensation. However, since you have returned, those compensations are naturally needless. Now, I will give you the rewards for the completion of the mission as usual. With that, the Foundation Establishment disciple took out 250 spirit stones from behind and handed them to him. "Here you go." The reward for this mission was initially 500 spirit stones, divided equally between you and Ma Jiu. "Keep it safe." "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Feng took the spirit stones and excused himself. After he returned to his place at the spiritual Snake Peak, he sent a green bird to inform Qin Shi and Qin Ning of his safe return. After a moment's thought, he also sent a green bird to inform Ma Jiu. Less than half an hour later, Qin Shi and Qin Ning arrived one after the other. Qin Shi's eyes were still somewhat red when she saw him. Ma Jiu had previously visited them to inform them about Qin Feng being pursued by Foundation Establishment sword cultivators from Tai Mountain. They had waited for a long time without Qin Feng's return, leading them to believe that he might have met with a mishap, so Qin Shi had been grieving for Qin Feng during this period. Now that she saw Qin Feng return safely, she was overjoyed and soon asked about his experiences during the mission. Qin Feng concealed the matter of the void-shattering Hammer Cave Mansion and simply relayed to them a brief summary, not revealing everything. While he had not even finished his story, loud laughter echoed from outside. "Junior brother Qin, you're back safely, huh? That's great. Senior brother here looked for you for several days and couldn't find you. I even thought something had happened to you." Qin Feng smiled slightly, stood up, and welcomed Ma Jiu inside. The two had fought side by side on 2 separate occasions and had formed a bond. They were both very happy to see each other. Qin Feng even specially went to the spiritual meal hall and called for some wine and dishes for them to enjoy and chat over. They drank deep into the night before each went their separate ways. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 114 Peak Master Cultivation. The next day, Qin Feng went to the preaching pavilion. He had just completed a mission, and having recently advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement, it was a time to stabilize his realm, so there was no need to rush to take on other missions. Besides, he had reaped a considerable harvest from this trip. Not to mention the spiritual objects he acquired from those 2 groups of bandit cultivators, just from the storage bags of a few Foundation Establishment sword cultivators of Tai Mountain. He had obtained a large number of spirit stones and various resources, enough to allow him to splurge for a while, so he decided to focus on cultivating well. Moreover, today was the first day of the lunar month when a golden core elder from spiritual Snake Peak would visit the preaching pavilion to lecture, a chance he certainly did not want to miss. Since he arrived early, he managed to occupy a cushion in the front row and sat down. 2/4 of an hour later, Lu Xianling entered the preaching pavilion, her chest held high with pride. Standing on the high platform, she casually glanced downwards and hesitated slightly when she saw Qin Feng. She was the peak master of Spiritual Snake Peak, and the various affairs of the peak were reported to her. Last month, she received news from the Foreign Affairs Hall that Qin Feng, a disciple of Spiritual Snake Peak, was killed by a disciple from Tai Mountain while on a mission. She had some impressions of Qin Feng. Or rather, she had impressions of any disciple whose cultivation progressed well. Lu Xianling didn't hide anything and related the incident of Qin Feng being chased by Tai Mountain disciples into the ancient battlefield and how he found the heavenly connecting lotus. After finishing her account, she looked at Ning Wuxi with her phoenix eyes and said, "Master, the heavenly connecting lotus is a rare treasure. The believers might not have cultivated divine sense, but the demonic qi within them was strong, and each of their spells posed a considerable threat. Haha, the little maiden has some skill to block my attack." The elder squinted at the corpses of his subordinates in the hall, not the least bit concerned. In his view, as long as the world witnessed the might of the demon god, there would be plenty willing to become devotees, and he was not worried about running out of minions. He believed that by overpowering these young men and women with sheer force, Qingyang City would still be his domain. The black aura around the elder grew denser. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a blazing fireman. With a sweep of his arms, furious flames like a fire dragon enveloped themselves towards Enruhui. However, his determined strike did not have the desired effect. Instead, it blasted a large hole in the hall. Looking at Enruhui again, she had already risen a dozen feet into the air, with slender threads of cool breeze appearing around her. The Creation Peak disciples preferred elemental life-born spiritual beasts, and Ruhui's life-bound was an elf born from the wind. Thus she specialized in the wind element Dao technique. Now her form floated with the wind, untouchable by the elder's efforts to control the flames. Instead, she was busily carving wounds on him with her wind blades. Had it not been for the old man's body brimming with demonic qi, which mitigated most of the wind blade's might, he would have been sliced into several parts long ago. "Damn it, why can't I hit you?" The old man was furious as the flames on his body intensified alarmingly, causing Qin Feng and the others to be apprehensive. They were unwilling to directly confront these flames and, along with their spiritual beasts, retreated from the dilapidated hall. Otherwise, even if the old man's flames couldn't hurt them, they could harm their spiritual beasts. He didn't delay and began to harness the spiritual energy within the demon refining pot for cultivation. In just over 10 days, he broke through the minor bottleneck of the 8th level of qi refinement and reached the 9th level. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. Just as he was gearing up to continue his intense cultivation and close off again, a communication spirit bird suddenly flew in, circling several times overhead in his courtyard, emitting several strange calls from its beak. Qin Feng lifted the prohibition on his courtyard, letting the brightly feathered spiritual bird in. The spiritual bird spoke. "Qin Feng, the peak master summons you. Hurry to the peak to see her." This was Lu Xuanling's communication bird, which she had cultivated to the point of refining its throat bone, allowing it to speak, so it didn't bring him a written message. "All right." Qin Feng nodded. Seeing that he had agreed, the spiritual bird flashed its small wings and vanished into the high sky in the blink of an eye. Although he didn't know why the peak master was summoning him at this time, Qin Feng did not dare to neglect the call, and he quickly left his courtyard and hurried toward the peak. However, when he entered Lu Xuanling's cave mansion at the top of the peak, his heart suddenly stirred, because he saw that Elder Yin Qi was also there. Could it be that the issue with the demon god stone statue had already been resolved? He wondered if the sect's higher-ups had uncovered the demon god's true form. Such a ferocious demon god, who demanded sacrifices of life, it's indeed more reassuring to kill him sooner rather than later. If it hadn't been resolved, Qin Feng felt that he should give up the ghost face spider as soon as possible. Otherwise, once that demon god learned he had been deceived, in its rage, it might trace the ghost face spider's scent to find him. Disciple Qin Feng greets the peak master and greets Elder Yin. He respectfully bowed to both of them. Lu Xianling lazily nodded her head and pointed to the cushion on the ground. "Sit." I have something to discuss with you. Yes. Qin Feng, not one to waste words, obediently sat down. He had interacted with Lu Xianling several times and had roughly figured out the temperament of the Peak Master. She didn't like cumbersome formalities or being bound by too many rules, so she was quite casual in her daily life. As long as he didn't provoke her and acted in accordance with her mood, there would definitely be no problem. She might even reward him handsomely when pleased. But if he managed to annoy her, it would be very troublesome, for this Peak Master was also quite vengeful. Qin Feng had heard some of the older disciples from Spiritual Snake Peak privately recalling how years ago, an inner sect true disciple from the Five Poison sect had lightly flirted with her as a joke and managed to anger her on the spot. Not only did she beat him up then and there, but she also continued to beat him every time she saw him from then on. Eventually, that true disciple from the Five Poisons sect would flee at the sight of her, clearly terrified. And this was considering Lu Xianling showed restraint for the Five Poisons sect's good relationship with the Beast-taming sect. Otherwise, that disciple might have been crippled. If it had been a disciple from another sect, they probably would have been long gone. This time, I have called you here because of the demon god stone statue matter. Lu Xianling glanced at Elder Yinqi sitting beside her, who had a cold expression and hadn't said a word. Knowing his temperament, he could go as long as 3 months without speaking unless necessary. Having no choice but to speak herself, she said to Qin Feng, "You have contributed significantly, and the sect's elders have decided to reward you with an opportunity to enter the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven. You may cultivate there for 3 months, and you are permitted to subjugate any spiritual beast of your choosing." 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven? Upon hearing this, a surge of ecstasy flooded Qin Feng's heart. That place was the foundation of the Beast-taming Sect, a cave heaven world belonging to the sect. It was rumored that the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven was divided into an inner and outer layer, with the core area being where the supreme elders of the sect sequestered themselves for cultivation, and the outer area was for breeding spiritual beasts. There, most of the rarest spiritual beasts in the world were raised, and many species rarely seen outside could commonly be found within the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven. Creatures such as the swallowing star toad and the black-water mysterious snake were readily available. The sect was not only allowing him to cultivate there for a time, but they were also allowing him to capture a spiritual beast to bring back. This was practically a golden opportunity. Powerful bloodline spiritual beasts, any of which could make him the wealthiest outer disciple, if he caught one. Of course, he certainly didn't plan to sell any he caught. However, Qin Feng was also somewhat puzzled. Was a mere demon god stone statue truly worth so much reward? Not to mention cultivating in the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven, just a spiritual beast with a top-level bloodline alone would command a price so steep it would deter an average cultivator, yet they had so readily rewarded him with one. Could there be something special about that demon god stone statue? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 128. Cross-domain war. So, he voiced the doubts in his heart. Peak Master, why is this reward so generous? It was known that a normal outer disciple would consider it good to receive a reward of a few hundred spirit stones for a mission, yet he had merely brought back a demon god stone statue and was given such a shockingly substantial reward. This left him ecstatic, yet also somewhat incredulous. What? Do you think it's too much? Lu Xianling straightened up, no longer lounging lazily, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her face. If you weren't still an outer disciple, the sect would have rewarded you even more. Those tight-fisted old men, she grumbled. Not to mention, what's the use of keeping those spiritual beasts in the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven without awarding a few more as prizes? Elder Yinqi glanced at her, only to receive a fierce glare from Lu Xianling. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Those spiritual beasts are fat and healthy, but how many of them raised in such an environment understand fierce battle and staking their lives? The great 10,000 demons cave, heaven has been turned into nothing better than a pig farm by those old men. Ahem. Even with Elder Yin Chi's temperamental nature, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Qin Feng was secretly astounded as he listened. Their peak master really dared to say anything. Wasn't she afraid that those supreme elders would hear? The demon god stone statue you brought back not only harbors a trace of that demon god's divine soul, but also serves as coordinates for the demon god to connect with this world. Because of this statue, he was able to transmit his power through the endless void. Similarly, we can use the connection between him and the statue to verify his world. Even though the demon god realized something was amiss and severed the connection to the statue in time, abandoning that trace of divine soul, Elder Gu Gailing and Elder Kong Kong joined forces and still locked onto his world. Lu Xuanling's lips curled into a cold smile. That demon god is quite audacious, not only wishing to have our human clan worship him but also attempting to use the power of faith to coalesce an avatar in this world. However, Qin Feng didn't keep dodging forever. The Rui Golden Snake had achieved foundation establishment, and its strength had greatly increased, which also shortened the time he could merge for combat. Unless he too could achieve foundation establishment, he would have to withdraw from the state after, at most, a quarter of an hour. After Qin Feng had injured some ordinary iron armor beasts, he quickly turned his attention to their leader. Moo. Enraged, the iron armor rhinoceros charged at him again. Qin Feng wanted to test the defensive power of the Rui Golden Snake, so he didn't dodge, but crossed his wings in front of him, staunchly resisting the attack. With a loud crash, Qin Feng was sent flying. He flew several dozen feet before landing. It was just the beginning of the exploration in the secret realm, and disciples from various sects had just started treasure hunting. There were rare fights at this time, because there wasn't much benefit involved. As Qin Feng was about to pass by these people, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Because he recognized someone. Xiao Jiu. Damn, how did this guy get here? When he was on the tower ship, he had specifically looked over at the sword boat of Tai Mountain several times and did not spot this guy. Where did he pop up from? Qin Feng cursed inwardly and patted the back of the spiritual vulture. The spiritual vulture vibrated its wings, tracing a beautiful arc in midair as it flew away into the distance. Behind him, Xiao Jiu's expression also froze. He hadn't expected this guy to still be alive. After fleeing the void-shattering Hammer Cave mansion with the sword talisman bestowed by his master, worried that Qin Feng had survived, he had specifically returned, only to find the entrance of the cave mansion sealed by an array, inaccessible. Later, worried, he hid in the shadows and watched for a month. Seeing no change in the void-shattering ancient mansion, he then left and went in search of traces of the ancient spirit sword. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. Before he could find the ancient spirit sword, he was severely injured in the ancient battlefield and had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Jiu, returning to Tai Mountain, delivered his carefully fabricated lies. Although Elder Jiang Donglu of the Punishment Sword Hall was furious over his daughter's death, Xiao Jiu was protected by his master and other elders because he brought back news of the heavenly connecting lotus. He also shifted the blame for the sister's death onto a disciple of the Beast-controlling Sect, avoiding punishment. Instead, thanks to the news about the heavenly connecting lotus, he received a reward from his master. Originally, he thought that the lad had perished in that cave mansion, his secrets forever unknown, so he brazenly told Jiang Donglu that he had avenged his daughter. But now, what a turn of events! A disciple of the Beast-controlling Sect, who was believed to have died on the ancient battlefield, was blatantly flying right past him, startling Xiao Jiu greatly. However, his reaction was swift. Despite his shock, seeing Qin Feng about to escape riding the spiritual bird, he didn't hesitate and struck at Qin Feng with his sword. Qin Feng did not use the Rui Golden Snake to defend himself. He wanted to keep it as a trump card, planning to catch them off guard and perhaps even launch a sneak attack later. So, he took out a second-level defense spiritual talisman and activated it immediately, defending against the opponent's flying sword. Xiao Jiu felt a sense of panic, fearing that Qin Feng would reveal what he had initially done. It wouldn't be good if the two fellow sect members by his side heard it and brought the news back, so his flying sword moved incredibly fast, delivering one swift strike after another, attempting to kill Qin Feng before he could speak. The two sword cultivators following him didn't care about Zhuo attacking a disciple of the Beast-taming Sect directly. Firstly, the two sects were archenemies, and furthermore, Zhuo had proclaimed on several occasions that since a disciple of the Beast-taming Sect had killed his junior sister, he would be irreconcilable with the Beast-taming Sect. Seeing that Qin Feng's cultivation wasn't high, clearly not having reached the Foundation establishment stage, they initially didn't take him seriously. But seeing several of Zhuo attacks getting blocked, they too began to launch their flying swords at Qin Feng. With their extensive combat experience and frequent clashes with the Beast-taming Sect disciples, they also were familiar with some tricks and weaknesses of the Beast-taming Sect, so one of their flying swords did not attack Qin Feng but aimed at the spiritual vulture instead. If they killed the flying mount, could a mere Qi-refining realm disciple possibly escape by flying? Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse silently. Up against 3 Foundation establishment sword cultivators, he was certainly no match, especially since they attacked his spiritual vulture at such a tricky angle. With a swoosh, a flying sword passed through the spiritual vulture's wing, leaving a bloody hole. The spiritual vulture screeched in pain. The wing injured by the flying sword immediately surged with sword chi, causing unbearable pain and making it unable to maintain flight. They spiraled down towards the ground. With a rustling sound, the man and bird broke many branches, falling into the forest below. Zhuo and the others relentlessly pursued with their flying swords, slashing towards the area where they had fallen. However, just moments later, the 3 instinctively stopped and retracted their flying swords, frowning in observation. Despite scouring the area several hundred feet around numerous times with their divine sense, they found no trace of him. Not to mention a person, they didn't even see a single feather of the spiritual vulture. It seems that kid must have some treasure on him. Otherwise, he couldn't have hidden so thoroughly, one sword cultivator guessed. Let's go down and check. Zhuo said coldly. All right. The other 2 were also Foundation establishment sword cultivators. Together, they weren't afraid of a Qi-refining realm disciple from the Beast-taming Sect. But even though the opponent's strength was inferior to theirs, they didn't grow careless. Before descending, they slashed out with their flying swords, turning the sword chi into a net, clearing out a space in the forest below to confirm that Qin Feng was not in the area of their sword chi before landing where Qin Feng had fallen. Looking around in surprise, one of them speculated, could that kid have some sort of teleportation spiritual talisman, and he's already transported elsewhere? That's possible. Another one said, looking at his mere chi refining realm cultivation level, since he managed to enter the Heavenly Pool secret realm, he clearly had to have been favored by an elder from the Beast-taming Sect. Otherwise, ordinary chi refining realm disciples wouldn't have the chance to come here. In that case, having some life-saving methods is normal. Junior brother Zhuo, junior brother Xiao, since we can't find him, we might as well. Oh. He couldn't finish his words when he suddenly sensed a chillingly sharp aura coming from behind him. His heart screamed danger, and he wanted to dodge, but the attack was too sudden and too close to evade. He only felt a chill on his neck, then was immediately plunged into darkness. How dare you? Senior brotherly. Zhuo and the other person were shocked. They hadn't expected Qin Feng to appear so silently close behind them and to launch a sneak attack. As they watched the decapitated head of the attacked senior brother soar into the air, both of them, filled with shock, hastily commanded their flying swords towards Qin Feng. With a clang, their flying swords were blocked by 2 golden wings, and then Qin Feng, covered in a yellow light, vanished from the spot instantly. Previously, when he and the spiritual vulture had fallen, he directly stowed the bird in the demon refining pot, while he himself had used the earth escape divine power at the moment of touching the ground to burrow underground, thus avoiding their search. Then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he quietly emerged and successfully ambushed one of them. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 141, 139. Earth escape technique? Senior brother Xiao frowned. No, it's the earth escape divine power. Zhua Fifin's face looked troubled. The earth escape technique is merely a spell derived from the more sophisticated earth escape divine power by the ancients. It can only travel a few dozen feet underground. Only the earth escape divine power can truly integrate oneself with the earth and conceal one's breath to such a faint level. The disciples of the Beast-controlling Sect have all sorts of bizarre, life-bound spiritual beasts. It seems this fellow's life-bound spiritual beast is one that possesses the earth escape divine power. While he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly drew his sword, barely missing Senior Brother Xiao and striking the ground behind him. Senior Brother Xiao was startled, then realized what Zhua Fifin was doing. He was saving him, because he had already sensed an unusual presence. That beast-taming sect brat was planning to use the same old trick again, attempting to sneak up from behind and launch a stealth attack. If it weren't for Zhua Fifin's quick response, he might have been successfully ambushed. A muffled clang of metal upon metal came from below, and Qin Feng once again fled to even deeper depths. Zhua Fifin's flying sword suddenly spun, piercing the ground to chase after him, but after descending some 7 or 8 dozen feet, it had to be retracted. The flying sword was greatly hindered underground. It couldn't spin freely like it could in the air. If his opponent took the opportunity to severely damage his flying sword, his war power would be greatly affected. Thank you, Junior Brother Zhua, for the rescue. Had you not acted in time, I would have been severely injured or worse. Senior Brother Xiao gratefully said to Zhua Fifin. There's no need for formality between us, Senior Brother. Let's just be vigilant to prevent that kid from launching another stealth attack. Zhua Fifin replied. All right. Neither dared to stay on the ground any longer, fearing Qin Feng might emerge from anywhere for a sneak attack. They both flew up on their swords, extending their divine sense to scout around. Dozens of feet deep underground, Qin Feng was enveloped by a hazy yellow light. Once he deployed the earth escape divine power, he moved through the earth as freely as a fish in water. Of course, there was still resistance when moving underground, and he wasn't as fast as above ground. The deeper he descended, the greater the pressure he faced. With his current cultivation, he could only manage a depth of around 10 to 20 feet or so. Any deeper, and he might not withstand the immense pressure. At that moment, he slightly furrowed his brows. Now that those two had ascended on their swords, another stealth attack was impossible. After a moment's thought, he moved directly beneath the earlier battlefield, quietly ascended, then grabbed the body of the slain Senior Brother Li and dragged it down with him. How bold! Above ground, seeing Senior Brother Li's body suddenly sinking and about to disappear into the soil, Zhua Fifin and his companion became furious, aware that the other party wanted to take Senior Brother Li's body. They quickly commanded their flying swords to strike downwards toward the body. However, the Rui golden snake was sturdy as refined gold, and its pair of golden wings were both offensive and defensive. With a swift barrier, it blocked their flying swords. Qin Feng quickly pulled Senior Brother Li's headless corpse dozens of feet below, then fled hundreds more feet away, to avoid any chance of those two being able to imprison the ground he was in and strike at him. He checked and found that the two had not located his position, so he calmly removed Senior Brother Li's storage bag, rummaged through the corpse, and took off a ring from the man's finger. Using his divine sense to inspect it, he found that the ring was a magic artifact containing 3 threads of sword chi. This item wasn't of much use to him, so he stored it along with a storage bag, planning to deal with it after he left the area. With the spoils secured, he left Senior Brother Li's body where it was, a fitting burial. Qin Feng had no intention of emerging again. Since those two weren't providing him with an opportunity for a sneak attack, there was no point staying in the area. he decided to hurriedly leave and reunite with Qin Shi and the others. Now that the spiritual vulture was injured and he had lost his writing tool, it would take him much longer than anticipated to catch up with Qin Shi and her group. Zhuo Fifan and his companion pushed their divine sense to the limit, and after a full 15 minutes, Qin Feng did not reappear. Let it be, let's go. Senior brother Xiao shook his head with a sigh. It seems that kid has already left. Let's go bury senior brother Li's head. Zhuo Fifan said nothing, merely breathing out quietly. He had been worried that Qin Feng might suddenly surface from below and reveal his actions. Although he didn't know why the other party had remained silent up to now, it was a good thing for him. But leaving the kid alive in the Heavenly Pool's secret realm was always going to be a risk. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing intense murderous intent. No matter what, he couldn't allow that kid to leave the Heavenly Pool's secret realm alive. Otherwise, he would never have peace of mind. Speaking of which, he still didn't know Qin Feng's name. At that time, when he was chasing after Qin Feng, he only thought of quickly killing his target to silence him, not bothering to find out who he was. Now that Qin Feng had stealthily escaped underground with the Earth Escape divine power, Zhuo Fifan had no clue where to find him. His only hope was to encounter him again in the secret realm. If they did not meet, Zhuo Fifan had firmly resolved to set an ambush near the space channel before the end of the secret realm event, adamant that he must eliminate Qin Feng. Qin Feng had traveled more than 10 miles underground before resurfacing. Being underground wasn't always safe. Sometimes he would encounter demon beasts burrowing and nesting below. More importantly, using the Earth Escape divine power consumed a considerable amount of true yuan. It was better to conserve his strength within the secret realm, as any unforeseen circumstances could prove dangerous. After emerging from the ground, Qin Feng activated his divine movement technique and started hurrying forward. Although within the demon refining pot, he had an iron armor rhinoceros, large enough to serve as a mount, its bulk caused the ground to tremble when it ran, easily attracting attention. Therefore, he could only rely on his 2 legs to travel. It wasn't that he didn't want to tame more spiritual beasts suitable as mounts. It's just that his time spent on the path of cultivation had been too short, and he had used most of his time on learning and cultivation, leaving him no leisure to tame more demon beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as hard as it was now. Qin Feng sighed silently to himself. No wonder the many old fogies in the cultivation world were so powerful. Aside from anything else, with the vast time they had for cultivation, just the treasures they accumulated were beyond what ordinary cultivators could contend with. If he had cultivated for a few thousand years, not to mention his cultivation realm, at the very least the spiritual beasts in his demon refining pot would definitely be plentiful and varied. He ran wildly in the direction indicated by the chi on the jade talisman, and also noticed that the other party was moving towards him. Looking at it this way, they would be able to meet within half an hour. Just as Qin Feng was burying his head in haste, he suddenly perceived spiritual power fluctuations coming from the forest to his front left, followed by a buzzing sound. Turning his head, he saw a person running out of the forest 200 zhang away. Around this person, there were countless tiger-headed demon bees swarming like a blanket, enveloping him into a mass. The tiger-headed demon bees emitted a faint demon energy, considered the lowest level of demon beast, each about the length of a finger, with their tails stinger nearly an inch long, flickering with dark and sharp menace. Qin Feng inwardly clicked his tongue in amazement, not knowing which sect this unlucky individual belonged to, daring to provoke so many tiger-headed demon bees. Although the beast-taming sect did not specifically use demon insects as their main focus, among the 108 peaks of the outer sect, there were some peaks that raised countless strange insects, such as Heavenly Silkworm Peak, Sky Scorpion Peak, and Spiritual Butterfly Peak, which specialized in various strange insects. However, the power of the Giant Spirit Sect is by no means comparable to the Heavenly God Sect, not only because the Heavenly God Sect is the second strongest force in the Northern Domain after the Great Capital Ghost City, but also because their aim is a great world, a world as vast as the Biluo Great World, which is many times stronger than the Giant Spirit Realm. If the Heavenly God Sect were not powerful, they would hardly dare to set such a goal, for that would only be ridiculed. What's more important is that the founding ancestor of the Heavenly God sect has survived since ancient times, possessing a cultivation that is powerful and profound, shocking all sides for countless years. With such a strong presence, like a stabilizing force divine needle in place, it's clearly not a force that ordinary powers can compare with. Whereas the founding ancestor of the Giant Spirit sect, like the Grandmaster of the Beast-taming sect, had already perished during the ancient Great Tribulation, and due to the lack of such a level of strong presence, they could only be considered a major sect, but not yet a dominating power. Even including nearby forces such as the Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave, Five Poisons sect, Danxia sect, 10,000 Treasures building, and so on, they are all comparable in strength, not as formidable as the Heavenly God sect. Seeing that they were listening seriously, Anruhui thus began to talk to them about the matters of several major sects nearby so that they could gain more understanding. These sects each have their own characteristics. The Taiyin sword cultivators act with simplicity and decisiveness, confronting their opponents with a direct sword slash, not liking to draw things out. This move, however, made others wary of them, afraid to provoke them easily. Still, such actions of killing without discrimination could easily offend others. Most cultivators were just too intimidated to speak out against them, yet there were still many potential dangers. For example, inside the Heavenly Pool's secret realm, if someone had the chance to ambush and kill a few Tai disciples without being detected, there definitely would be those willing to take the risk. Qin Feng and the others nodded. Such incidents were not uncommon. Even within their beast-taming sect, the number of disciples who perished in the Heavenly Pool's secret realm included many who were slain by disciples of smaller sects. And Ruhui continued, the Giant Spirit sect has just mentioned that they focus on cultivating their physiques, which endows them with overwhelming strength. But such powerful bodies also contribute to their domineering disposition, often acting with brute force and favoring might over right. The Five Poisons sect excels in poison refining and applying poisons, using insidious tactics to kill without a trace. Furthermore, the disciples of their sect often have peculiar temperaments and take extreme actions, which makes outsiders highly cautious of them. However, our relationship with them is quite good, because back during the ancient Great Tribulation, disciples from both our sects often joined forces to fend off the demon clan, forging a deep camaraderie. At this, she smiled and said, if you encounter danger outside and happen to run into disciples of the Five Poisons sect, you can ask them for help. Under normal circumstances, they are willing to lend aid. Although disciples of the Five Poisons sect are somewhat radical, they greatly value friendship. The Danxia sect follows the path of entering Dao through alchemy. Their alchemy skills are divine, and they are very famous throughout the southern domain, with their elixir pills business spread across the region. The 10,000 Treasures building is a force that purely rose through commerce and has only been around for 10,000 years. Compared to the others, their foundation is somewhat lacking. Yet, they have risen rapidly, amassing countless profits with their sharp business acumen. Among forces of comparable status, they are definitely the richest. Including our beast-taming sect, these 6 major sect powers are subtly divided into 3 factions. We're aligned with the Five Poisons sect, while Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave and the Giant Spirit sect have formed an alliance. The Danxia sect and the 10,000 Treasures building are considered neutral forces. They have not formed an alliance and have even experienced some friction over the elixir business, but both have acted with restraint, especially the 10,000 Treasures building, which adheres to the principle of amity brings wealth and usually avoids making enemies. However, they prioritize profit above all, and anyone who touches their interests will have to withstand their thunderous response. And Ruhui spoke of these matters along their journey, and it was really just because they were new to the sect that they didn't know about these details sooner or later. In the latter half of the night, they finally covered a distance of hundreds of miles and arrived at the foot of Moyun Ridge. The group didn't ascend the mountain right away. It was well into the night, and they couldn't keep releasing divine sense to survey their surroundings continually. To avoid unnecessary danger, they decided to rest and wait until daybreak to climb. Qin Feng and Enru Hui had both been depleted of much true yuan during the previous battle and took this opportunity to cultivate and replenish their true yuan. With spiritual beasts guarding the perimeter, there was no need to worry about being ambushed, so they found places to meditate and cultivate in peace. At the break of dawn, while the sky was still dim, they all got up and began to head toward Moyun Ridge. As the tallest peak within Heavenly Pool's secret realm and one of its core areas, Moyun Ridge was guarded by many prohibitions, so they didn't dare fly haphazardly, lest they stumble into any perilous areas. Under Enru Hui's guidance, the group proceeded on foot up the mountain. Fortunately, they had all applied light body and divine movement techniques to themselves, moving as light as feathers and leaping as if flying, which made the journey relatively comfortable. Nevertheless, since they were here to search for natural creatures, they couldn't just follow the paths all the time. They spent most of their time trekking off-path through the mountain forests in search of natural creature auras. These matters are second nature to the disciples of Creation Peak, ensuring they don't wander aimlessly like headless flies. Ruhui and relied on her life-bound wind element to sense the wind between heaven and earth, scouting for places where spiritual energy was particularly dense and then going to investigate. Although she spent the better part of the day without finding any trace of natural creatures, she did find quite a few other treasures. Had they not wished to avoid wasting time battling demon beasts guarding the spiritual medicine, this trip would have undoubtedly yielded a rich harvest. So, they kept searching for half a day, and the group gradually made their way up to mid-mountain. The clouds surrounding Moyun Ridge were exceptionally dense, constantly changing shape as they were blown by the wind. Everyone pay attention. Carefully scan the clouds here for any unusual auras. Ru Huiyan said, 300 years ago, a predecessor from our Creation Peak lineage discovered a cloud elf born from the mist here. Let's search around and see if any new cloud elves have been born over the years. This was an old method of theirs, first to search places where natural creatures had previously appeared. If they found new natural creatures, great. If not, they would search elsewhere. By relying on this method, the disciples of Creation Peak had indeed found some natural creatures. Qin Feng and the others agreed and cast their gaze into the surrounding clouds. Moyun Ridge was rich in spiritual energy, and the clouds were mixed with a good amount of it. Perhaps that was why certain clouds mutated and gradually gave birth to spiritual nature. However, after scanning all the nearby clouds, they found nothing unusual. Instead, they encountered quite a few demon beasts and other cultivators seeking treasures. As the tallest mountain in the secret realm, this one was quite famous, and thus many cultivators came here treasure hunting. Every so often, they could even sense the noise of battle. Just like now, only 100-odd feet away, two cultivators were fighting over a small tree that had sprouted in the middle of a lake. It was unknown what rare species the small tree was, but it astonishingly grew in water. Several fruits hung from it, looking like blue crystals and exuding a rich water spirit aura, which clearly indicated their immense value. The two cultivators were evenly matched, one adept in thunder element technique and the other in wind element cultivation method. Their battle was fierce and splendid. As their fight escalated, the area became a storm of wind and thunder, the surrounding clouds swirling and eventually turning into light, drizzling rain. The cultivator using the thunder technique stepped through the stepping gang and fighting, his footwork as precise as the Big Dipper. With a flick of his finger, a crack of thunder smashed down from the sky, leaving his opponent with hair standing on end, black smoke billowing from his mouth, and a disheveled figure, clearly badly wounded. Frightened, he didn't dare to continue the fight and turned to make a quick getaway. The thunder technique user didn't pursue, but instead glanced warily at Qin Feng, Ru Huiyan, and the others, hastily picked the spirit fruit, and quickly left the area. The group didn't mind. They wanted the spirit fruit, but before finding their life bound, they had no desire to engage too much in conflict, so they let the man take the fruit and leave. They came to the lakeshore, gave it a cursory inspection, and finding nothing else special other than the spiritual tree, prepared to leave and search elsewhere. Suddenly, Qin stopped in her tracks with a curious look on her face. What's wrong, junior sister Qin? Ruhuayan turned and asked, "Sister, do you feel that there's something different about this rain compared to normal?" She looked puzzled as she asked. Ruhuayan was slightly startled and caught a few drops of rain with her palm to sense them closely and said, "This rain contains some spiritual energy, which is probably related to the abundant spiritual energy of Moyun Ridge." "No, it's not just that." She shook her head. "It's not just spiritual energy. I think I sense something else." Ruhuayan's expression changed. "Something else?" "I'm detecting a hint of spiritual nature in this rain." She's expression shifted from confusion to certainty. "It's definitely spiritual nature, different from spiritual energy." Could it be that no cloud elves were born here, but instead a water spirit has sprung up, capable of manipulating rainwater? Ruhuayan's divine sense swept all around, especially not missing the cloudy patches above from where the rain fell. After repeated inspections, she finally noticed a small patch of cloud that was different from the rest. Something was hiding in the clouds, somewhat similar in essence, yet distinct enough to be detected by her. "Haha, junior sister Qin, you're indeed lucky. Moyun Ridge has indeed nurtured a water spirit. Since sister can sense its presence, it means you're fated with it. Wait here, I'll catch it for you." Ruhuayan was overjoyed as she soared upwards, rushing towards the clouds dozens of feet above. Catching the water spirit for Qin, she meant she had completed half her task. Just as she neared the patch of cloud, the water spirit that had been concealed within realized the danger. Instinctively, it prepared to use an escape skill to flee. Being a water spirit, it was naturally capable of using the water escape divine power. The clouds were filled with ample water vapor, sufficient for it to execute the water escape and flee far away. P.S. Brothers, I'm not holding back on updates. Just look at my word count and you'll see that these days it's either 9,000 or 10,000. I'm just not posting according to the 2,000 words per update. Otherwise, there would be 5 updates a day. So, you still need to cast your monthly votes. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 144. Corpse Vine. And Ruhuayan moved swiftly like the wind, reaching the vicinity of the clouds in the blink of an eye. Seeing the water spirit attempting to escape within the clouds, she raised her hand and released several spirit talismans while softly chanting, "Seal, bind, subdue the spirit." Instantly, immense forces bound all spiritual power within a radius of several dozen yards. Over the years, the lineage of Creation Peak had deeply studied various natural creatures and amassed countless experiences and methods to capture them. Furthermore, because the descendants of Creation Peak were few, the sect took extra care of each generation of disciples, especially in assisting them with the capture of their life-bound entities, which was a particularly attentive matter. Before their departure, the Creation Peak Master prepared measures against various natural creatures to prevent them from escaping upon encounter. Natural creatures, born from the creation of heaven and earth, inherently mastered various escape techniques. Thus, these sealing and suppressing spirit talismans were essential items for them. At this moment, the spirit talismans triggered by Ruhuayan were the most commonly used methods by the lineage of Creation Peak for capturing natural creatures. They could bind all spiritual power within 100 yards and suppress all life within that space, unless the strength of this water spirit was formidable enough to rival a golden core and break free from this binding force in an instant. However, no foreign life form was allowed to break through to a power greater than golden core in this secret realm, a rule set by the owner of the Heavenly Pool secret realm. The reason why this cave heaven world drifted in the void was due to the demon clan's invasion during the ancient Great Tribulation period. The ancient powerhouse controlling this cave heaven world had no choice but to exile the core area of their sect deep into the void. At the same time, to limit the strength of the demon clan, they altered the laws of the cave heaven world to its current state. While powerful demons could still fight against the suppressive force of the cave heaven, they were definitely affected significantly. After the strongest demons and human clan powerhouses fell one after another, the surviving demons might have won, but they lost the ability to leave the heavenly pool cave heaven and ultimately perished here. However, those original demons left behind their bloodline. Otherwise, so many demon beasts wouldn't appear here. Even so, these demon beasts were restricted by the laws of the cave heaven world, able to cultivate only up to the peak of foundation establishment. Any further advancement would trigger the cave heaven law and invoke the suppressive force. This also reassured various sects to allow less powerful disciples to enter in search of opportunities. They even hoped that if their disciples were fortunate enough and stumbled upon the inheritance of this cave heaven by coincidence, they might refine and assimilate this cave heaven. A cave heaven-blessed land, for any sect, was a crucial opportunity for growth. Because not only was the cave heaven world abundant with spiritual energy, making it an excellent cultivation-blessed land, it could also be concealed, making it difficult for enemies to discover. It could serve as the core inheritance land for a sect. Even if their external mountain gate was destroyed, as long as the cave heaven remained, they would still have a chance to rise again. Of course, in cases like the heavenly pool cave heaven, where even the people inside perished, it would simply benefit others. Cave heavens were rare. The Beast-taming Sect had only the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven, and Tai Mountain had only the Golden Light Cave Heaven, yet these became their strongest foundations. In fact, only sects that owned an independent cave heaven world could be considered a great force. Many medium and small sects developed slowly simply because they lacked such blessed lands to accumulate foundations and cultivate disciples. Unfortunately, many coveted this cave heaven, but to this day, no one had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly pool secret realm. Some speculated that perhaps the inheritance here was destroyed by the invading demon clan during the ancient times. Of course, it was also possible that the ancient human clan powerhouses, to prevent it from falling into demonic hands, had hidden the inheritance in some secret location within the secret realm yet to be discovered. Within Ruhui's ceiling, the water spirit immediately became immobile. Although it possessed innate divine abilities, its birth was not long ago, and influenced invisibly by the cave heaven law, its spiritual intelligence was vague, acting only on instinct, hence its strength wasn't very strong. Subdued and sealed from all directions by Enruhue's successive spirit talismans, it directly lost the ability to escape. Yet this water spirit was indeed gifted. Sensing that it couldn't use the external spiritual power, a stream of water suddenly gushed from its body, transforming into thousands of droplets like arrows, whistling toward Enruhue while desperately struggling to break free and escape. Enruhue's body emitted a flash of spirit light, using the wind elf's divine skills to transform herself into a breeze, letting the raindrops pass through her body without causing any harm. Of course, this was also due to the water spirit's inadequate strength. If it were any stronger, Enruhue wouldn't dare allow its attacks, as the breeze she transformed into might get dispersed, potentially causing her serious injury. After turning into a breeze, Enruhue quickly arrived in front of the water spirit, took a close look, and discovered that the water spirit was actually a clear stream of water with no fixed form, capable of changing its shape at will. She didn't linger, fearful that the water spirit might have some means of escape, and promptly took out a jade bottle, capturing the water spirit inside and sealing the bottle. Only then did she descend with a face full of joy. Haha, this trip is really lucky. Enruhue handed the jade bottle to Qin, smiling. Junior sister, keep it for now. This isn't the time to refine it. Once we return to the mountain gate, you can refine it into your life-bound. Thank you, senior sister. Qin also received the jade bottle with a face full of surprise. Although she couldn't see the water spirit inside, she couldn't help but stroke the bottle for a few moments before carefully putting it away. With the water spirit, her path of cultivation was now certain. Beside her, Wenqing'er was both happy and envious. After congratulating Qin for a few sentences, She couldn't help but imagine what kind of natural creature her own life-bound spirit would be. Meanwhile, she was also worried, unsure whether there were other natural creatures born in the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. If not, she would have to return empty-handed. Let's go. Let's look around Moyun Ridge once more. If we don't find anything, we'll search elsewhere. And Ruhui suppressed the joy in her heart and led the group up the mountain. After spending another hour, they scoured the areas above the clouds of Moyun Ridge, but didn't discover a second natural creature. As expected, they weren't discouraged. Thus, they left Moyun Ridge and continued searching elsewhere. Over the next 3 days, they visited places where predecessors from Creation Peak had found natural creatures, but to no avail. When Qing'er let out a sigh, it was an unavoidable situation. The conditions for the birth of natural creatures were extremely stringent. Even though the Heavenly Pool's secret realm was rarely visited, every 60 years, thousands of cultivators would enter, significantly disturbing many areas and thus also killing the potential for some natural creatures to be born. Finding one this time was already quite fortunate. Don't lose heart. And Ruhui smiled and comforted her. Let's look in other places. The secret realm is so vast, there might be natural creatures born in some hidden spots. Even if there aren't, we can search other places after leaving. Don't worry, the Peak Master won't neglect you. Okay. When Qing'er nodded her little head and perked up again. With the support of her senior sister and the elders from Creation Peak, sooner or later, she would find a suitable, life-bound spirit. It was just a matter of time, and there was no reason to be upset. This time, they were no longer in a rush. They started heading towards areas where spiritual energy gathered. After all, the birth of natural creatures definitely relied on spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the places with thicker spiritual energy were more likely to give birth to such creatures. The original large spirit veins of the Heavenly Pool's secret realm had been scattered during the ancient Great Tribulation by powerful beings of the Demon Clan, making the veins particularly disjointed, broken into hundreds of medium and small spirit veins scattered around. Unless a powerful being gathered these veins to reform a large spirit vein, it was difficult to restore it to the state from ancient times. Now, Qin Feng and the others headed towards these gathering spots of spirit veins, and in the course of their journey, they started competing with demon beasts and cultivators from other sects for various spiritual medicines. Since they no longer had a specific destination, they were not in a hurry and took the opportunity to seize some treasures. 2 days later, they reached a dense forest. This forest was lush with vegetation, and the trees were tall and straight, making them feel as if they were dwarfs in a giant kingdom as they walked through it. Continuing forward, they ventured deep into the forest, eventually reaching the core area. While the group talked softly and collected some spiritual wood and medicines, they suddenly heard intense sounds of fighting coming from ahead. They immediately lightened their steps and concealed their presence, cautiously moving towards the source of the noise. Shortly after, they came upon a huge, round pit in the forest ahead. The pit was 300 zhang in diameter and several dozen zhang deep. It grew deeper toward the inside, as if a massive meteor had created the pit. Inside the pit lay scattered bones, both human and various demon beasts. Except for a few corpses that had died recently, most of the skeletons had turned eerily white, clearly dead for many years. And at the center of the pit lay a unique corpse. This skeleton was dozens of zhang large, recognizable by its sharp teeth and the thick bones and claws on its body. It was obviously a powerful member of the demon clan during its life. On the skull of the skeleton grew a green vine, which bore a blood-red flower, emitting a faint fragrance. Around it, several cultivators from the human clan and demon beasts were fighting over the vine. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 145, Thumbelina. The battle was extremely brutal, with both the human clan cultivators and demon beasts disregarding their own lives as they plunged into the frenzy of combat. Some of the cultivators and demon beasts had their limbs severed, chests and abdomens pierced, blood flowing everywhere and covered in wounds, yet they still didn't make any moves to flee, holding their spiritual artifacts, casting various spells, and even lunging forward to attack their opponents in madness. Such frenzied slaughter deeply shocked Qin Feng and the others, and when Qing'er was particularly terrified by the bloody and brutal scene. They couldn't believe these people were so desperate. Could that vine or the flower be so precious as to make them ignore their very lives? If anyone could emerge victorious from this style of battle, they would still be left with severe injuries, their strength reduced to barely a tenth of their peak. To suffer such grievous wounds within the Heavenly Pool's secret realm, let alone becoming a target for other cultivators, they likely wouldn't even make it out of the forest, but would end up in the stomachs of other demon beasts. Or was it that these people were confident that the mysterious flower could heal their wounds in a short amount of time and bring them substantial benefits? But what kind of mysterious item was it? After discussing among themselves, Qin Feng and his companions confirmed that none of them recognized the mysterious flower. Could it be that those embroiled in the battle below had wider knowledge than them? But looking at their clothing and appearance, among them were quite a few who clearly belonged to minor sects. Their horizons and knowledge couldn't possibly be greater than the disciples of the Beast-taming Sect. However, they noticed that among the cultivators fighting over the enormous carcass, there were no disciples of the Beast-taming Sect. The demon beasts that appeared here were likely all wild beasts from within the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. This relieved Qin Feng and his companions. Since there were no fellow sect members here, they were in no rush to show themselves. The intensity of the battle was such that if they were to join, any slight misstep could lead to their deaths. The risk was too high. They cautiously hid on the periphery, carefully watching. Perhaps they could wait for these cultivators and demon beasts to finish fighting, then swoop in to take advantage of the situation. Although they didn't know what kind of celestial plant the vine was that it could drive these people to fight to the death over it, nor did they know the specific miraculous effects of the flower that bloomed from it, the flower was clearly extraordinary. They could distinctly smell its fragrance from over 300 yards away. Inhaling that faint enchanting scent, they felt refreshed and clear-headed. As they smelled it longer, it felt as though even their divine sense had grown stronger, and their divine souls felt somewhat uplifted, making them unable to resist the urge to move closer. That flower must be an exceptional treasure. Even from such a distance, it is so alluring. I wonder how many benefits we would gain from refining it. And Ruhui spoke softly, her gaze somewhat hazy. A gleam of fiery longing flashed through Qin Feng's heart, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, if we could bring it back and have the sect elders refine it into elixir pills for us to consume, it would surely bring endless benefits to our future cultivation, and we would have hopeful prospects on the immortal Dao. The flower is so beautiful. Why don't we also try to snatch that miraculous flower? At that moment, when Qing'er seemed to have mustered quite a lot of courage as she said, "Those people are already severely injured. They couldn't possibly be our match." For some reason, they all vaguely felt something was amiss, yet they couldn't pinpoint where that feeling of inappropriateness was coming from. Among them, and Ruhui had the strongest cultivation, yet even she didn't detect anything wrong. At this moment, for some reason, the image of a person appeared in her mind. He was tall and straight, handsome with a determined look in his eyes, powerful, his whole being exuded an unyielding spirit, as if he dared to contend with the heavens and battle the earth, never surrendering, valiant and fearless. That person was a secret buried in the deepest part of her heart. The year she first met him, she was deeply captivated by him. She thought, maybe that was what liking someone was like. However, he held a high status, and his cultivation was strong, which made her feel ashamed and unworthy, so she kept that thread of affection buried in her heart, never speaking of it to anyone. But now, she felt that if she could obtain that enchanting miraculous flower, she might have a chance to accomplish the Dao, to be worthy of his status. Thus, a desire arose in her heart, as if obtaining that miraculous flower would fulfill her dreams, giving her everything she desired. So, she spoke those words and agreed with Qin Feng and Wen Qing'er, even contemplating charging over to slay all the fighting cultivators and demon beasts and seize the miraculous flower for herself. Yet she still had a vague sense that something was not quite right, and she found herself struggling with the decision. Qin Feng, too, was overcome by the impulse to rush down there. Compared to Enruhui, his desire for immortality was even stronger. He no longer wanted to experience the fear of death and yearned for longevity, eternity, inexhaustible life, and formidable strength. He wanted to heal his father's divine soul injury, a long-held wish of his. He wanted his father to join him on the path to longevity. Otherwise, being alone felt too lonely. And it seemed that obtaining that miraculous flower could make all his thoughts a reality. Qin Shi's mind was filled with memories of her childhood, recalling the poverty she had experienced until she became a cultivator and opened her spiritual acupoint, which led to her being taken into the family estate and taught the ways of cultivation. She remembered her affectionate mother, her hard-working father, and her younger siblings. Once, she too had thought how wonderful it would be if her whole family could cultivate. Unfortunately, that notion was fleeting and was soon suppressed, as she knew it was simply impossible. Now, however, it seemed that if she could obtain that miraculous flower, she might be able to make it all happen. Beside her, Wen Qing'er was daydreaming too. The girl's eyes shone as she stared fixedly at the miraculous flower, a pure smile appearing on her face. She reached out her hand, wanting to grab that flower. If she could wear it on her head, she would be the most adorable girl in not just Creation Peak but in the entire Beast-taming sect. At that time, the Peak Master would pat her head and praise her for being sensible, and her fellow disciple sisters would look at her with envy, complimenting her beauty. But the flower was too far away, her hand couldn't reach it. So she walked forward, intending to get in front of the enchanted flower and pick it. As for the cultivators and demon beasts that were fighting fiercely for their lives, they no longer existed in her eyes. With her movement, Qin Feng and the others were also affected, involuntarily following her and moving forward. Although they vaguely felt that something was wrong, the allure of the enchanted flower was too great, tempting even Enruhui, whose cultivation was the highest, to walk forward. Ouch! Suddenly, Wen Qing'er cried out in pain, stumbling over a stone and falling to the ground, her little head banging against a large tree root in front of her, raising a big lump on her head instantly. The little girl, with tears brimming in her eyes, reached out her small hand to cover her forehead, and after getting up somewhat awkwardly, she indignantly stomped on the tree root a couple of times to vent her frustration before she felt better. Then, lifting her head, she saw senior sister An and her fellow disciples, Qin Feng and Qin Shi, still dazedly walking past her. She pulled on Enruhui's sleeve in confusion and asked, "Senior sister, they haven't finished fighting yet? Are we going over there now?" When Enruhui was pulled by her, she immediately snapped out of it, and without saying another word, she took out a heart-clearing talisman and activated it. An invisible energy swept across the area, bringing Qin Feng and Qin Shi back to their senses as well. "That flower is strange. Its scent is problematic. Hold your breath. Let's get out of here first." The group quickly fled from the area, running toward the distance, until they were more than 100 paces away. They could still smell the faint fragrance of the flower. Enruhui stopped walking and summoned a gust of wind with a wave of her hand, dispersing all the surrounding scents. Then she rapidly laid down a simple forbidden technique on the ground to block the outside scent from invading. Then she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's definitely not some miracle flower that enhances one's cultivation Dao. It's a malevolent object that can bewitch the mind. Enruhui spoke up. Those people probably weren't fighting over the flower itself, but were seduced by its scent and lost their sanity, resulting in frenzied combat. How terrifying! Wen Qing'er, who already remembered her earlier uncontrollable action, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in her heart. She didn't want to end up like those cultivators who lost their reason and fought madly, so she looked toward Enruhui and said, "If that thing is so dreadful, Senior sister, let's hurry up and leave this place. No rush. We're quite far from there. As long as we don't continuously smell the scent of that flower, there shouldn't be any major problems. After pondering for a moment, Anruhui continued, I've seen something similar recorded in the sect's ancient scrolls documenting the ancient Great Tribulation. Back when the heavenly demon realm invaded, there were powerful beings from the heavenly demon clan who used the confusing god flower to lure human clan cultivators into fighting each other, triggering a civil war within the human clan, which led to heavy losses. That flower might very well be the confusing god flower, it's just that it hasn't grown to the legendary stage yet. Otherwise, even if we hadn't approached it, we wouldn't have been able to wake up so easily. Such a wondrous object, it would really be a pity to let it go. Let's try to see if there's a way to take the vine with us as well. If it can be cultivated in the future, it might be very useful for the sect. When Qing'er was somewhat baffled, but as soon as we go over, we might get lost. How do we collect it? Wait and see for now. Let's wait until all the cultivators and demon beasts are dead and see if the fragrance of the flower dissipates. After saying this, Anruhui raised her hand to release her spiritual bird, letting it fly to a high place in the sky where it couldn't smell the fragrance, to help her observe the battle below. Seeing that when Qing'er and Qin were also about to release their spiritual birds to watch the fight, Qin Feng gestured with his hand and said, Keep the spiritual birds. If there are several different types of spiritual birds circling in the sky at the same time, it's very likely to attract the attention of other cultivators. They might come over to investigate, and no matter if we can collect the confusing god flower or not, it will cause some trouble. That makes sense. The two women nodded at his words and obediently put their spiritual birds back into their spiritual beast bags. However, Qin Feng simply waved his hand, and the Rui golden snake on his wrist transformed into a streak of golden light and flew out. He planned to use the Rui golden snake to take a look at the state of the battle. The Rui golden snake was under his control, and as long as he did not lose himself, he could always call back the Rui golden snake, so he was not afraid of his life-bound spiritual beast being enticed by the confusing god flower. However, just to be safe, he first let it probe cautiously from outside the prohibited area. When he discovered that although the fragrance also invaded the divine sense of the Rui golden snake, his own body was not much affected, he then confidently let the Rui golden snake go over to investigate. In the deep pit, the gruesome battle had nearly reached its end. All demon beasts had been slain by cultivators, and among those cultivators, only the last two were still crazily fighting. Soon, the battle was over, with only one cultivator left, covered with wounds, staggering forward. He laboriously tried to climb onto a corpse's skull to pluck that enchantingly beautiful and odd flower. However, just as he approached the corpse and got near to the vine suddenly lashed out, entangling his entire body. Afterward, fine tendrils extended from the vine, piercing deep into his body, sucking away his blood and spiritual power. In just a moment, the cultivator was shriveled up into a mummy. At the same time, even more vines, like sinuous spiritual snakes, started to climb over the bodies of the already dead cultivators and demon beasts, similarly enveloping them, beginning to suck away the qi and blood, as well as the spiritual power. As Qin Feng, controlling the Rui golden snake, flew closer to observe, he could even hear the sizzling sound of absorption. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart as he watched. This truly might be something left by the ancient heavenly demon realm. Otherwise, how could it be so vicious and terrifying? After absorbing, the lush green leaves on the vines turned vibrant, as if they were tree leaves soaked with new rain, brimming with vigorous vitality. And the enchantingly beautiful red flower on the vine had grown even more vivid, so red it seemed like it could drip blood. Afterward, the originally half-open red flower suddenly bloomed completely, then a thumb-sized figure emerged from the flower. That figure wore a bright red dress, and even had a pair of crimson butterfly wings on her back, flapping slightly as she hovered midair, captivating and beautiful. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. But talent and hard work alone were not enough. Otherwise, the sect would not have given such an important mission to him as the lead. Chun Buki watched the fire ape, which they were gradually suppressing, and couldn't help feeling excited. If the plan went well, and he accomplished the task the sect had planned for many years, then the vast Heavenly Pool's secret realm would become the second grotto heaven of Tai Mountain. By then, having established such great merit, he would surely receive countless benefits. With this in mind, he redoubled his efforts. Under his command, more than a dozen Foundation establishment sword cultivators relentlessly pressed the fire ape, which roared thunderously. Its entire body burst into blazing crimson flames, and even the stone armor on its body melted into magma, dripping to the ground. Hundreds of zhang away, Qin Feng squinted at the battle, a hint of doubt crossing his mind, not understanding what these people were planning. They obviously had an overwhelming advantage and had severely injured the fire ape within the sword array. Yet, curiously, they did not use any finishing moves. Whenever the fire ape seemed to falter, they would ease their attacks. It seemed that these people had other plans. Could it be they wanted the fire ape to advance to the demon core realm? But what benefit would there be for them? This was too strange. They couldn't possibly be after the fire ape's demon core. Of course, Qin Feng was the first to disbelieve this thought. If these inner sect disciples of Tai Mountain really wanted a demon core, they could have obtained one outside. There was no need to waste so much effort in the secret realm. So, what then was the purpose of their attack on the fire ape? Qin Feng's gaze moved past the group of sword cultivators and the demon beast to a not-so-distant cliff. That cliff was strange, hundreds of zhang tall, but its face was as smooth as a mirror, as if sliced by a knife. It was so polished that not a blade of grass grew on it. It didn't look like a cliff at all, but more like a flawlessly crafted jade stone. At the moment, an imposing amount of spiritual energy was converging in midair, causing quite a commotion. Anyone within 100 li could see it. Since Qin Feng was very close, he arrived relatively early. He could sense others approaching from afar. However, considering the vastness of nearly 10,000 li in the Heavenly Pool secret realm and the many cultivators that entered, their presence was not very noticeable, scattered throughout the vast secret realm. Therefore, only a few cultivators noticed the disturbance here and came over to investigate. The sword cultivators of Tai Mountain were obviously aware of this, but they did not care. Cultivators from small and medium sects would not dare entertain the thought of taking advantage when they saw so many of them gathered. As for the disciples of the other major sects who arrived, they did not know what they were doing. If they dared to spoil their plans, the Tai Mountain disciples would just kill them. Qin Feng felt joyful inside. This was a powerful spiritual beast that had once condensed a demon core and had the experience of core formation. If its injuries were properly treated, it might not take many years to accumulate enough power to condense a demon core once more. In the secret realm, the fire ape's progression was suppressed and did not dare to advance, as that would be a death sentence, but once taken out, there would be no such restrictions. Once the fire ape formed a demon core, his own strength would truly be formidable. Not to mention anything else, with this fire ape, if he returned to his hometown, he could sweep through Kun City entirely. At that time, the small Huang family wouldn't amount to much. Qin Feng forcefully suppressed the joy in his heart and covertly manipulated the spiritual energy within the demon refining pot to aid the fire ape's recovery. Although without the corresponding spiritual elixirs, the recovery was very slow, it was much better than its previous unconscious state, lying on the ground awaiting death. Moreover, he put several healing pills from his own supply into the pot for the fire ape to consume. Among them, the Revive pill and the Life Creation pill were both top-grade spirit pills for treating injuries. Although the effects were moderate on the fire ape, they significantly improved its condition. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. But he didn't stop cultivating completely. Instead, he absorbed and refined gradually. In secret, He directed some of the earth milk essence into the demon refining pot, aiding the fire ape and spiritual vulture in healing their internal injuries, and he also set aside some for his other spiritual beasts. As the iron armor rhinoceros was too large and would not greatly benefit from eating just a few, he didn't waste the earth milk essence on it. He gave most of the earth milk essence he collected into the demon refining pot to the swallowing sky toad and Rui golden snake, as these two were the spiritual beasts he valued most. Especially the Rui golden snake, his life-bound spiritual beast. Naturally, the stronger it was, the better. He didn't mind piling all his treasures onto it. It was just a pity that it was too small now. Even if soaked in the pool of earth milk essence, it could not absorb much. The real glutton was the swallowing sky toad. A good part of the earth milk essence Qinfeng collected into the demon refining pot ended up in its stomach. Although it had not yet reached foundation establishment due to its vast need for internal space, despite absorbing so many treasures, it had already reached the peak of the qi refining realm. Qinfeng felt that feeding the swallowing sky toad a few more foundation establishment demon beasts should enable it to advance. In fact, the swallowing sky toad's true strength would come in the later stage when it understood the methods of utilizing the principle of the space Dao. Even if it hadn't comprehended the Dao principle in the demon core realm, it could already begin to employ space power, unmatched by ordinary demon core realm demon beasts. After a while, Qinfeng opened his eyes. Spirit light flickered within them, subsiding only after several moments. Feeling the strength of his physical body and true yuan, far stronger than before, happiness surged within Qinfeng. He finally attained foundation establishment. Once, many cultivators aimed for foundation establishment as their objective, and cultivators from small families like the Qin family were no exception. By cultivating to the foundation establishment realm, one could enjoy a lifespan of 200 years and become the pillar of their family. It wasn't that they didn't aspire to cultivate to higher realms. It was simply that cultivation was too difficult. Over 90% of cultivators were unable to pass foundation establishment, and most of those who cultivated to the foundation establishment realm managed to fashion a Taoist body after decades to a century of effort that was only average. Without a large number of precious resources to assist their cultivation, it was difficult for them to cultivate their Taoist body to perfection, hence unable to advance to the golden core. If not for the aid of the demon refining pot in his cultivation, with his level of talent, Qinfeng would have done well to have reached the qi refining middle stage by now. Then he would have been like most qi refining realm cultivators, slowly progressing to the qi refining late stage after 10 or 20 years of cultivation, and eventually refining the true yuan bit by bit until he had the chance to attempt foundation establishment, likely not until he was in his 30s or 40s. But chances come as they do. With the demon refining pot, he was destined to stand out from ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, such a treasure would be greatly undervalued. With a splash, Qinfeng leaped from the earth milk essence pool. In midair, he gracefully rotated, and the earth milk essence he stirred up returned neatly to the pool under the binding of his true yuan without spilling a drop. Landing, his Qingluo robe was clean and dry, showing no sign of being drenched. Li Miaozhen studied him for a moment and nodded in appreciation. Not bad. The foundation is stable. The true yuan is profound. Keep cultivating hard, making your foundation even stronger, and do not rush to advance. Qinfeng quickly made a respectful gesture. Thank you, senior sister, for the guidance. If it weren't for senior sister bringing me to such a precious place, I'm afraid my foundation establishment would have been delayed substantially. It's what you did before that was of great benefit to the sect, and you established such meritorious service. Bringing you here to cultivate is nothing much. Consider it a small reward, Li Miaozhen replied. Glancing at the pool of earth milk essence, which was now more than half a foot lower, she commented with amusement, I just didn't expect you to consume so much earth milk essence. If everyone cultivated like you, I'm afraid this pool of underground palace's essence wouldn't withstand a few disciples' consumption and would be drained. Qinfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly, I have several spiritual beasts that consume a lot of resources, which is quite laughable to senior sister. It doesn't matter. Li Miaozhen waved her hand dismissively and said, "This place is of no use to me. It was supposed to be used by you and other disciples who are about to advance. If you consume a little more, it's not a problem. Let's go. Take me to see the junior sisters at Creation Peak." I've long heard of the confusing Godflower's reputation. I would have never thought I'd actually have a chance to see such a rare treasure. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 158. The Unrestrained Li Miaozhen. Qin Feng, of course, had no objections and quickly nodded in agreement. Li Miaozhen once again set up a prohibition spell, sealing the leakage of spiritual energy from the earth milk essence. As long as no one entered the cave, it would be impossible to detect what was inside. Those cultivators who entered the secret realm to hunt for treasures usually headed to places abundant in spiritual energy, searching for treasures. This place, sealed and hidden by rocks, was unlikely to be discovered. This location was quite far from the forest. Although Qin Feng's spiritual vulture's condition had almost healed, its flight speed couldn't compare to Li Miaozhen's white tiger. She was impatient to fly so slowly. Otherwise, it would probably be past midnight when they arrived. Thus, Qin Feng had the fortune to ride on Senior Sister's white tiger once again. The white tiger raced through the wind, its escape technique incredibly fast, and not long after nightfall, it entered the forest. Before they even got close to the hiding spot of Enruhui and the others, they sensed a fluctuation of spiritual power coming from ahead. Both their expressions changed. Not good. Senior Sister Enruhui and the others must be in trouble. Qin Feng felt a surge of urgency. The spiritual power is coming from the direction where they're hiding. Without another word, Li Miaozhen slapped the back of the white tiger, prompting it to generate a burst of wind from its paws, increasing its speed by 50% as it flew toward the source of the spiritual power wave. As they drew nearer, they could hear the roars of beasts and intense sounds of battle coming from ahead. Li Miaozhen, originally sitting on the white tiger, suddenly stood up, her feet lightly touching its head as she gazed into the distance toward the battleground 1,000 meters away. There, two towering figures, each over 10 feet tall, were fighting with Enruhui and her companions. The two men looked strikingly similar, as if cast from the same mold, their faces bearing a similar haughtiness. The only difference was the weapons in their hands. One wielded a thick wolf fang club, and the other wielded two shaking mountain maces, both employing heavy weapons that carried the distinctive aura of the giant spirit sect body, refining cultivators. They were extremely powerful, and each movement they made was immensely forceful, pushing back several spiritual beasts before them and forcing Enruhui and the others to keep their distance, only able to harass from afar with spells. However, their spells were hardly a threat to the two men, especially for Qin Shi and Wen Qing'er. Their magical attacks were like nothing more than tickles unless they targeted their vitals directly. The two men wouldn't even dodge. Clearly, these two had succeeded in body refinement and feared no common magical attacks. The only person who posed some threat to them was Enruhui, but unfortunately, she only had mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, while both adversaries were at the peak of foundation establishment. Even though Enruhui could cast spells very quickly, normal attacks, even if they hit, only left white marks on their robust bodies. If she used more powerful spells, the two men could easily block them with a simple raise of their weapons. Fortunately, she had a swift spiritual monkey to assist her. It scampered around the two men, occasionally scratching at their vital parts. Although their physical bodies were robust, their movements were slightly slow, unable to catch the incredibly agile spiritual monkey, providing them with a brief respite. But now it was too late for regrets. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, instantly catching on. His face twisted and changed color as if his mind had been clouded by hatred, and he pointed at Qin Feng and shouted loudly, "You little thief from the Beast-controlling Sect, I didn't expect you to enter the secret realm too." Had I known you were in there, I should have found you first and killed you to avenge my junior sister. On the opposite mountain, Qin Feng, hearing the cursing, quickly turned to look and saw Zhuo pointing and yelling at him. He furrowed his brows, not understanding what this guy was up to. But then, seeing the cultivator beside him, he immediately understood what was going on. He sighed inwardly. Unless he exposed Zhuo deeds, he was destined to carry this blame. What's going on? Qin, she asked beside him. Nothing. Qin Feng shrugged casually and said, just that I accidentally killed a disciple from Tai Mountain during my first mission. It was Zhuo junior sister. Oh. Hearing this, Qin Shi didn't ask further. She thought Qin Feng had merely killed an ordinary disciple of Tai Mountain. The sects were hostile towards each other, and private fights resulting in deaths were common. Not until a golden core cultivator stood up from the opposite sword boat did she realize something was amiss. It was a female cultivator, her expression cold as she looked at Zhuo and asked, "Is that the kid who killed Qianer? Didn't you say he was already dead? How is he still alive now?" She was Jiang Yinghong, sister of Elder Jiang Donglu of the Punishment Sword Hall and the maternal aunt of Zhuo junior sister. She had no Daoist companion and had always treated her brother's only daughter as her own child. When she heard of her niece's death, she was almost driven mad. Only when Zhuo told her he had avenged her niece did she barely suppress her rage. This time, as one of the Golden Core cultivators escorting the disciples, she originally thought it was just a routine task. However, now upon hearing that the murderer of her niece was present, she could not hold back and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Indeed, Marshal Uncle Jiang, it's him. Zhuo face was filled with sorrow and anger. It was he who took advantage of my junior sister's unpreparedness and struck with a sneak attack, killing her. In order to avenge my junior sister, I personally led a few senior brothers into the ancient battlefield and forced him into a dead end. I thought he had died there and had thus avenged my sister, but unexpectedly, he is still alive. Boo-hoo, I'm useless. I am incompetent. Not only did I fail to avenge my junior sister, I didn't even realize he had entered the secret realm. I'm truly useless. As he spoke, he began to cry and even slapped himself hard. His sad, self-reproachful demeanor easily elicited sympathy. You shouldn't be too heartbroken. It had to be said, Zhuo performance was indeed good, earning the admiration of many disciples who inwardly labeled him a lovesick man. Even Jiang Yinghong personally offered him a few comforting words. However, afterwards, this golden core sword cultivator couldn't help but unleash all her sword intent, her chilling killing intent directly targeting Qin Feng. Boy, you dared to kill my niece. You deserve to die. Sometimes a woman's rage can easily burn out of control and erupt regardless of the situation. And this elder Jiang obviously had such a temperament. At this moment, remembering her niece's obedient and lovely demeanor from childhood, waves of heartache surged through her. Thus, she released her fury, her killing intent aimed straight at Qin Feng. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 163. If you don't accept it, fight until you do. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, they might not harbor such a strong intent to kill, mainly because most cultivators cultivate for the sake of longevity. Therefore, their techniques tend to align with the heavenly Dao, resulting in a relatively gentler aura. But sword cultivators are different. Sword Dao cultivation places the utmost importance on killing and combat, with each sword cultivator's true yuan being exceedingly sharp. In order to grow, every sword cultivator must go through countless battles. Therefore, not only is their sword chi fierce, but their intent to kill far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Now, as a sword cultivator who had cultivated for hundreds of years, Jiang Yinghong was filled with rage and hatred, her intent to kill even stronger than usual. Qin Feng had only just reached foundation establishment after all, and even though they were quite far apart, he was significantly shaken by her murderous intent. If it had only been the intimidation of the murderous intent, that might have been the end of it. However, immediately after, he saw the woman raise her hand and a streak of sword light flew out, heading towards him like a fleeting gleam. Qin Feng's heart was filled with horror. Such powerful sword chi was definitely not something he could fend off. He wanted to dodge, but even though they were so far apart, he found himself unable to avoid it. It was as if he were rooted to the spot, forced to watch helplessly as the sword light advanced towards him. This was because the opponent's sword moved too fast, surpassing his body's ability to react, which created the illusion of being immobilized. Just as he thought he couldn't escape, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the tower ship. Then, he saw a splash of water-like brilliance descend about 30 feet in front of him, blocking the incoming sword light. Jiang Hong, are you seeking death? The languid voice of Lu Xianling drifted over. She slowly flew out from the tower ship, her beautiful figure revealing an extremely stunning silhouette amidst the mountain breeze, making the female disciples from various sects on several nearby peaks envy her beauty. The Grand Tai Mountain Golden Core Peak Sword Cultivator is actually attacking a junior from the Beast-controlling Sect who has just established their foundation. Tai Mountain truly lives up to its reputation as a long-established major sect, with such actions worthy of emulation by our peers. A trace of mockery appeared in her eyes before her expression turned cold. But to attack our beast-taming sect's disciple in our presence, are you trying to start a war here? Jiang Hong's figure flew out as well, retorting coldly, "He killed my niece, my elder brother's only child." "Oh, and so what?" Lu Xianling replied indifferently, "Our sects have been enemies for many years, with continuous killings among the disciples, which year hasn't resulted in casualties. If everyone acted as you are now, claiming to avenge juniors and directly attacking the younger generation of other sects, the cultivation world would have collapsed into chaos by now. If you kill a beast-taming sect disciple today, tomorrow, I would dare strike down hundreds of ordinary disciples from your Tai Mountain. Once the rules are disrupted and the higher echelons of sects can freely cut down opposing sects' younger generations, in a few years, the disciples below will likely all be dead. Do you ancient ones from Tai Mountain also plan to personally take in disciples and start teaching from the Qi refining realm?" Jiang Hong's expression changed. She knew her earlier actions were somewhat impetuous, but she now felt a mysterious flame burning deep inside her, unable to suppress the raging fury. Through clenched teeth, she said, "If that junior had fought in a fair and upfront manner, even if he had killed Qian'er, that would have been the end of it. We would have accepted it as Qian'er's lack of skill. But that boy used despicable means and a sneak attack to harm my niece. How can I allow him to live?" Even if he did use a sneak attack, so what? Lu Xianling was dismissive of Jiang Hong's words. At the time, he was only at the late stage of Qi refinement and managed with a 7th layer Qi cultivation to ambush and kill a Tai Mountain Foundation establishment sword cultivator. That takes skill. If you're capable, why don't you train a Qi refining realm disciple to sneak attack a beast-taming sect foundation establishment cultivator? The grievances between juniors can simply be resolved by having a few disciples take action. To personally attack like you did today, it seems like you are the one seeking death. If there's a next time, I will take your life. Don't speak such big words. Jiang Hong was a proud person at heart. You've only cultivated for a few years, a mere junior, and you think you can kill me? Even your senior brother, Xiao Jiu, couldn't kill me all those years ago, and now you dare to boast as well. Ha! Lu Xianling scoffed coldly. It was one thing when your strength matched my senior brother's back then, but now my senior brother has established his purple mansion and formed his nascent soul. And you? You've lived all these years in vain, still stuck in the golden core realm, and you still dare to compare yourself to my senior brother. How preposterous. You, Jiang Hong, having her shortcoming pointed out, was furious, with a hint of flame flickering in her eyes as she glared unrelentingly at Lu Xianling. What's wrong? You can't accept it? Lu Xianling's eyes narrowed. Since you can't accept it, I will beat you until you do. With those words, she flipped her palm, actually striking directly, sending a moon-white spirit light towards the other party. She had never been one to have much patience, and had already grown somewhat tired of talking with the other woman. Since Jiang Yinghong dared to defy her, they might as well have it out and beat her into submission. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiang Yinghong's anger surged, and with a swoosh, her flying sword lashed out, blocking the spirit light from Lu Xianling. Her flying sword then spun, cleaving towards Lu Xianling with a sharp sword light. Lu Xuanling's sleeve fluttered, and a long silk flew out, wrapping around the oncoming flying sword like a spiritual snake. That long silk of hers was made of no ordinary material, flexible yet tough, faintly gleaming with spirit light. Jiang Yinghong's flying sword felt an odd resistance when it struck, powerless and ineffective. But once it was tangled by her long silk, it would take some effort to break free. Jiang Yinghong was taken aback. It was fortunate that her flying sword moved at her will. Otherwise, were it any other golden core cultivator facing Lu Xianling, they would have had a hard time escaping the binding of this long silk. Lu Xuanling's long silk grew longer and longer, seemingly endless. She had already released it for several hundred feet. With a slight flick of her wrist, the long silk spread in circles in the void, stirring up space like a giant vortex, trapping Jiang Yinghong's flying sword within it. You really think you've got me pinned down? Jiang Yinghong's expression was ice-cold as she shouted angrily, "Fiery fire, Red Lotus! Burn away all in existence! Red Lotus sword technique! Slash!
Slash.
Slash!" As her voice fell, the flying sword that had been trapped in the vortex of long silk suddenly transformed. Flames several zhong high surged upon the sword blade, and then the sword spun, slicing through illusion after illusion, like a blooming lotus of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fire lotus blossomed, and thousands upon thousands of flames sword chi sliced in all directions, actually disrupting the vortex created by the long silk. Then, like a downpour, the sword chi rained down towards Lu Xianling. Inside the sword boat, Bieli let out a gentle sigh. Jiang Yinghong is as fiery as a blaze, and her cultivation of the fiery fire Red Lotus sword originally complemented her well. It's a pity that her heart was trapped by love in her early years, stuck at the Golden Core Peak for 200 years without any progress. Over the years, she's been frequently scorched by her inner fire, her Taoist heart unstable. If this continues, I fear she may encounter problems. Indeed. Another female elder by her side also felt some emotion, back when she and Jiang Donglu, the siblings, were at Foundation Establishment Realm. They had already made quite a name for themselves. Later on, they both achieved Golden Core, and for a time, no one could match them. I wasn't her equal back then, but who knew she would fall so deeply in love and be unable to extricate herself? Otherwise, with her talent, she would not have languished at the Golden Core realm. Should we ask her to stop? A white-haired old man with a calm disposition spoke. After all, it was Jiang Yinghong who first broke the rules. If Lu Xianling gets injured, the Beast-taming Sect certainly won't let it go easily, and this could trigger a great battle right here. Let them fight then. Are we afraid of them? Sword cultivators from Tai Mountain rarely shied away from battle. Upon hearing what the elder had said, they immediately expressed their discontent. The Beast-taming Sect just relies on their spiritual beasts to show off. Without those beasts, relying solely on their own cultivation, they're not worthy of being enemies with our Tai Mountain. There's no need to belittle your opponents, because that only serves to lower your own status. The old man said indifferently, Should it come to fighting, I certainly wouldn't fear the Beast-taming Sect, but now is not the time to act. Wait until the next time the Secret Realm opens. In the battle for the Heavenly Pool Secret Realm, you'll find it hard not to fight even if you don't want to. All right. Bieli waved his hand. Since Jiang Yinghong wants to fight, let her have a bout with Lu Xianling. With Luo Zhanqing around, Lu Xianling won't die so easily. The elder shook his head. I'm just afraid that once Luo Zhanqing makes a move, things won't end well. Once that fellow goes berserk, he doesn't care about the consequences. Escalating things now won't benefit us. Heh, who told you Lu Xianling will definitely lose? She hasn't even used her life-bound spiritual beast yet. On the tower ship of the Beast-taming Sect, Luo Zhanqing was listening to his disciple's account of her experiences in the secret realm while watching the duel between Lu Xianling and Jiang Yinghong from afar. When he heard Li Miaozhen speak about the guiding array, a look of surprise couldn't help but show on his face. I didn't expect Tai Mountain to have found something like this. It's a good thing they didn't succeed in claiming it, otherwise, we might have had to start a major sect war ahead of time. Beside him, Elder Mo. Li asked, "What should we do now? Just let junior sister Lu keep fighting with Jiang Yinghong? If junior sister Lu happens to kill her, the people from Tai Mountain probably won't just let it go." Jiang Yinghong broke the rules herself. If she gets killed, she deserves it. If those from Tai Mountain dare to spout nonsense, I'll cleave them with my saber. As he spoke, he reached out to grab something from Li Miaozhen, but he caught nothing and was momentarily stunned. Where's my saber? Cough. Li Miaozhen coughed lightly and said, "Master, I left your saber in the Heavenly Pool secret realm."
What?
Luo Zhanqing's eyes widened. "You damn girl, why would you throw my saber into the Heavenly Pool secret realm? Could it be that among the disciples from the various factions that entered, someone was actually a threat to your life, forcing you to abandon your saber and flee?" "No, Master, I didn't have the chance to finish explaining earlier before you interrupted me. Speak. If you can't give me a good reason, I'll throw you into the 100,000 mountains to struggle for survival for 3 years." Luo Zhanqing was nearly driven mad with anger. The white tiger saber was his most cherished weapon, absolutely irreplaceable. Had it not been for his concern for his disciple's safety, he would have been reluctant to even lend the saber to her. And now, what had happened was that the wretched girl actually left his white tiger saber in the Heavenly Pool secret realm, which could put him at a disadvantage in a possible showdown with Yin Bieli, should he lack his weapon. Li Miaozhen hurriedly pleaded, "Please calm your anger, Master." It was like this. At that time, Qin Feng slashed to death the Tai Mountain disciple who aimed to destroy the guiding array and convinced Zhuo Fifan to help us set up the array properly. So then, I left your white tiger saber within the guiding array. With your cultivation, you should be able to sense the location of the white tiger saber, and later on, you can use the guiding array to summon yourself over. Then you can also rearrange your methods and transport our supreme elders from the Beast-taming Sect into the underground space beneath the Heavenly Pool Cave Heaven. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Zhanqing stood up with a whoosh, his large and mighty frame reminiscent of a giant bear, his eyes gleaming as he looked at his disciple. "Are you saying the guiding array is perfectly intact?" "That's right." Li Miaozhen nodded her head. Luo Zhanqing twitched the corners of his mouth and suddenly burst into laughter. This time, his laughter did not escape the cabin, as he had cast a spell to seal it off. Very good, truly my excellent disciple." Luo Zhanqing raised his huge palm and patted Li Miaozhen's shoulder, nearly knocking her to the ground. The other 8 elders of the Purple Mansion realm were also shocked and delighted, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. Luo Zhanqing paced back and forth in the cabin for a few steps, finally calming his excited emotions. He took a deep breath and sat back down, asking, "And just who is Qin Feng?" All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 164 Heavenly Snake Swallowing the Moon Ice, Soul Divine Light. Li Miaozhen shrugged and said, "Just the one Tai Mountain's Jiang Yinghong wants dead." "Oh, him." Luo Zhanqing chuckled and said, "According to Lu Xianling, that kid was able to ambush and kill Jiang Donglio's Foundation establishment daughter, even while he was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Not bad. He has prospects." Killing a Foundation establishment disciple is nothing special. The key is he also said that Zhuo helped us set up the guiding array properly. Li Miaozhen said, Master knows me. I have no understanding of the array Dao. Even if I took the array map, I wouldn't know how to set it up. Luo Zhanqing nodded. The array Dao is deep and mysterious. There aren't many among the young generation who are proficient in the array Dao, and even fewer can set up the guiding array. Zhuo really did us a big favor this time. If we really manage to take the Heavenly Pool Cave Heaven into our beast-taming sect in the future, we'll have to properly thank him. Indeed, we should thank him well. Li Miaozhen giggled, but we don't need to give him any treasures or cultivation resources. Luo Zhanqing was puzzled. How so? Could it be that this young friend comes from a renowned family, so wealthy that he wouldn't care about the treasures of our beast-taming sect? That's not it. Li Miaozhen shook her head, pointing to the tear-streaked young man on the Tai Mountain sword boat opposite them, who still wore an expression of deep sorrow and grief, and said, That one there, that's Zhuo. He's the one who helped you with the array, that Zhuo? What's with the Tai Mountain disciples? Now Luo Zhanqing and the others were confused. That's right, it's him. Li Miaozhen was candid and forthright, unable to take credit for someone else's achievements. She straightforwardly said, Junior brother Qin must have had something on him. When I captured him initially, I wanted to squeeze some information out of him. At first, the kid was all defiant, ready to die rather than yield. But then junior brother Qin stepped in, and within a few words, he talked him round, agreeing to cooperate with us. She thereafter explained the entire sequence of events in detail, and in the end, she credited Qin Feng for his achievements, saying, If not for junior brother Qin, even if the guiding array hadn't been destroyed by the Tai Mountain disciples, we would not have been able to set up the Great Array. Junior brother Qin's contribution has been outstanding, and he should be handsomely rewarded. However, he killed Jiang Donglio's daughter of the Tai Mountain Punishment Sword Hall. Jiang Donglu will certainly not let him go. Master, you can't ignore this. Luo Zhanqing and several other elders exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh towards Mo Li. Your spiritual snake lineage has produced a fine seedling indeed, having accomplished such a great feat. Haha, let's put aside the matter of Heavenly Pool Cave Heaven for now. The fact that the boy managed to persuade a Tai Mountain disciple to be an inside agent, and if things go as planned, that Zhuo might indeed become part of the high echelon of Tai Mountain in 100 years or so. Another elder chuckled. Good, very good. Well done. Haha. Niece Miaozhen, rest assured, the matter of him killing Jiang Donglio's daughter will be shouldered by the sect. If Jiang Yinghong and Jiang Donglu still wish to cause him trouble, then we'll just do away with them. Qin Feng has made significant contributions to the sect, and we can't allow him to be bullied by those from Tai Mountain. An elder asked, Should we mention to Lu Xianling about taking out Jiang Yinghong? Hee, there's no need for you to say anything. Elder Mo Li laughed. Knowing junior sister Lu as I do, if there's an opportunity, she'll certainly show no mercy. Although Jiang Yinghong's cultivation isn't bad, she's gone astray in her cultivation. I'm also familiar with Tai Mountain's fiery fire red lotus sword. While the sword technique is powerful, it has some risks. Her inability to break through her cultivation and advance to Purple Mansion for so many years must have been due to the influence of heart fire. That's why she's so easily provoked. Junior sister Lu has a talent for fighting duels, and if there's no accident, she's sure to win this one. Luo Zhanqing nodded in approval. Miss Lu indeed has a firm grasp on the opportune moments in battle. While the elders were discussing among themselves, the battle between Lu Xianling and Jiang Yinghong was growing more intense outside. As Jiang Yinghong's fiery fire red lotus sword energy grew fiercer, Lu Xianling felt the pressure and, in a flash, merged with her life-bound spiritual snake, transforming into a figure with the tail of a snake. Aside from a crystal diamond-shaped scale on her forehead, there were no other changes to her upper body, but from her waist down, it transformed directly into a snake's tail, long and nimble, extending a good several zhang. At the same time, She sacrificed a treasure bead the size of a bowl, which hovered above her head, shining bright and radiant, flickering with a soft glow that from afar looked like soothing moonlight. However, Jiang Hong, who was engaged in combat with her, did not underestimate her. On the contrary, she was extremely cautious, because the light from that treasure bead made her feel an enormous threat. Ice Soul Divine Light? She quickly recognized what it was. Some tens of years ago, an Ice Soul Divine Pearl appeared in the Guanghan Secret Realm. Many high-level cultivators from all parties went to fight for it. I hadn't expected it to end up in your hands. Jiang Hong's face was cold as the will to kill surged within her. Due to a mishap in her cultivation, she would often suffer from the agony of her heart being scorched by fire. Thus, she required a pure treasure to assist her cultivation. Otherwise, she feared she might never have a chance to advance beyond the Purple Mansion. Unfortunately, though there were many attribute treasures, most of them were not pure enough in Qi to be suitable for her use, leaving very few options available. So when she heard news of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl emerging in the Guanghan Secret Realm years ago, she had also gone to vie for it, only to come away without even seeing its shadow. Unexpectedly, it now appeared in the hands of Lu Xianling. Lu Xianling had likely just attained her golden core back then, yet she had such good fortune to gain the recognition of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Jealousy rose within her, compounded by her irritable and volatile nature from enduring the pain of the heart's fire for many years. Upon seeing the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, an uncontrollable greed surged within her. She wanted to snatch the Ice Soul Divine Pearl to neutralize the fiery qi within her body. Only such a pure treasure could help her ascend to the Purple Mansion. Otherwise, if things continued as they were, even if she weren't burned to death by the heart's fire, her lifespan would gradually wither away. As for the consequences of taking the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, she did not care. The Beast-controlling Sect was already the sworn enemy of her Tai Mountain. What would matter if she took a treasure, or even if Lu Xianling were killed? As long as she advanced to the Purple Mansion, why should she fear the Beast-controlling Sect's retaliation? With this thought, her sword qi grew even more fierce, each strike targeting Lu Xianling's vital points, as if she wanted to slay her on the spot. She wanted to throw Lu Xianling into disarray, making her lose focus so that she could find the opportunity to snatch the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Unfortunately, she had overestimated herself and underestimated Lu Xianling's abilities. After merging with her life-bound spiritual snake, Lu Xianling's combat power had soared. Her true yuan was more robust than that of Jiang Hong, who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Not to mention her own divine skills, the Ice Soul Divine Light alone emitted by the Ice Soul Divine Pearl above her head was enough to counter Jiang Hong's Red Lotus sword energy, and she had other methods at her disposal as well. As the Ice Soul Divine Pearl spun and scattered numerous beams of divine light, it not only resisted Jiang Hong's fiery Red Lotus sword energy, but also sent out extremely cold beams that could freeze everything, aiming at Jiang Hong and forcing her to dodge quickly. Seeing that she could not continue like this, Jiang Hong steeled her heart and suddenly merged with her sword. She became enveloped in a blazing lotus flower, charging straight at Lu Xianling. She planned to engage in close combat and snatch Lu Xianling's Ice Soul Divine Pearl in the instant she inflicted a severe injury. The disciples of various sects watching from afar on the surrounding peaks were startled to see this. Thinking of this, he turned and left the medicinal fields, planning to go to the scripture pavilion to see if he could find similar spiritual medicines, so he could determine the medicinal properties. Master. Outside the seemingly simple courtyard, Lu Xianling had just touched the ground when she immediately dashed into the building. Upon seeing her master, she exclaimed with great joy, "Master, you've finally returned. Was your trip smooth? Did you encounter any danger?" Ning Wuxiu chuckled as he stroked his beard and said to his senior disciple sitting across from him, "Look at this girl. She actually cares about her master. Not bad. She's much more sensible than when she was a child." His senior disciple, Xiao Jiu, smiled and nodded slightly. Junior sister has always been clever and sensible. Haha, you've also learned how to talk nonsense. Ning Wuxiu laughed heartily. Clever and sensible. Since when could those words be used to describe this girl? Lu Xianling, not at all bothered by her master's teasing, asked with sparkling eyes, "Seeing master so happy, does it mean that you've already obtained the heavenly connecting lotus?" Indeed. Ning Wuxiu smiled and said, "That resentful spirit in the lake was truly formidable. The heart sword of Tai Mountain took it upon himself to deal with it, yet still, after losing 2 purple mansion sword cultivators, they barely managed to slay that spirit. In the process, Heart Sword also got a death blow from the resentful spirit, entangling curse upon his primordial spirit. Without 100 years of arduous cultivation, he probably won't be able to rid himself of such a powerful curse." After they claimed victory, they didn't even have a chance to pick the lotus, as several formidable demon beasts emerged from the depths of the ancient battlefield. They severely injured Heart Sword in one fell swoop, and amid the chaos, the whereabouts of the heavenly connecting lotus became unknown. Lu Xianling blinked her eyes. "So master didn't have to reveal yourself to snatch the treasure." After thinking for a while, she asked again, "Why didn't master take the opportunity to slay Heart Sword?" "It's not easy to kill." Ning Wuxiu shook his head. "Heart Sword's cultivation is not much weaker than mine. If it came to a life and death struggle, even if I could kill him, I too would sustain severe injuries. Getting injured at this juncture is not a good thing. Therefore, I didn't show myself. I just let a few spiritual beasts create a ruckus. You should not be dissatisfied. To obtain the heavenly connecting lotus so effortlessly is already a huge advantage." Saying this, he took a jade box from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Xianling. "This is the heavenly connecting lotus. Unfortunately, the Dao principle nurtured within it is fixed and not suitable for alchemy. Even if its potency wouldn't be diminished, once the power of laws disperses into multiple elixir pills, it would only reduce the effect of the inherent Dao principle. Take this and refine it directly, as enjoying it alone could actually help you build a better foundation. However, you must be cautious. After advancing to the Purple Mansion realm, you must promptly comprehend your own Dao, and then absorb and refine the Dao principle power. Never rely on the laws of the heavenly connecting lotus as your primary cultivation direction. It is, after all, an external object and should only serve as a catalyst for perceiving the Dao, not as the foundation of your Dao." "Yes, master." The disciple understands. Lu Xianling took the jade box, a flicker of spirit light shimmering over her fingers. She opened the prohibition on the jade box. Just a glimpse of the rich Dao rhythm of the heavenly connecting lotus inside, and she couldn't help but feel elated. As long as you understand your limits, that's fine." Ning Wuxiu nodded approvingly and continued, "Besides this lotus, I've also gathered several sky-reaching lotus leaves. It's inadvisable to entrust such items to outsiders for refining, or else I'd inevitably end up sharing 1 or 2 of them, not to mention revealing some of our cards. I plan to put in more effort and refine these leaves into death replacement talismans. Although I am far from being as proficient in talisman making as those masters, actually, making death replacement talismans isn't overly difficult. The challenge lies in finding the materials to craft them. Now that we have the sky-reaching lotus leaves, it's sufficient to make several talismans. Once I succeed, each of you will receive one, to be carefully nurtured, and at a critical moment, it could die in your place." "You've gone through all this trouble, master." Both disciples hastily said. "It's nothing." Ning Wuxiu waved his hand. "With a great calamity approaching, it's better to prepare more. All 3 of you are my disciples, and of course, I don't wish for anything to happen to you. But even with death replacement talismans, do not seek trouble yourself. Should you encounter an unbeatable opponent, if you can escape, then escape. Otherwise, if you fell into their hands, even 100 lives wouldn't save you from death." He then looked at Lu Xianling and said, "Cultivate well, and try to advance to the Purple Mansion as soon as possible, so I won't have to worry so much." "Yes, master. I will go into seclusion now." After speaking, Lu Xianling got up, holding the jade box, and immediately left. Ning Wuxiu wasn't concerned. His young disciple had always been like this. He had just picked up a cup of tea, preparing to take a sip when he suddenly saw Lu Xianling hurriedly returning after just leaving. "By the way, Master, I forgot to tell you something. This time, a disciple from Spiritual Snake Peak, Qin Feng, has made significant contributions. For the details, you should ask Elder Luo Zhanqing. It's a matter of importance. He has issued a gag order, and I dare not spread it." Lu Xianling did not wish to touch on taboos, even in front of her own master, for fear of trouble if those fierce people found out. After thinking a bit more, she added, "I was planning to explain the tricks of the Foundation establishment realm to that youngster in a couple of days, but now I'm going into seclusion and won't have time for him. Maybe senior brother or second senior brother could teach him." Ning Wuxiu nodded. "All right, I am informed. Just focus on your seclusion. However, advancing to the Purple Mansion is extraordinary. Don't overexert yourself. It's best to calm your heart first before refining the heavenly connecting lotus to avoid accidents." "Rest assured, Master. I know what to do." Lu Xianling finished speaking and ran off again. With the support of the heavenly connecting lotus, she was certain to succeed in her cultivation during this seclusion and reach the Purple Mansion realm. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 168. Return to the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. Qin Feng, guided attentively by a deacon room disciple, arrived at a courtyard situated halfway up the mountain. The scenery here was beautiful, filled with abundant spiritual energy. In the courtyard grew a centuries-old osmanthus tree, and behind it, a lush and vibrant forest thrived. Because the disciples of Spiritual Snake Peak rarely cut down these trees, many of them were ancient, and not even several people together could embrace their trunks. Occasionally, massive snakes as thick as water buckets could be seen on those ancient trees, belonging perhaps to some disciple who had let their spiritual beast wander. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Feng felt even more satisfied. Though it was not segmented like the estates back at his old home, living here alone without the need for servants meant there was no reason for it to be built like an estate. Besides, with only the status of a Foundation establishment disciple, he did not qualify to have the sect construct an estate for him. Each room here possessed its unique prohibition, divided into a qi refining room, alchemy room, artifact refining room, and storage room, among others, built for the convenience of disciples skilled in these arts, saving them the expense of constructing their own. Of course, most disciples would not need these, as very few outer disciples could master multiple crafts. In the numerous arts of cultivation, each was profound and required substantial concentration and spirit investment to achieve any significant success. Ordinary outer disciples, busy with various tasks daily, could hardly spare the energy to engage in alchemy or artifact refining, nor were they inclined to make time for it. Even if some disciples wished to explore alchemy or artifact refining, their cultivation paths did not suit such endeavors. Having a life-bound spiritual beast could enhance their combat power, but it also fixed their cultivation path. Except for those who found the rare fire element spiritual snakes and could cultivate spiritual fire to refine various elixirs and magical artifacts, the average disciple's cultivation path was not suitable for these tasks. As for studying spirit talismans, that required a large amount of materials for a successful creation, which ordinary disciples could rarely afford. Array methods, favored by the brilliantly ingenious, caused headaches for ordinary disciples who found such complex arrays utterly bewildering. Fortunately, many tasks within the various peaks of the outer sect involved other kinds of cultivation arts, whether rearing spiritual beasts, cultivating various spiritual fruits and medicines, or even like Heavenly Silkworm Peak, focusing on raising silkworms and weaving robes, refining silken magical artifacts. These too were part of the arts of cultivation. just not as esteemed as elixirs and talisman arrays. After a thorough inspection of the courtyard with the deacon disciple, Qin Feng finally nodded in satisfaction and decided to choose this place as his cultivation site. The deacon disciple also secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had been at spiritual Snake Peak for over 100 years and was well informed, knowing that Qin Feng had just returned from the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. Disciples chosen by the Peak Master for the Heavenly Pool's secret realm were definitely intended to be nurtured carefully and had a chance to be taken into the inner sect. Although Qin Feng had just entered the sect 2 years ago, he had already successfully established his foundation. Barring any mishaps, he was sure to be taken into the inner sect. Even if he was defeated at this year's outer disciple competition, he still had 8 years to strengthen, and it was only a matter of time before he joined the inner sect. For such a disciple with a promising future, who was almost certain to be taken into the inner sect, the deacon disciple was eager to ingratiate himself, and of course would not offend him by personally accompanying Qin Feng to select a cultivation site. This courtyard was currently the best vacant one in spiritual Snake Peak. If Qin Feng was not satisfied with it, the deacon would indeed be in a difficult position. After all, he couldn't expect those in the late stages of foundation establishment to vacate a better place for him, as that would surely offend people. After seeing off the deacon disciple, Qin Feng directly refined the prohibition arrays in the courtyard, and then he comfortably exhaled. He remembered envying those disciples who lived in the independent courtyards halfway up the mountain on a spirit vein when he first joined spiritual Snake Peak. Those places seemed much better than the small cottages where the numerous Qi refining realm disciples like him lived at the mountain base. Now, within just 2 short years, he had also obtained his own cultivation site halfway up the mountain, which made him feel very fortunate. The deacon disciple had mentioned during the introduction that there was a branch of a spirit vein beneath this courtyard, so the spiritual energy here was better than in most other courtyards. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this, although the branch was somewhat slender. Here there were no outsiders competing for spiritual energy with him, unlike his family that had a small independent spirit vein, but had to share it among hundreds of clan members for cultivation. Now Qin Feng realized why the cultivation speed of his clan members was so slow. A single small spirit vein not only had to supply the spiritual field yields, but also support the cultivation of so many clan members. No wonder the clan's cultivators couldn't advance quickly. Having resettled his home, Qin Feng immediately sent a message bird to notify Qin Shi and Qining to gather at his place the next day. In reality, there wasn't much to meet about with Qin Shi, since they had just separated from the tower ship. This gathering was mainly for Qining, to provide a support for the younger generation of his family when they first arrived at the sect. Qining had stayed in the sect for over 20 years. For a Qi refining realm cultivator, that was not a short time. Now nearly 60, although he still looked middle-aged, his mindset had aged. He was tired and, having lost the confidence to reach foundation establishment, was determined to retire peacefully back to the family. Qin Feng understood this, as not every cultivator could reach a great height in their cultivation. Cultivation was like thousands of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. More than 99% of cultivators would fall on this path, and only a few with profound fate could aspire to the immortal Dao and achieve longevity. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment realm, Qin Feng no longer needed the care of his elder, Uncle Ing, so he let him return early to the clan to retire. The next day, early in the morning, upon receiving the news, Uncle Ing came excitedly to Qin Feng's courtyard. When they confirmed that their nephew had indeed succeeded in his foundation establishment, they immediately burst into joyous laughter. For a small family like the Qin family, a foundation establishment cultivator was already considered a main pillar of the family. If Qin Shi could also succeed in foundation establishment in a few more years, the family wouldn't have to worry about their lineage discontinuing for the next 100 or 200 years. After Qin Shi also arrived, the 2 juniors accompanied their clan uncle in a hearty conversation, listening to the elderly man's continuous chatter. As they were leaving, Qining, feeling sentimental, said, "Seeing you 2 succeeding puts my mind at ease. You are different from me. I am old now and prefer stability, but you young people always think about venturing into the world to acquire more cultivation resources. I haven't achieved much myself, so I won't advise you further, but just be extra careful in everything you do. Don't be too reckless, as many of our fellow sect members die each year due to various dangers. You are still young and inexperienced, so it's even more important to prioritize safety. In a moment, when I return to Spiritual Vulture Peak, I'll apply at the Deacon Room to leave the mountain gate and return to the family. You should continue to cultivate diligently in the sect and strive to progress further. Rest assured, Uncleing, we will work hard. The two of them naturally agreed wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Qin Ing officially left the mountain gate, joining a merchant convoy of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion heading towards Chu Kingdom, embarking on the journey back to his family. Qin Feng and Qin Shi discussed and decided to send some cultivation resources with Qin Ing back to the family. Their recent expedition into the Heavenly Pool's secret realm had been extremely fruitful, and it was time to give back to their family. However, they didn't send too much, not out of stinginess, but out of concern. Qin Ing himself was only a qi refinement cultivator, so they dared not entrust him with too many resources, fearing it might bring him lethal troubles. After all, in the cultivation world, there were mysterious techniques that could detect whether someone possessed treasures. Some could sense others' storage magical treasures, some could probe for spiritual mechanisms, and some secret techniques could even deduce the presence of treasures based on a person's qi fortune. Qin Ing was too weak in cultivation, and they dared not let him carry too much. They decided that they would leave more for the family when they themselves had achieved more and visited the family in the future. After sending off their clan uncle, Qin Feng thought for a while and decided to visit the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. He was not skilled in artifact refining or alchemy, so keeping those spiritual medicines and spiritual objects wasn't very useful to him. It would be better to exchange them for spirit stones. If he had enough spirit stones, he wanted to merge with his life-bound spiritual beast to develop stronger divine skills. He flew directly to 10,000 Demons Pavilion's managing steward, whom he met before, a familiar Foundation establishment manager named Zhou. Since it hadn't been too long since their last transaction, Steward Zhou still remembered Qin Feng vividly. Seeing him now at the Foundation establishment realm, he was greatly surprised, congratulating him repeatedly. Junior brother Qin truly possesses exceptional talents. It's a delight to see you achieving Foundation establishment so quickly. Senior brother Zhou flatters me. Qin Feng smiled slightly, raising his hand in a gesture of respect. Junior brother, have you brought some treasures for sale to the 10,000 Demons Pavilion again? Indeed. Qin Feng nodded and replied, thanks to the generous favor of our peak master, he sent me to the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. The trip was greatly rewarding. No sooner had I come out than I came directly here, hoping senior brother could help me appraise them. Oh. Steward Zhou felt intrigued, knowing Qin Feng had just come from the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. With that said, it was certain he would have many rare items on him. With this thought, he smiled even more sincerely. The Heavenly Pool's secret realm is a treasure trove indeed. Since junior brother claimed a bountiful haul, it must be substantial. Let's see what you have brought. Qin Feng gave a slight smile and then reached out to retrieve several storage bags. The spiritual objects were organized in different storage bags for easy examination. Once he had taken all the spiritual objects out, even Steward Zhou, prepared as he was still taken aback. So many. He never expected that Qin Feng, a disciple who had just advanced to Foundation establishment, could secure so much from the secret realm. It seemed this young junior brother's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Qin Feng said, please help me estimate the value, senior brother. I've just established my foundation and need spirit stones to nurture my spiritual beast. Please offer me a good price. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 169. First entry into the inner sect. Sure thing, sure thing. Steward Zhou suppressed the joy in his heart and hastily agreed. It would definitely be of great benefit to him to close such a large deal, as it would not only earn him the appreciation of the elders in the pavilion but also ensure a substantial reward at the end of the year. Steward Zhou steadied his spirit and reached to pick up a several hundred-year-old jade ginseng, observing it for a few moments. Seeing the whole ginseng brimming with spiritual energy and the rich medicinal fragrance, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With each spiritual object he inspected, he would state its uses and approximate price. This was the special expertise of managers like him. These managers of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion might not have strong cultivation or outstanding combat power, but the eye for detail and experience they honed from years of handling various spiritual objects was truly extraordinary. Ultimately, when he tallied the prices of all the items, the total value came to 328,000 spirit stones, which was slightly higher than what Qin Feng had estimated himself. Steward Zhou was in an excellent mood and said to Qin Feng, "Since junior brother Qin is from our own sect, I won't haggle with you. I'll round up the total for these items to 330,000 spirit stones. How about it?" Qin Feng nodded. "All right, we'll go with the price brother has said." He knew that the sect's enterprises actually took care of their own disciples to a great extent, so he didn't bargain and agreed immediately. "Brother is straightforward." Steward Zhou complimented with a smile, then personally went to see the Grand Manager to finalize the transaction. After all, such a large sum of spirit stones was not something a Foundation establishment manager could decide on alone. It had to be approved by the elders in the pavilion before it could be drawn from the treasury. After he got the 330,000 spirit stones and handed them over to Qin Feng, only then did he have people come into sort and send the spiritual objects to their respective storerooms. If you have more good items in the future, feel free to come to 10,000 Demons Pavilion and look for me. I'll make sure you get a satisfactory price, Steward Zhou earnestly said to Qin Feng before leaving. After all, such a major client was rare. Usually, only influential powers could engage in such large transactions, and those powers would be personally received by higher-level Grand Managers and Elders from the pavilion. Ordinary managers like themselves could only attend to common cultivators. And among the common cultivators, few would throw around as much as Qin Feng did. Qin Feng responded with a smile. "Thanks to senior brother Zhou's care, if I do come across any treasures in the future, I'll surely trouble brother again." Of course, this was just a polite remark. Even Steward Zhou himself didn't believe that Qin Feng would have the chance to acquire such an abundance of spiritual objects again in a short time, since there weren't that many secret realms for him to explore. However, Steward Zhou was still overjoyed. If not now, that didn't mean it would be the same in the future. Perhaps there would come a day when Qin Feng would again bring in a large quantity of spiritual objects. If he was able to conduct several more transactions like this one, he would certainly be promoted to a higher position within the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. Qin Feng left the 10,000 Demons Pavilion satisfied, with the spirit stones in hand. Initially, his first thought upon obtaining the spirit stones was to buy a top-level bloodline spiritual beast for fusion to enhance his own spiritual beast's strengths, but now he hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy, but that it was somewhat difficult to choose between the swallowing sky toad and the Rui golden snake on which to cultivate first. Logically, he should choose the Rui golden snake first, since it was his life-bound spiritual beast. But the swallowing sky toad, being his first spiritual beast, and having been with him for the longest time, also held a significant place in his heart. The swallowing sky toad had consumed many treasures in the secret realm, including the bodies of various demon beasts along with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If it had not yet advanced to Foundation establishment, it was because it had too much to digest recently, and it was still processing everything. Once all the items in its belly were converted to energy in a few days, it would certainly advance to Foundation establishment. Once the swallowing sky toad broke through in Cultivation realm, its strength would surely rise significantly, and it wouldn't remain in the ambiguous position it held in the secret realm, where it hadn't been of much use. And if it was to fuse with the divine skills of other spiritual toads, its combat power would surely soar. As for the spells like water control and the cold ice arrow, their power was average, hardly matching its reputation. However, if he helped the swallowing sky toad to fuse, then the Rui golden snake would be postponed. After all, top-level bloodline spiritual beasts were expensive. Although his gains in the Heavenly Pool secret realm were not small, they weren't enough to buy 2 top-level bloodline spiritual beasts. Frowning, Qin Feng thought long and hard but couldn't decide. Eventually, he shook his head, resigned. The swallowing sky toad still needed a few more days to advance, so there was no need to rush. He decided to return to the spiritual snake peak to think it over and make a decision after the swallowing sky toad had advanced. Even if he wanted to fuse top-level bloodline into the swallowing sky toad, it would have to reach a comparable cultivation realm first. Otherwise, what if the fusion failed and the toad burst as a result? Lu Xianling had also told him that he would explain the foundation establishment technique to him in a few days, so now he needed to properly sort out his own cultivation path. He had no plans to leave the mountain gate in the near future, and wasn't in a hurry to fuse bloodlines or improve combat power for his spiritual beasts. However, he found it strange that several days had passed and Lu Xianling had not come to find him. He wondered what the Peak Master was busy with. While Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled by this, he wasn't particularly concerned. Since a Golden Core Elder would come to the preaching pavilion to preach every month, he could just ask for guidance then. He had only just achieved foundation establishment, and even the true yuan in his dantian wasn't fully accumulated yet, so his current cultivation was mainly about accumulating true yuan. On this day, Qin Feng was meditating and refining qi when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Qin Feng slowly ceased his cultivation, wondering who could be seeking him out at this time. Releasing his divine sense to probe outside the courtyard, he saw a slightly plump young cultivator standing at the door. The cultivator seemed to sense Qin Feng's divine sense probing and responded with a slight smile visible to the sense, displaying a radiant smile. Qin Feng, I am Xiao Jiu, an inner sect disciple. I've been instructed by my teacher to summon you to meet with the inner sect. Inner sect disciple? Qin Feng was taken aback and, not daring to be negligent, quickly got up, opened the courtyard door, and greeted the plump cultivator with a slight bow. Please come in, senior brother. May I inquire which elder is your teacher, and what matter brings you to me? Xiao Jiu gave a light laugh. I am the second senior brother to your Peak Master. Thus, my master is also your Peak Master's master. This revelation startled Qin Feng. He inwardly cursed himself for speaking without thinking. Since this man was Lu Xuanling's senior brother, he must be at least at the Golden Core realm. Knowing that the other party was from the inner sect, he shouldn't have carelessly called him senior brother. He glanced at the inner sect disciple before him, who appeared amiable and seemed unfazed by his address, which silently relieved Qin Feng. Then he heard Xiao Jiu continue, As for the exact reason my master summoned you, I'm unaware. He didn't say, so it wouldn't be right for me to ask. You needn't worry about anything. My master's temperament is one of the better ones among the elders of the inner sect, and given his status, he wouldn't trouble a junior like you unnecessarily. If you don't have other matters, come with me so as not to keep my master waiting. Disciple obeys. Qin Feng replied, closed the courtyard door, and walked over to Xiao Jiu's side. Next, he saw Xiao Jiu sweep his large sleeve, and a gentle force wrapped around him. By the time he steadied himself, they were standing on the back of a huge snake stretching over a dozen yards long. The giant snake flicked its long tail and swiftly slithered through the void toward the direction of the inner sect. This was Qin Feng's first entry into the inner sect. In truth, among the countless disciples of the Beast-taming sect's outer sect, very few had the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Usually, even if flying in midair, outer disciples were not allowed to fly directly over the inner sect. To reach the other side of the mountain gate, one had to circle around the peaks of the periphery. As they passed through an invisible barrier, Qin Feng's vision suddenly brightened. Each peak within the inner sect stood more majestic and exquisite compared to the outer sect, Not to mention that the spiritual energy was several times more abundant, and various rare exotic grasses and precious spiritual wood were found everywhere. Moreover, between the mountains roamed numerous rare exotic beasts, and from time to time, various spiritual beasts flew across the sky. In just a short moment, Qin Feng had already seen dozens of spiritual beasts rare in the outside world. For Hao Shicheng, such sights were commonplace. He seemed indifferent to the varied spiritual beasts along the way, guiding the spiritual snake directly toward Heavenly Snake Ridge. When they arrived outside the seemingly simple courtyard, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. During their flight over, he had seen magnificent palaces and splendid towers on many peaks. He had not expected that Lu Xuanling's master would live in such a modest, even to say rudimentary place, which appeared less luxurious than his quarters at Spiritual Snake Peak. "Master, I have brought Qin Feng," Hao Shicheng called toward the inside of the house. Without waiting for a response, he led Qin Feng inside. In the room, Ning Wuxiu put down the Taoist book he was holding, and his calm eyes turned toward Qin Feng. His gaze was not sharp, nor did it carry the majesty of a superior. However, Qin Feng still felt as if he could see through all of his secrets, causing a tremor in his heart. Fortunately, Ning Wuxiu quickly picked up on his discomfort and let out a light chuckle, blinking gently. Instantly, that penetrating sensation vanished, allowing Qin Feng to relax completely. Junior Qin Feng greets the elder. Qin Feng was unsure how to address the person before him, but since he was Lu Xuanling's master and at least of elder level in the inner sect, such an address should be appropriate. Ning Wuxiu smiled, waved his hand, and pointed to the cushion nearby, saying, "Sit." "Yes." Although Qin Feng was still somewhat reserved, he obediently sat down. In the presence of a being with such profound Dao cultivation, it was best to be obedient rather than trying to be clever by acting humble or declining, which could instead be annoying. "I've heard about you from Xianling. It was you who discovered the heavenly connecting lotus, wasn't it?" Ning Wuxiu smiled and, without waiting for his response, continued, "A few days ago, I also heard from Luo Zhanqing about what you did in the Heavenly Pool secret realm. Very good. A young man with both courage and wisdom, and even more rare, some strategic acumen. I am quite satisfied. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning Supreme in Countless Worlds with Beast Taming. Chapter 170. Becoming a Disciple, Clinging to the Powerful. Thank you for the praise, Elder, but I truly don't dare to accept it. Qin Feng swiftly responded with humility. All of these achievements are thanks to Peak Master Lu's excellent guidance and giving me the opportunity to enter the secret realm. It was sheer luck that I was able to accomplish that task with senior sister Li Miaozhen. Without the Peak Master's care, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have today. Oh, ha ha ha. Ning Wuxiu was firstly slightly taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. I know Xuanling's temperament and didn't expect you to understand her nature so quickly. But she has now entered closed-door cultivation and is not here, so there's no need to flatter her in front of me. Beside him, Hao Shicheng couldn't help but laugh. You are quite something, trusting the character of our junior sister. Even I, her senior brother, wouldn't be able to humble myself to flatter her. If I did compliment her a bit, she definitely wouldn't come and meddle with my spiritual medicines anymore. Qin Feng coughed lightly. Everything I have said comes from the bottom of my heart. I dare not be dishonest in any way. Ning Wuxiu shook his head and chuckled lightly. Your ability to tell such convincing lies so earnestly is indeed impressive, reminiscent of Pavilion Master Hu Yenji in his youth. Hao Shicheng looked at his master with a strange expression. He knew that his master was infamous along with Pavilion Master Hu Yenji from the 10,000 Demons Pavilion during his youth, not exactly for a good reputation, often associated with cunning and deceit. Now, by saying such things about this young man, wasn't he implicating himself too? The elder is too kind. Qin Feng spoke respectfully. I am merely an outer disciple, nowhere near the stature of a personage like Pavilion Master Hu. Although he was an outer disciple with little knowledge about the high echelons of the sect, he had heard of the resounding name of Pavilion Master Hu Yanji, who managed most of the sect's resource allocations and business operations with clever strategies, earning countless cultivation resources for the sect each year. It was said that in his younger days he deceived many, especially those who thought themselves clever and sought to gain an advantage over him, only to be ensnared by Hu Yanji's schemes and lose a great deal, with many still cursing his ruthlessness in secret to this day. Qin Feng wasn't sure whether Ning Wuxi's words were meant as praise or something else, and he didn't dare speculate. In the presence of such a sect bigwig whose depth was unknown, it was better to be prudent. Thus, he sat there earnestly, his honest demeanor making him appear to be a trustworthy and upright gentleman. Ning Wuxi looked at the young man before him, finding him more and more amusing, and couldn't help but say with a chuckle, "You're quite interesting." Previously, Xianling said she would explain the cultivation techniques to you, but she's in closed-door cultivation now and can't get away. Before she left, she did mention that we should look after you. The matter with the heavenly connecting lotus has yet to be rewarded, and with your significant contributions during this trip to the Heavenly Pool Secret Realm, the specifics aren't settled yet, so it's a bit difficult to assign your merit outright. While speaking, he glanced at Qin Feng and noticed the ruby golden snake on his wrist. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly asked, "Would you be willing to take me as your master?"
Ah.
Qin Feng was a little stunned. Weren't they discussing rewards? How had it suddenly switched to taking a master? Could it be that this elder intended to withhold his reward? Before he finished his thought, he heard Ning Wuxi saying, "In the inner sect, my spiritual snake lineage is quite influential, yet due to my laziness and earlier focus on cultivation, I've only accepted 3 disciples so far. I quite like you, my boy. If you're willing, I could take you under my wing, and as for your reward, the sect certainly won't shortchange a disciple of Ning Wuxiu at the time." Seeing Qin Feng slightly dazed, Hao Shiqing quickly nudged him. "My master oversees Heavenly Snake Ridge and is the great elder of the spiritual snake lineage. Many people wish to be his disciples but cannot. Now that the opportunity has arisen, what are you hesitating for?" In an instant, Qin Feng realized the significance. The great elder of the spiritual snake lineage. That was a powerful leg to cling to. With such a high-ranking master to protect him, what could he possibly fear in the future? Thus, he quickly knelt and bowed deeply. Disciple meets his gracious master. After speaking, he knocked his head on the ground 7 or 8 times robustly. Enough, get up." Ning Wuxi waved his sleeve, and a gentle chi force lifted him upright, and then he said, "Remember, whenever someone asks, you tell them your master is Ning Wuxiu, the great elder of the spiritual snake lineage." "Yes, master. Your disciple remembers," Qin Feng hastily replied, his heart jubilantly pounding. The great elder of the spiritual snake lineage. Although this referred to the elders of the inner sect rather than those reclusive supreme elders residing in the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven, this was still one of the most influential elder-level figures in the beast-taming sect. He suddenly thought it might have been better to have his clan Uncle Qining stay a few more days. If only he knew that his own nephew had become a disciple under such a significant figure, how thrilled he would be. When he returned to his family and shared the news with his kin and father, it would certainly bring them great joy and pride. "Taking you as my apprentice was a spur-of-the-moment decision," Ning Wuxiu continued, "but the rules of the sect cannot be broken. As you are still an outer disciple, you can only be counted as a registered disciple for now. Once you enter the inner sect, we can officiate the apprenticeship and include you in our lineage. Your disciple will hasten his cultivation and strive to enter the inner sect to serve the master as soon as possible," Qin Feng said with an innocent look on his face. Stop with that routine. Your master is not Lu Xianling. Flattering doesn't work on me." Ning Wuxiu laughed and said, "Underneath me, there are 3 disciples. Your eldest senior brother, Xiao Jiu, has already achieved Purple Mansion and is one of the higher cultivation ones among the juniors. It's just that he is currently out on sect affairs and isn't at the mountain gate. You'll meet him later." The second disciple, Xiao Jiu, is the one right beside you. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Jiu, whose face always held a slight smile, and quickly bowed in greeting. Junior brother Qin Feng, I've seen the second senior brother. No need for such courtesy, junior brother. Xiao Jiu waved his hand merrily. It's a good thing for me that you have become a disciple under our master. This way, junior sister Lu won't just focus on bullying me every time she comes back. Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Ning Wuxiu didn't care and continued. The third disciple is Lu Xianling, whom you know, so I won't elaborate. Qin Feng played around for a while, then a sudden thought struck him, and he wondered whether he could eventually refine this size-changing divine power to target just one part of the body. For example, the arms. Moreover, if disciples from each peak decided to challenge him, surely each would be the finest talents of their peaks, each possessing unique skills. If he happened to face someone with a special spiritual beast and got injured, it certainly would affect his cultivation progress. His brow furrowed. But I can't just not go out, right? Even if I don't go out for missions, I still need to go to the market to purchase some elixir pills and other spiritual objects necessary for cultivation. Furthermore, if I hide in Spiritual Snake Peak for fear of being challenged, even if others don't mock me, I won't be able to overcome this hurdle in my Taoist heart. If fear takes root, my future progress will definitely be slow. Lu Xianling was at a loss. He had come here just to warn Qin Feng to be cautious, but had forgotten about the Taoist heart, which couldn't afford to keep retreating, else it could turn into a mental blockage and perhaps even become a vulnerability in his spirit later. Never mind, I'll focus on cultivation for now. As long as those guys don't go too far, I'll just ignore them. If it gets too much, I'll settle it all during the outer sect competition. Qin Feng quickly put aside these concerns and didn't dwell on them. Currently, he still possessed tens of thousands of spirit stones. If used properly, he could surely elevate his cultivation another level before the year-end competition. By then, as long as he was powerful enough, he could defeat all dissenters. There was no need to worry about these people and delay his cultivation now. As long as you know what you're doing, senior brother. Lu Xianling stood up, smiling as he prepared to leave. Since senior brother has a plan, I needn't worry. Thanks for the tip earlier. Junior brother intends to head to the Foreign Affairs Hall to pick up a mission now. Senior brother's cultivation is progressing swiftly, and I too must try to catch up quickly, lest I fall too far behind and feel discontent. All right, since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Qin Feng stood up to see Lu Xianling out. As Lu Xianling walked out, he passed by a centuries-old osmanthus tree in the courtyard and suddenly noticed a palm-sized green-skinned toad lying underneath. He couldn't help but take a closer look, intrigued. The toad, with its intriguing emerald back dotted with star-like patterns, appeared faintly breathless, akin to a newly cultivated spiritual toad. But Qin Feng had already reached the Foundation establishment realm and certainly wouldn't nurture a newly intelligent spiritual toad as a spiritual beast, which would be of no benefit to him and would just take up part of his divine sense. If it weren't a low-level spiritual beast, then this green-skinned toad must possess a very advanced skill in concealing its aura through divine skills. Lu Xianling was puzzled. He had seen many books and charts on various spiritual beasts, yet he couldn't recall any that resembled this type of spiritual toad. Perhaps Lu Xianling had been staring for too long. The swallowing sky toad opened its tightly shut eyes and looked towards him. For a moment, Lu Xianling felt a twinge of nervousness. He soon realized that the strength of this spiritual toad must surpass his own, which was causing this reaction. Not only is senior brother Qin's cultivation progressing rapidly, but even the spiritual beasts with him are impressive. Looking at this spiritual toad, it must already be at the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't cause such a nervous response in my spirit. It seems I need to work harder, otherwise I'll only fall further behind senior brother Qin. Thinking this, Lu Xianling hastened his steps and soon left the yard, bidding farewell to Qin Feng. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 177 10,000 Pills Pavilion. After Lu Wuxiang left, Qin Feng did not return to his room to cultivate. Instead, he paced back and forth in the courtyard a few times before sitting beneath the osmanthus tree, lost in thought. He had not expected the news of his acceptance as a disciple to spread so widely, creating such a stir. If it had simply been a matter of talk, it would have been fine, but it attracted the attention of talented disciples from the other peaks of the outer sect, even stirring up thoughts of challenge among them. That was troubling. Someone must be plotting behind the scenes. Qin Feng thought that perhaps someone wanted to strike at him for their own benefit, or perhaps his apprenticeship had coincidentally become a shield for some people to act in secret. However, no matter the intent of those behind the scenes, they had undoubtedly caused him great distress. Especially when the time came for the outer sect competition, he could already foresee the scenario where many would challenge him. Of course, those truly top-level geniuses probably wouldn't do so. Top talents have their pride. Moreover, they had no need to gain fame by defeating him, as their reputations were already significant. For talents like them, the elders of each peak had surely arranged for their entry into the inner sect, and they needn't worry about finding a master. Only Qin Feng, who had risen to prominence abruptly and whose strength remained untested by others, might normally arouse the thought of challenge. Beside him, the swallowing sky toad was using all four limbs to slowly crawl, its small webbed feet clutching Qin Feng's pant leg as it climbed onto his thigh and comfortably settled down. Qin Feng stroked its sleek skin with one hand, while his other hand absent-mindedly tapped on the stone table. After pondering for a while, he burst out laughing. Is it just a challenge? What is there to worry about? Those who have been in the sect for so long without progressing to the inner sect now think to gain fame by challenging me. It's fascinating that such disciples dare to call themselves geniuses. Truly laughable. In his view, those who wished to challenge him could at most be considered talents with decent aptitude, but they were far from being true geniuses. Otherwise, why would they need to seek attention through challenging him? If they were truly geniuses, they would have already been recognized and reported by the peak masters and elders, and the elders of the inner sect branches would have prearranged their mentorships. Having resolved these issues, Qin Feng put aside all concerns, picked up the swallowing sky toad, and strode out of the courtyard gate. Along the way, he encountered many disciples whose expressions were complex, their hearts filled with either envy or jealousy. However, being disciples from the same peak, those acquainted with him still approached and complimented him, congratulating Qin Feng on catching the eye of the great elder of the spiritual snake lineage. Disciples of the spiritual snake peak were generally much more composed compared to those from other peaks. Even if some harbored jealousy, they dared not rashly challenge Qin Feng, as they were all disciples of the spiritual snake lineage and wouldn't want to recklessly offend the great elder's authority. A gentle smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, looking no different than usual. After greeting the crowd, he rode the spiritual vulture towards the mountain gate. He planned to go to the market to purchase some spiritual objects that would aid in refining his body, aiming to further enhance his strength before the grand competition. As soon as he left, the nearby disciples immediately began discussing. Many wore expressions of both envy and emotion, especially those disciples of the same batch who had joined the spiritual snake peak. They regretted not having befriended Qin Feng better. Perhaps then, they could have gained familiarity in front of some elders, and maybe even caught an elder's eye. Of course, there was much lamentation as well. They had entered the sect at the same time as Qin Feng, yet now Qin Feng had already reached foundation establishment, while most of them were still mingling in the early to mid stages of qi refinement, with only a few in the late stage, who mostly came from noble heirs. Because the noble heirs came from families much more powerful than small clans like the Qin family, they were used to others seeking to befriend them and disdained to take the initiative to befriend those who were inferior, so they were not familiar with Qin Feng either. Qin Feng paid no mind to what those disciples were discussing behind his back. Riding the spiritual vulture, he flew straight to Qingyun Square. This time, he did not go to the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. While the expertise of the beast-taming sect was in taming spiritual beasts, in other areas, they were not as proficient as those sects that specialized in a single field. For instance, artifact refining. In the southern domain, the most famous was the Divine Weapon family, where each cultivator of the family was proficient in the methods of refining various magical treasures. Any family member who couldn't independently refine a qualified magical treasure was not recognized as a formal member of the clan. Legend even had it that every generation's successor of the clan leader of the Divine Weapon family had to refine an immortal artifact before they could take the position. Otherwise, they would rather leave it vacant until some successor met the requirements. On the other hand, artifact refiners of the beast-taming sect preferred to refine various magic artifacts from various demon materials, and their skills diminished without these materials. Similarly, in terms of alchemy, the most famous in the southern domain was the Xiao sect. Although other sects and even loose cultivators also had many alchemy masters, Xiao sect was the most renowned. However, the alchemists trained by the beast-taming sect specialized in refining elixir pills that enhanced the strength of spiritual beasts, not spirit pills intended for human consumption. Qin Feng wished to purchase miracle medicine that could accelerate his foundation establishment, but had no desire to treat his physical body like a spiritual beast, as it could not bear such violent medicinal power. So, this time he directly went to the 10,000 pills pavilion set up by the Xiao sect in the market. Although the prices offered by the Xiao sect were more expensive for ordinary cultivators, Qin Feng believed that the high cost was justified. Not only could the Xiao sect guarantee the quality of their elixir pills, but their effects were also exceptional. They would never tarnish their own reputation by selling inferior quality elixir pills. Moreover, doing business in front of other factions' forces made it even more crucial not to spoil their reputation. "What would you like, young friend?" He was greeted by a middle-aged manager. This manager, also at the foundation establishment late stage, had a faint fragrance of elixir pills on him, clearly someone who dealt with various spirit pills year-round. Otherwise, his body would not have been imbued with so much fragrance from the elixir pills. "Daoist fellow is welcome." Qin Feng raised his hand in return. "I plan to buy some elixir pills for body tempering. May I know if you have any recommendations?" "Oh." The middle-aged manager looked at Qin Feng a few times upon hearing this. His gaze was not sharp but rather gentle, which did not give one the feeling of being scrutinized. After sensing the aura emanating from Qin Feng, he said, "Judging from your aura, young friend, you have established your foundation not long ago. However, your aura is pure, clearly indicating a solid foundation and very refined true yuan. This is good, as it can save quite some time in cultivation and spare many spirit pills needed for purifying true yuan. According to your current situation, I recommend the second-grade superior body tempering pill, blood swapping pill, and heart cleansing pill. Furthermore, if you are not short of spirit stones, you can also pair these with our Xiao sect's unique body tempering spirit liquid for cultivation. This body-tempering spirit liquid is concocted by our Xiao sect from 9 heavens dew blended with 99 types of spiritual medicine. It has miraculous effects on foundation establishment cultivators in refining their Taoist body. Combined with the other elixir pills, it could increase your body-tempering speed by tenfold. Is it that powerful? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Hee, rest assured, young friend. Our Xiao sect has always been truthful about the effects of our elixir pills and never exaggerates their efficacy to deceive others in business. The middle-aged manager said, "Besides, we are currently on the land of the beast-taming sect, and you are a disciple of the beast-taming sect. We certainly won't cause any trouble. This 10,000 pills pavilion has been operated in Qingyan Square for thousands of years without ever having swindled a single disciple from the beast-taming sect." Qin Feng nodded. The reputation of the Xiao sect is well regarded in the southern domain. I am not questioning it. I am just surprised that the Xiao sect could refine such effective treasures. Our Xiao sect uses elixir pills as a path to attain Dao. We always strive for perfection in our elixir pills, naturally aiming for the strongest effects possible. When it comes to elixir pills that refine the Taoist body, Only the giant spirit sect's chi blood pool and the war god palace's 9 revolutions body refining golden pill can compare with ours. At this point, the middle-aged manager appeared quite pleased with himself. Young friend, feel free to look around at which spirit pills you need. If you find these a bit pricey, I have some more reasonably priced spirit pills here as well. No need. I'll take the ones you mentioned earlier. Qin Feng shook his head and directly said, also, add some of that body-tempering spirit liquid. Young friend is straightforward. Pleased with his response, the manager asked, how much would you like? The body-tempering pill is 200 spirit stones per bottle, blood-swapping pill 180 per bottle, and the heart-cleansing pill is a bit more expensive at 300 per pill. However, this elixir pill does not need to be taken frequently. Once every 10 days or half a month is sufficient. As for the body-tempering spirit liquid, since it is quite complicated to concoct and extremely potent, it costs even more at 1,000 spirit stones per bottle. How many times can one bottle of body-tempering spirit liquid be used? 10 times. Qin Feng grimaced, so each use would consume more than 100 spirit stones. Afrekist Ely? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 178. 3 Lifetimes Immortal Wine. After leaving the 10,000 Pills Pavilion, Qin Feng stood on the street and looked back. He wanted to glance at the 10,000 Pills Pavilion sign again, reflecting on the Danxia sect's methods of amassing wealth, but as he turned around, he was met instead with the manager's full moon-like smiling face. Qin Feng politely nodded towards the other party, though inwardly, he couldn't help but wryly smile. The 10 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid had cost him 10,000 spirit stones, and together with the blood-swapping pills, body-tempering pills, and heart-cleansing pills, the total came to 16,800 spirit stones, just for these few elixir pills. Indeed, relying on resources for cultivation consumed an immense amount of resources. If he kept cultivating this way, the spirit stones he had left wouldn't last 2 years, they would be completely spent. But under normal circumstances, no cultivator would cultivate as extravagantly as he did. There were much cheaper pills available, and most foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't consume a few pills in a month. Who would think of cultivating every day like he wanted, wasting resources so extravagantly? Yet Qin Feng felt that spirit stones were meant to be spent. What was the use of hoarding a pile of them? The right way to use them was to exchange them for cultivation resources and improve his own strength. After all, spirit stones were mere external objects, the currency used to exchange resources in the cultivation world. Using these resources to gain strength was essential. Standing on the street and looking around, he did not go directly back to spiritual Snake Peak. Instead, he headed for the Drunken Immortal Inn run by Wine God Valley. Qin Feng didn't particularly enjoy drinking. His visit to Drunken Immortal Inn was not to drink, but to purchase a type of ice and fire spirit wine that could speed up the body tempering process. The cultivators from Wine God Valley entered the Dao through wine, specializing in brewing various types of spiritual and immortal wines, each with different effects. Though the number of disciples in the valley was not large, each of them was adept at brewing spiritual wine. Moreover, the method Wine God Valley used to select their true disciples was also quite unique. They let all disciples research new spiritual wines. Whoever brewed a spiritual wine with strong effects and a sweet taste would become a true disciple of Wine God Valley. The ice and fire spirit wine was brewed by a normal disciple who is now the Valley Master Situ Sansheng during the competition for true discipleship 1,000 years ago. Valley Master Situ Sansheng entered the Dao through wine, and his most famous immortal wine was called Drunk 3 Lives, meaning to be drunk as if passing through 3 lifetimes, and upon awakening, to realize the sorrows of the world. The Drunk 3 Lives wine could let a person experience 3 lifetimes in their drunken state, gaining insight into their true nature and strengthening their Taoist heart, making it an excellent aid for cultivation. Of course, the price was shockingly high. Not many people could afford to buy it. As for the ice and fire spirit wine, it naturally could not be compared with Sitisancheng's drunk 3 lives wine, which he had used for proving Dao. Still, it was quite effective for Foundation establishment cultivators to temper their Taoist body. Although certainly not as effective as the Danxia sect's body-tempering spirit liquid, it tempered the body from inside out. After ingesting the wine, one could experience the tempering effects of both ice and fire. Qin Feng's plan was simple. Since he was determined to make a name for himself in the upcoming Outer Sect competition by the end of the year and advance directly to the Inner Sect, he was willing to spend a significant amount of spirit stones to acquire more resources and push his cultivation to the limits. He aimed to defeat all his opponents and become an official disciple of his master. After leaving the Drunken Immortal Inn, he had spent nearly 20,000 spirit stones, but the spiritual objects he bought were only enough for him to cultivate until the sect's major competition. This made Qin Feng reflect. No wonder the Qin family had not managed to cultivate a disciple who entered the Inner Sect over the years. If it hadn't been for the fortune he stumbled upon in the Heavenly Pool secret realm, he wouldn't have been able to afford such cultivation. Of course, if he chose a more reasonable way to cultivate, he wouldn't need to spend so much. He had only been a disciple for 2 years and could have taken his time to cultivate. As long as he stood out in the Outer Sect's competition in the next 7 or 8 years, he would have been able to enter the Inner Sect just the same. But an ordinary Inner Sect disciple like that would not be valued by the sect. Only by entering the Inner Sect earlier would he be treated as a talent to be nurtured. Besides, he felt an urgency in his heart that made him unwilling to waste any more time in the Outer Sect. He wanted to enter the Inner Sect as soon as possible, not just because the resources were richer and the inheritance of cultivation techniques was more complete there, but also because he knew some things that others did not. He had heard from Lu Xianling that a great calamity was impending in the world, though what exactly, it was remained unclear. It could be a civil war that erupted between various powers within the world, an invasion by powerful entities from other worlds, or some other unknown danger. Qin Feng didn't know when these calamities would occur or how dangerous they would be, but ever since he learned of them, he couldn't help but feel anxious and impatient to enhance his own strength. Furthermore, even if no great calamity happened, the sect was already preparing to launch a war offensively. The Supreme Elder hidden in the 10,000 Demons Cave Heaven had used the supreme divine power to identify the world region of the demon god through the demon god stone statue that he had previously brought back from Nanyue country. The sect had begun preparations for war, and it seemed that they might be ready to launch attacks on other worlds in a few years if things went well. He did not want to die on a battlefield in a foreign realm because of his lack of strength. Once the sect's war summons was issued, no one could stay out of it. Even if he was lucky enough not to be selected as one of the first batch of disciples to campaign against the foreign realm, there would always come a time when he could not avoid it. For these reasons, his desire for increased strength grew even stronger, explaining why he was now so willing to spend a large amount of spirit stones to boost his power quickly. After leaving Drunken Immortal Inn, he went to the 10,000 Treasures building, planning to buy some Thunder Origin fruits. These spirit fruits contained a relatively gentle thunder power. After consumption, faint traces of thunder would temper the physical body without fear of harming it. The 10,000 Treasures building conducted business in the entire southern domain, involving various domains. Although Thunder Origin fruits were relatively rare, given the background of the 10,000 Treasures building, they still had a considerable stock. As he was negotiating the purchase of the Thunder Origin fruits with the shop's clerk, a group of young people laughing and joking escorted a luxuriously dressed young man into the store. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention. It was normal for people to enter the 10,000 Treasures building since it was a commercial establishment, and at the moment, he was solely focused on his cultivation, eager to buy the Thunder Origin fruit and return to his training. However, just because he wasn't concerned about others didn't mean others wouldn't take notice of him. One of them glanced over in his direction and immediately caught sight of Qin Feng, involuntarily letting out a light exclamation. "What's wrong, junior brother Jinglei?" A person next to him asked curiously. "Senior brother Yun," I saw Qin Feng.
Xiao Jiu said.
Qin Feng. The very same Qin Feng who has recently risen to fame? Where is he? Hearing the conversation of several fellow disciples, Xiao Jiu pointed towards Qin Feng. There, isn't that him? The group followed the direction of his finger, and after sizing him up a few times, they couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. I thought he would have something special about him, but he doesn't seem all that remarkable, does he? Exactly. I thought someone who caught the eye of Elder Ning and was taken as a disciple would be more impressive. He falls far short compared to Senior Brother Xia. That's right. If only Senior Brother Xia were not a disciple of the spiritual Snake Peak, there wouldn't have been a day for this Qin Feng to shine. The lead disciple, wearing an ornate magic robe, Senior Brother Xia, feigned modesty with a smile. My fellow junior brothers, don't be rash in your judgment. If Qin Feng was noticed by Elder Ning, it means he must possess some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the eye of an inner sect elder. A disciple on the side chimed in. I heard that Elder Ning decided to take Qin Feng under his name because this person had a stroke of good luck during a mission in Nanua country and made great contributions, which led Elder Ning to summon and take him as a registered disciple. Is that so? What mission? I haven't heard of it. The rest of the group expressed their curiosity. You guys don't know? The disciple's face gleamed with a touch of pride as he was pleased with his well-informed status. Some people have inquired at the Foreign Affairs Hall recently. It turns out that there was chaos in Nanua country caused by an evil god gathering believers. Initially, our sect dispatched 2 Golden Core elders along with hundreds to suppress them. It was during that time when others were exterminating the demon god believers that Qin Feng sneaked into the demon god hall. He stumbled upon a great opportunity and made significant achievements. It's said that the sect's higher-ups even allowed him to cultivate in the 10,000 demons cave heaven. To think there was such a good opportunity? This Qin Feng really is lucky. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu instantly felt a bit dejected. If I had known the mission in Nanua country was like this, I should have gone as well. At that time, a senior brother invited me to join them, but I thought fighting against demon cultivators was too dangerous and didn't participate. Now thinking about it, I truly missed a huge chance. That's indeed a pity. Upon hearing this, the others also shared in Xiao Jinglei's regret as if, had he gone to Nanua country, he might have been able to snatch the achievements that fell into Qin Feng's hands. On the other side, while this group chatted away like ducks, chattering and pointing at him, Qin Feng naturally felt the scrutinizing gazes from these people. But he only turned his head for a glance, and after noting they were fellow disciples from the Beast-controlling Sect, he chose to not pay them any further attention. A group of youths who hadn't yet endured the brutal hardships of the cultivation world was not worth wasting his energy on a war of words. Junior brother Xiao, I heard that this Qin Feng is from the same place as you? A tall, handsome young man turned to Xiao Jiu and asked. That's right. Xiao Jiu nodded. He comes from Kuan City, one of the 9 cities under the jurisdiction of Tiling County. The Qin family is one of the 3 cultivator families that govern Kuan City. Oh, so he is a cultivator from a minor family. Upon hearing this, a sense of pride flashed across the faces of the others. Their own families were all cultivation households not inferior to the Xiao family of Tiling. Naturally, they felt a congenital sense of superiority facing cultivators from minor families that only had foundation establishment cultivators in charge. And the leading senior brother Xia, a descendant from one of the 9 great affiliated families of the Beast-controlling Sect, the Xia family, was deemed far superior to ordinary families, despite being ranked at the bottom among these 9 families. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 178. Rapid Progress. Qin Feng received a box of Thunder Origin fruit with sealed spiritual power fluctuations from the attendant of the 10,000 Treasures building and, having paid with spirit stones, turned to leave. Just as he had taken a few steps, he was blocked by several young men. "What can I do for junior brothers?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, donning a gentle smile, while inquiring in a gentle tone. "Junior brother Qin, please." The speaker was a descendant of the Southern Yun family named Yun Qian, who had joined the sect a few years before Qin Feng, and possessed the cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm. Except for Xiao Jiu and one other young man, all the others were Foundation establishment realm disciples. Judging by their demeanor, they were older disciples who had joined the sect years ago. Therefore, Qin Feng courteously addressed them as senior brothers. "Recently, we've often heard about junior brother Qin's reputation. We've long wanted to see you, but never had the chance, and to think we would run into you at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. It must be fate." Yun Xian said with a chuckle. "Junior brother Qin is the genius of the spiritual snake peak. Otherwise you wouldn't have been taken as a disciple by Elder Ning. Geniuses, of course, like to mingle with other geniuses. Come, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Xieding from my Sky Scorpion Peak." Not only is senior brother Xia a direct lineage heir of the Xia family in the southwest, but he's also the most outstanding disciple of the Sky Scorpion Peak in recent years. Senior brother Xia's cultivation is profound. He's just waiting to earn a spot in the year-end competition, so he can join the inner sect cultivation. When junior brother Qin also enters the inner sect later, you can definitely get closer to each other. Qin Feng lightly coughed, pressing down the laughter in his heart as he glanced at Xia Ding's forehead. Noticing the hairline was a bit high but without any sign of balding, he managed to suppress the urge to laugh and saluted Xia Ding. "I have heard of senior brother Xia's reputation at the Sky Scorpion Peak. Meeting you today, I can see that you truly have the demeanor of someone from a prestigious noble family, which makes me feel rather ashamed." Xia Ding, with a restrained yet proud nod, said slowly, "Junior brother Qin is too courteous." After a pause, he added, "I hear that junior brother Qin's cultivation is extraordinary. If junior brother Qin has some free time, perhaps we could find a place to have a friendly exchange." Qin Feng's smile progressively faded. "It looks like this guy also wants to gain a reputation by defeating me." More and more, he felt dissatisfied with the person scheming against him from behind. It was indeed adding far too much trouble for him. He did not like to be involved with these fellows, nor did he like to fight with them without good reason. A waste of time, not to mention, if either party got injured, it wouldn't be easy to explain. After a few moments of silence, he spoke indifferently. "Senior brother Xia jests. You entered the sect several years before I did, and your cultivation is profound. I admit I am not your match, so let's skip the idea of having a sparring match." "What? Are you scared?" A lanky young man with a hawk-like nose and a disdainful gleam in his eye interjected. "Rest assured, senior brother Xia is highly cultivated and will measure his strength. He won't hurt you." Qin Feng glanced indifferently at the person who had spoken. Without retorting, he merely stated, "I must go back and continue my cultivation. I don't have time to engage in idle play here. If senior brothers like to spar, you might as well go to the Foreign Affairs Hall and pick up some tasks to alleviate the sect's concerns. I heard that there's been trouble again recently in the West, bordering the giant spirit sect. If senior brothers dare to go, you won't be at a loss for opponents." "You?" Several people's faces immediately flushed with a hint of shame and anger. "Qin Feng, senior brother Xia wanting to exchange pointers with you is an honor. It's fine if you decline, but why do you speak so insensitively here? Do you think we are all playboys who have never contributed to the sect? Humph, we were taking on missions outside when you hadn't even joined the sect yet." "Oh, well then, I'm truly honored by your high regard." Qin Feng saluted. "I need to hurry back to Spiritual Snake Peak, so I won't accompany senior brothers in idle chatter here. We can meet another day." With that, he turned to bypass these clueless noble heirs. The lanky young man's eyes turned sharp as he stepped to the side to block Qin Feng's path. "What, do you senior brother want to make a scene here?" Qin Feng chuckled. "This is the 10,000 Treasures building. Even though this 10,000 Treasures building is located within our beast-taming sect's market, there are still rules. Are you sure you want to cause a disturbance here?" The young man's face changed color, glancing at the 10,000 Treasures Building's deacon who was already frowning in their direction. Hurrying, he said, "Qin Feng, don't wrong a good person. We just wanted to make your acquaintance with no ill intentions. But I am not interested in your acquaintance right now." Qin Feng sidestepped and walked past him, heading towards the exit without looking back. "You. Huh. This guy is way too arrogant," the lanky young man said, visibly annoyed as he watched Qin Feng's departing silhouette, his face reddening. Yun Xian snorted coldly. "If you ask me, he knows of senior brother Xie's renown and doesn't dare to engage, so he used such a lame excuse to leave." Indeed, senior brother Xie's cultivation is profound. His life-bound spiritual beast, the three-tailed poison scorpion, has mystical divine skills and incredible power. Qin Feng is not his match. At least he knows his place. He's just a novice at Foundation establishment. Not to talk of fighting with senior brother Xie, even we brothers could probably defeat him easily. Surrounded by the flattery of his fellow disciples, Xieding felt increasingly elated. However, he still suppressed the triumph in his heart. Despite his expression betraying his emotions, he nonetheless spoke in what he assumed to be a modest tone. "Don't speak like that, fellow disciples. Qin Feng must have some ability. We shouldn't underestimate him just because he has just established his foundation. Senior brother Xie is right. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit." Senior brother kind-heartedly offered him friendship, even wanted to exchange pointers and guide him in his cultivation. Yet that Qin fellow didn't know what was good for him and refused senior brother Xie's goodwill. With such a temperament, who would want to associate with him in the future? When the great competition of the outer sect arrives and disciples from all peaks gather, even if Qin Feng doesn't want to compete, it won't be possible anymore. At that time, senior brother Xie can fight him fair and square and show him the might of our sky scorpion peak. Birds of a feather flock together, people are sorted into groups. Xieding, being born into a family of nobles, surrounded himself with disciples from other cultivating families after joining the sect. Although he himself practiced diligently and had decent talent, the character he developed under such circumstances is indeed indescribable. Xiao Jiu coldly watched as several people fawned over Xieding, but this time, he did not join in. Ever since he saw Qin Feng at the 10,000 Treasures Building, he had become reticent. Suddenly, he realized that the young man who had arrived at the sect with him on the same tower ship, the one whose cultivation was much weaker than his, had now surpassed him in cultivation level. When they first entered the sect, Qin Feng was at the 4th level of Qi refinement while he was already at the 7th. On the tower ship, he even gathered the disciples from Teeling County, trying to subdue them to his will. Yet now, 2 years had passed and he had only advanced from the 7th level to the 8th. Although this pace of cultivation would be considered good for an ordinary cultivator, it paled in comparison to Qin Feng's progress. In truth, he possessed some self-awareness, knowing that he was not a supreme talent unlikely to enter the inner sect through the outer sect competition, which is why he focused more on making friends. Now that he had seen Qin Feng, who was once far inferior to him in both status and cultivation, who had now become a Foundation establishment disciple, an existence he had to look up to, he realized his past life might have been too mundane. The joy and merriment he thought he had, as well as the considerable effort he put into making these fellow disciples his friends, did not seem to make him any stronger. A realization gradually dawned on him in his heart, the true essence of cultivation. He listened as his friends continued to sing Xieding's praises, speaking irrelevant flatteries, and Xiao Jiu suddenly felt that if he continued to live this way, it didn't seem to hold much meaning. Perhaps he could try a different way of living. Qin Feng left the 10,000 Treasures Building without taking the earlier incident to heart. They were just a few worldly unwise noble heirs, albeit with some small schemes, but they hadn't caused him much trouble, and he wasn't about to brood over it. After leaving the market and riding the spiritual vulture back to spiritual Snake Peak, Qin Feng shut himself in his yard, practicing diligently every day. Consuming elixir pills in conjunction with body-tempering spirit liquid for cultivation allowed him to experience what it was like to fly. If his previous body tempering speed could be described as a tortoise's pace, then now, his cultivation speed had become like a crazed young Mustang. Only now did he discover how delightful it was for one's cultivation speed to advance rapidly. The deacon from the 10,000 Pills Pavilion had not lied. Indeed, after Qin Feng used the elixir pills and spiritual objects he recommended, his cultivation speed increased by far more than tenfold. Before the effects of the elixirs wore off, he could clearly feel his physical body being refined by an abundant flow of spiritual power every moment, causing intense changes to his physique. His blood and qi were pure and weighty, and his skin and flesh had become crystal clear and translucent, which even made his meridians more resilient and broader. His acupoints had also deepened, capable of harboring more true yuan circulations and enabling him to reach for higher realms. After the effects of the body-tempering spirit liquid and the elixir pills had faded, he would rest for 2 hours to read Dao scriptures and practice spells, then consume Thunder Origin fruit as nourishment. While refining the spirit fruit, his body would experience bursts of tingling sensations. That was the force of mild thunder and electricity circulating within and without his body, stimulating each inch of his flesh and igniting the potential within, enhancing the efficacy of tempering his Taoist body by threefold. By evening, he would then sip a few mouthfuls of ice and fire spirit wine, savoring the exhilarating interplay of extreme cold and fiery heat. After the bone-chilling cold had passed, he would immediately feel the searing sensation of flames. This cycle of being frozen solid only to then feel as if roasting alive was indeed so intense that he felt torn between the realms of immortals and mortals, helplessly addicted. Fortunately, the agony was short-lived, and once the cold and heat dissipated, the spiritual energy contained within the wine would slowly nourish his primordial qi, replenishing his body which had been emptied by the tempering. With the aid of these various cultivation methods, Qin Feng's cultivation grew day by day, the true yuan in his dantian becoming increasingly dense, and the tempering effect surprisingly good. If he could continue this cultivation routine without interruption, he might even complete the early-stage foundation establishment tempering before the big competition, thoroughly tempering his flesh and acupoints. With a bit more luck, advancing directly to the mid-stage of foundation establishment wasn't entirely out of the question. Of course, while his progress was fast, it was also costly. This was the pace he maintained at the expense of 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. Honestly, even noble heirs from great families wouldn't spend so much every day on cultivation, and as one progressed, the required resources and the cost in spirit stones would increase even more. If he were to continue cultivating in this manner, the remaining tens of thousands of spirit stones he had would definitely not suffice. However, Qin Feng wasn't thinking so far ahead. He was seized with urgency for the moment. As long as he was victorious in the year-end big competition, all the resources he had expended would be worthwhile. Besides, his cultivation had already improved, and once he entered the inner sect, it would be no trouble to find new opportunities and means to earn more spirit stones. He reckoned that earning spirit stones as an inner sect disciple compared to an outer disciple should be much simpler and present many more avenues. Even without such means, Qin Feng felt his master and senior brothers would not leave him unsupported. Even if they couldn't directly provide him with cultivation resources, they would surely guide him on how to earn more. Time marched on, day by day, and Qin Feng's cultivation continued to strengthen. As the year's end drew closer, the atmosphere amongst the various outer peaks grew increasingly tense. Especially those who believed they had a chance to enter the inner sect were heavy-hearted, fearing defeat, and although he could start refining his bones now, he was still young and had a promising future ahead. He didn't want to rush and risk leaving flaws in his Taoist body. Thus, even though his recent cultivation efforts had been fruitless, he hadn't recklessly attempted a breakthrough. If he compromised his foundation now, it would not be easy to repair it later when his cultivation was higher. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh to calm the restless emotions within him. After all, who doesn't encounter some bottlenecks in cultivation? Rushing in such situations is futile. With the outer disciple competition about to start, He didn't want to practice hastily and risk a surge of true yuan damaging his meridians, which would prevent him from participating in this year's competition. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Outside the yard, knocking on the door, was Lu Wuxiang. With a creak, Qin Feng opened the door. "Senior brother, let's go early to grab good seats." Lu Wuxiang's face was filled with excitement. Although his own cultivation had not yet reached the level to compete for a spot in the inner sect, he didn't mind watching the fights among the elite outer disciples to broaden his horizons and gather some experience for his future participation in the outer disciple competition. In the past few months, he had taken on several tasks from the Foreign Affairs Hall and gradually adapted to earning sect rewards through missions. With the biased support of the spiritual Snake Peak elders and the strong backing of his family, his cultivation speed had recently increased. Lu Wuxiang felt that if he could maintain his current pace, he would reach the 9th level of qi refinement and be ready to start preparing for foundation establishment next year. As long as he succeeded in foundation establishment, and with the strength of his life-bound spiritual beast, the black water mysterious snake, ordinary foundation establishment disciples wouldn't stand a chance against him. If all went well, he would also likely become an inner sect disciple within a year or two. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wuxiang and smiled, his mood slightly lifted. "All right, then let's head out early." As they spoke, Qin Feng gestured with his hand. The swallowing sky toad, which had been lying under the osmanthus tree, leaped out several meters and landed in his hand. "Let's go." Qin Feng closed the yard door, and the prohibition automatically sealed it. The two of them each rode their spiritual birds and flew towards the mountain gate's main hall. In the sky, it wasn't just the two of them. Looking around, one could see countless figures, each outer disciple riding their mounts, converging like a river flowing into the sea towards the same direction. Although the vast majority of disciples would not personally compete, and many older outer disciples had already surpassed the age limit for competing, this did not stop them from going to watch the excitement. In fact, unless they were occupied with missions or wholly focused on their cultivation, most outer disciples enjoyed watching how those who touted themselves as geniuses struggled and fought, using the event also as a chance to relax their minds. Last year, both Qin Feng and Lu Wuxiang had been fresh disciples who had just joined for a year, focusing all their energy on learning and making the most of the sect's protective phase for new disciples, so they hadn't watched the outer disciple competition. Lacking experience, the two had originally thought wing to the site early in the morning was quite prompt, but seeing the sky filled with fellow disciples flying on their mounts, they were momentarily taken aback. "Hurry, let's go." Qin Feng turned to push Lu Wuxiang. "If we follow behind everyone else, we might not even squeeze in later, and I don't want to end up missing the registration." "Ha! Senior brother, your cultivation has greatly improved. You can't miss the chance to enter the inner sect because of this." Lu Wuxiang laughed heartily, patted his mount, the black feathered great bird, to increase its speed. The two then sped through the sky, riding their mounts swiftly onward. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 181. Raising the curtain. The closer they got to the direction of the mountain gate hall, the more disciples they saw in the sky, riding all kinds of mounts. Qin Feng and Lu Wuxiang also had their eyes opened, as the sky was filled with countless spiritual birds and exotic beasts. Although the majority were various spiritual birds, since birds by their nature can fly, and were the preferred mounts for qi-refining realm disciples of the beast-taming sect, there were also quite a few exotic beasts. In addition, there were some peculiar disciples riding on top of huge strange insects, including giant dragonflies with wingspans of 3 zhang, ladybugs with shells as large as grinding plates, slender jade praying mantises, and colorful butterflies adorned with beautiful patterns. But the most bizarre was a young cultivator sitting cross-legged on the back of a stink bug. As they approached the mountain gate hall, people and shadows were everywhere, above and below, and considering the size of everyone's mounts, even the sky seemed rather crowded. However, upon noticing the disciple riding the stink bug, all other disciples made way for him to pass first. The reason was simple. The stink bug, which had transformed into a demon, emitted a very strong odor, and no one wanted to be overwhelmed by its scent. So that disciple, with a smug grin on his face, bulldozed his way through the dense crowd, making his way unimpeded. Qin Feng and his companion couldn't help but admire the sight, wondering how eccentric a disciple had to be to tame such a stinky creature as a mount, and not mind being shunned by others on a daily basis. They flew back and forth through the crowd, winding left and right, and finally, after a lot of effort, made their way toward the Mountain Gate Hall. In front of the hall, a high platform had been raised, on both sides of which many disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall were busy recording the names of those who had come to register for the outer competition. A tally had to be done before the competition began, and these tasks were in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall elders and their disciples. Qin Feng lined up, while Lu Wuxiang waited by the side. Looking around, he saw that the peaks surrounding the plaza were already filled with people and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed they would have to find any corner to watch the competition later. A good half an hour later, Qin Feng returned with a jade token in hand. This token wasn't particularly useful. It merely recorded their battle achievements. In the end, a tally would be made, and if a disciple's strength and talent were impressive, even if they were unlucky and repeatedly faced strong opponents and were defeated, they would still get another chance to challenge. The sect organized the outer competition not merely for fairness, but to choose outstanding talents for cultivation in the inner sect, so they didn't mind giving defeated disciples a chance. However, continuous defeats warranted a retreat to avoid angering the sect elders. After receiving his token, Qin Feng and Lu Wuxiang walked to the edge of the plaza, looking around as they went. He hoped to find Qin Shi, but with a sea of people and a large number of spiritual beasts flying back and forth in the sky, it was too difficult to locate the Creation Peak disciples. So, he quickly gave up the idea. Qin Feng needed to compete later, so he didn't leave the plaza, just found a place on the edge to wait quietly. He chose not to stay in the center of the plaza because it was already crowded with people, and later, when the competition started, stages would be raised, and everyone would have to leave again. Cultivators worked quickly, and within half an hour, not only had all the disciples prepared for the competition finished registering, but all the outer disciples planning to watch had arrived as well. Since a golden core elder from the inner sect would preside over the competition, none of the disciples dared arrive too late. Being late when an inner sect elder spoke would seem quite impolite. If recognized, one might get labeled as arrogant. Once all the outer disciples landed and occupied the space around the plaza and the mountaintops, the peak masters and elders from the 108 peaks of the outer sect also arrived. Qin Feng looked specifically in the direction of Spiritual Snake Peak and did not see Lu Xianling among them, only Yin Qi and another Golden Core Realm Elder who came to watch. He found it strange, as Lu Xianling had seemingly vanished since their return from the Heavenly Pool's secret realm. His mentor had mentioned going into seclusion for cultivation, and he wondered what cultivation technique he was practicing, since he hadn't even appeared for the outer competition. As Qin Feng pondered, he suddenly saw more than a dozen streaks of light soaring from the inner sect, arriving above the high platform with astonishing speed. These were the inner sect elders, each with distinct appearances. Some were tall and sturdy as bears, others had an ethereal presence befitting immortals, while some were so slender they seemed they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Qin Feng looked carefully and noticed the slender elder was always surrounded by whirling winds, agile and extraordinary. It seemed he didn't need the wind to blow him away, for he could become the wind at will if he pleased. Soon, a stern-faced elder with a black beard from the law enforcement hall stepped forward in front of the high platform, his icy voice reaching out in all directions. "I am Elder Lu Wu from the law enforcement hall, here by the order of our hall master to supervise this outer competition, ensuring its fairness and that no cheating occurs. All disciples should give it their all to seize the opportunity to enter the inner sect. This is a rare chance, and I hope all of you cherish it." This elder from the law enforcement hall spoke succinctly. After finishing his brief words, he stepped aside, and immediately 2 rows of black-clad law enforcement disciples emerged, their sharp eyes intimidating many disciples from meeting their gaze. Another elder took the stage, and this one appeared much more amiable. With a smile on his face, he said, "Fellow disciples, I am Li Hong, the Vice Hall Master of the Preaching Hall of the Inner Sect, and by the order of our sect master, I preside over this outer sect tournament. Since the founding of our beast-taming sect in ancient times, our legacy has endured for tens of thousands of years. We have emerged through the ancient Great Tribulation, faced calamities, shown bravery, and countless predecessors have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to ensure the unbroken legacy of our sect, which accounts for its current strength. To guarantee the continuation of our sect and to expand its glory, selecting promising talents has become one of the most critical tasks. Each outer sect tournament selects numerous outstanding disciples, thereby further solidifying the foundation of our beast-taming sect and enhancing our collective strength. None of this would be possible without the dedication of every one of our fellow disciples. Of course, those not passing the tournament and entering the inner sect need not lose heart. As long as you have the aptitude and potential, there will be no lack of cultivation techniques for you in the outer sect. Should you prove your potential by reaching the golden core in the outer sect, the inner sect will still welcome you with open doors." Different from Elder Lu Wu of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had spoken plainly and concisely, this elder from the Preaching Hall went on at length, talking from the times of the ancient Great Tribulation to the present, and only after a full half-hour did he seem to reluctantly close his speech. Fortunately, his words contained an invisible energy that stirred the blood of the disciples listening, even invigorating those who had heard these tales countless times, causing their excitement to swell dramatically. Seeing that his speech had successfully aroused the emotions of the surrounding disciples, Elder Li Hong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "All right, time is of the essence, and I'm sure everyone is eager to begin. I shall not belabor the point any further. Disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall, activate the platforms immediately. As per tradition, each peak of the outer sect shall send a golden core cultivator to guard the platforms. We must ensure our disciples can compete without causing undue harm to their fellow sect members." The golden core cultivators from the various peaks bowed and accepted their orders. In the presence of these inner sect elders, they dared not refer to themselves as elders, for among the inner sect elders present, some were their own mentors. It was best to maintain proper etiquette and respect before their seniors. Upon Elder Lu Wu's soft command from the Internal Affairs Hall, numerous platforms suddenly rose in front of the hall. This was the unique selection method of the beast-taming sect. Since the inner sect only recruited 100 disciples each year, they simply and directly set up numerous platforms. Any disciple wishing to become an inner sect disciple must first defend a platform. Only by holding a platform without being defeated could one hope to become an inner sect disciple. Of course, those who are overcome need not worry too much, as the sect would consider if they failed due to excessive prior exertion before being defeated, so generally, each disciple had more than one opportunity to challenge others. Particularly for those disciples who successively defeated opponents, the sect would grant them 1 or 2 additional chances to challenge others, based on their number of victories. However, if one were truly unlucky, depleted of true yuan, and also happened to suffer severe injuries, then in all likelihood, they would lack the strength to fight again. This was what happened with Fang Zheng. He was powerfully skilled and formidable in battle, but due to issues with his temperament, he frequently clashed with the noble heirs, who then purposefully employed a strategic rotation during the outer sect tournament to challenge him. Eventually, they wore him down until he didn't have any fight left in him, depleting his true yuan and costing him the opportunity to enter the inner sect directly. However, those who faced him didn't get off lightly either. Many were injured by him during their opportunities, leading to more of his challengers being eliminated than not, resulting in a situation where neither side truly won. Nevertheless, Fang Zheng's performance caught the attention of the watching Vice Hall Master Mingxin of the Law Enforcement Hall. He was immediately taken as a registered disciple by Hall Master Mingxin, and upon entering the inner sect, he could directly report to the law enforcement hall. For this reason, the noble heirs who had opposed him were extremely frightened, fearing that once Fang Zheng joined the law enforcement hall, he would seek retribution against them. If they caught the attention of a law enforcement disciple, their days would be far from pleasant. Even if Fang Zheng, true to his nature, did not engage in personal vendettas, any mistake they made that he caught would likely result in a harsh lesson. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures landed on the platforms, the golden core elders of the various outer sect peaks. Standing atop the platforms, they called out lightly in all directions, and each disciple promptly leaped onto the platforms. Many disciples were actually reluctant to be the first to step up. They felt that ascending the platform early would lead to an undue depletion of their strength and gradually reveal their tactics during combat, so they preferred to wait until later to take the stage. Yet, there were also those disciples who felt there were advantages to ascending early, as those talented cultivators with advanced cultivation considered themselves too prestigious to engage first, thereby providing an opportunity for these earlier participants to secure victories. They could defeat several opponents early on, ensuring that, even if later defeated, they retain the chance to challenge again. But if they failed to secure even a single victory, unless they had some special skill, chances to climb the platform again were slim. Once the defending disciples were on the platforms, the Golden Core elders disembarked. After all, this place was meant for the disciples to compete, and there was no need for the elders to remain so close, lest they become a distraction. Even with the Golden Core elders at a distance, their Golden Core realm cultivation ensured that no major mishaps would occur. Soon, the disciples on the platforms began calling out eagerly, inviting other disciples to join them in combat. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 182. The Challenge from Lan Qinhu. Soon, under the protection of the Golden Core elders of the Outer Peak and the watchful eyes of the law enforcement disciples in the law enforcement hall, the disciples on the stage announced their names and then began to fight. The platform was large, each one spanning dozens of meters in circumference, arranged in several rows and occupying more than half of the plaza. However, the disciples watching the matches did not approach too closely. For one thing, there were too many people, and it would seem too crowded if they all moved close. Furthermore, there were many disciples from various peaks participating in the tournament, with few from peaks like Creation Peak, where only a handful of disciples competed, to many like Spiritual Snake Peak, where nearly 100 disciples entered, adding up to several thousand participants. To facilitate these competitors' access to the stage, the disciples who were not participating in the tournament consciously left space in the plaza for those who were. The battles on the platforms were extremely exciting in the eyes of many disciples, especially since there were quite a few disciples who could subdue rare exotic beasts and display various wondrous spells and divine skills. The spectacle of roaring tigers, bellowing lions, birds and beasts chiming in unison, and the cacophony of lightning, gales, and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind presented tactics aplenty that received cheers from the cultivators who had long been in the mountain gate. However, for the disciples participating in the tournament, competing on the platform was not entirely fair. Their methods were too multifarious, and although the platform was not small, it was not that large either, often limiting their performance. Some disciples' spiritual beasts were best suited for warfare in the mountains and forests, and some water element spiritual beasts, when on the stage, could hardly unleash half of their strength, but some creatures made for head-on battles, such as the great strength divine ape and fierce giant bear, were able to perform beyond their normal capabilities on this small stage. The higher-ups of the beast-taming sect were aware of this, but they still chose to select disciples through the platform tournament. It wasn't for convenience, but because in their view, every disciple of the beast-taming sect should develop in all aspects, able to subdue several spiritual beasts suited for combat in various terrains. Any disciple who overly specialized in one aspect was considered unqualified. Only those who covered all bases, whether it was combat in the sky, on land, underwater, using poisons, stealth, or delivering fatal blows, were deemed qualified disciples of the beast-taming sect. So it wasn't long before some disciples performing poorly on the platforms were defeated and sent packing. Some performances on the platforms were eye-catching, with a few disciples' spiritual beasts displaying tremendous war power that impressed onlookers. What was most striking, however, was that among those defending the stages, there were actually Qi-refining realm disciples. This was rare, because those participating in the tournament were mostly disciples who had been in the sect for a longer time. Those with decent aptitudes, after nearly a decade of accumulation, had already covered much ground in the foundation establishment stage, and even mid-stage foundation establishment was not uncommon. Under such circumstances, very few dared to take the stage in the late Qi refining stage. Those Qi refining realm disciples who did dare to compete were, without exception, the geniuses of various peaks, not only possessing exquisite spells, but also having at least one foundation establishment spirit beast backing them. Otherwise, they would not have dared to challenge others on the stage. Qin Feng felt that these Qi refining realm disciples did not expect to enter the inner sect this time around, as it was practically impossible. So their intention must have been to garner some reputation through this outer disciple tournament and gain the cultivation from their peak's elders. Of course, it would be even better if they could catch the eye of an inner sect elder. On the platform, Qin Feng also saw a few familiar faces, such as Lan Qinhu from Tiger Roar Peak and the talented disciple Ma Xinkong from Heavenly Horse Peak. Ma Xinkong had already advanced to foundation establishment after such a long time. Usually, a talented disciple like him would not take the stage so early, but young Master Ma was different. He always loved being in the spotlight. So he stepped onto the stage early to challenge others, and after merging with his heavenly horse, he became as fast as a shooting star. With a single kick at a time, he knocked off his opponent's spiritual beasts and even bruised and bloodied the Qi refining realm disciples he faced, winning with ease. After being kicked off the stage, one of the disciples, holding his bleeding nose and spitting out a tooth that had been kicked out, lamented in anger. Ma Xinkong, you bastard, this is personal vengeance. You dare to spoil my good fortune in the tournament. I won't let this go. Young Master Ma took out his folded fan with a flourish and gently waved it a few times before saying with feigned nonchalance, Lang Shanghong, you should take a look at yourself. You dare to covet Sister Kong with your sheer audacity. You truly do not know your own limitations. Beating you serves as a lesson. In the future, stop shamelessly fawning over Sister Kong. He said with a mocking shake of his head. You don't even consider your own looks. You're so ugly and still have the gall to approach Sister Kong. Don't you feel ashamed? You, Lang Shanghong seethed with anger. Even if I look worse, I am still much better than you. You're only bullying me now because I haven't reached foundation establishment. Just you wait. When I do establish my foundation, I won't let you off the hook. He was a descendant of the Flat Peak Mountains Lang family. He had originally intended to make a name for himself during this tournament, yet right as he entered the stage, Ma Xinkong ruined his plan, so he was furious and indignant. Pa, a defeated underling dares to speak bravely? Ma Xinkong scorned, too lazy to pay any further attention to the defeated opponent he had knocked down from the stage. Instead, he swept his gaze across the crowd, awaiting the next challenger. Qin Feng glanced a few times but didn't care much. There were some unwritten rules among the different peaks. That is, talented disciples like Ma Xinkong and Kong Xian wouldn't casually challenge each other before the competition slots were determined, as it would certainly result in one party's defeat, a loss greater than the gain. If these talented disciples wanted to determine the victor, they would typically wait until after the slots were confirmed, before sparring in the ranking competition to decide the superior. Thus, it was mostly older disciples who had been in the sect for 8 or 9 years who challenged these talents. With their more profound accumulation, they attempted to defeat the talents through their depth of cultivation and thereby secure a slot. As Qin Feng stood by the side, looking around and watching the other disciples' battles, a loud roar came from Lan Qinhu on a stage not far from Ma Xinkong. His figure surged violently, and he sent a fierce blow that shattered his opponent's defense, sending a disciple wrapped in vines flying out of the ring. Then, the man stood on the stage, looking around proudly, laughing loudly a few times, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qin Feng, who was watching other battles not far from the stage. His eyes lit up, and without waiting for someone else to challenge him, he bellowed, "Qin Feng, do you dare to come up and fight?" His voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of many. Although Qin Feng's reputation wasn't as sensational as it was at the beginning, the fact that he, an outer disciple, had been taken under the wing of the spiritual snake lineage's great elder was still a topic of discussion among many outer disciples. Previously, there had been quite a few disciples who went to the spiritual snake peak trying to challenge Qin Feng, but he had always refused to appear, leaving those challengers vexed, believing that Qin Feng was afraid of them and therefore dared not respond to the challenge. As a result, many gossips about Qin Feng's cowardice spread among the outer peaks. Lan Qinhu, too, was influenced by such talk. He believed that if Qin Feng were truly talented, he would not consistently avoid challenges. What Lan Qinhu didn't know was that Qin Feng simply didn't dare to start this precedent. Once he accepted any challenge, an endless stream of challengers would follow. He needed to cultivate and couldn't be bothered to waste time building others' reputations, which is why he kept his door closed. But now, during the outer sect competition, he could no longer afford to hide in the cultivation room. Fearful that someone else might challenge Qin Feng first, Lan Qinhu bellowed out his challenge, drawing the gaze of most outer disciples to his side. Enjoying the sensation of being the center of attention, he felt that once he defeated Qin Feng, the crowd's admiration for him would increase even more. Moreover, with numerous inner sect elders present, if they saw him defeat a disciple of the spiritual snake lineage's great elder, perhaps one would recognize his potential and take him as an apprentice. With this thought, he felt even more that challenging Qin Feng now was the best choice. Seeing Qin Feng hadn't moved, he pointed directly and said, "Qin Feng, you might have been afraid to accept challenges before, but now it's the sect's grand competition. Surely you can't avoid a fight today, can you?" As he pointed, the disciples around Qin Feng stepped back with a swish, revealing Qin Feng to everyone. When Qin Feng had first become well-known, few knew him by sight. Later, as his fame spread among the peaks, he had always been cultivating in his courtyard, so aside from the spiritual snake peak, very few from the other peaks had actually seen him. Now, many disciples looked over, curious to see what this disciple taken in by martial uncle Ningwushu looked like. Atop a platform in front of the grand hall, a middle-aged elder turned to Xiao Jiu beside him and smiled. "Junior brother Xiao, is that the young disciple martial uncle Ning has taken in?"
He looks not bad."
Reaching the early stage peak of foundation establishment in 2 years, his cultivation speed is indeed fast, already comparable to those top geniuses. However, his reputation in the outer sect is not small. Once he steps on the stage, I suppose there will be no shortage of challengers. Xiao Jiu shook his large head and then chuckled. "This is also my first time seeing this little junior brother. But junior brother Hao told me that our master intends to toughen up this junior brother a bit, so he deliberately let those words out, to invite challenges. Hee. I didn't expect him to be so forbearing. He's managed to lie low on the spiritual snake peak for a long time and hasn't accepted any challenges from the others. Quite smart. He hasn't been blinded by sudden fame. I heard he achieved foundation establishment in the Heavenly Pool secret realm, and now he has already reached the early stage peak of foundation establishment. It seems he gained a lot in the secret realm, though his aura seems somewhat unsubstantial. Just be content." The neighboring elder laughed and said, "He has improved so much in only a few months. It's clear he must have used abundant resources and spirit pills to boost his cultivation. It's normal to be a bit unsubstantial. If he could improve so rapidly and still have a solid foundation, what chance would others have?" All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 183 swallowed in one gulp. Qin Feng looked at Lan Qinhu on the platform, who appeared somewhat arrogant, and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Although he knew that once he came here, someone would definitely challenge him, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He had originally planned to observe the performance and techniques of other disciples on the platform for a while to have a clearer understanding before stepping up, at least waiting until about halfway through. As it turned out, many fights on the platforms had not even concluded their first round when someone forced him to step up. This meant he might have to fight from the beginning to the end. After all, he did not want to lose to anyone on the platform. Now, the only problem was whether he could last that long. Perhaps, when his true yuan was about to be depleted, he could voluntarily admit defeat and step down. In that way, it wouldn't really count as a loss, and he thought his opponent wouldn't have the nerve to boast about defeating him. Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. Seeing Lan Qinhu continue to provoke him with insolent words from the platform, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, but he inwardly snorted. This guy, ruining his plans and speaking such bold words without shame, should not blame me for not leaving him any face. He had also watched Lan Qinhu fighting with others for a moment and did not think this person's strength was any formidable. With his current cultivation level, he was confident about defeating Lan Qinhu without any worry. Qin Feng lightly tapped his foot, and like a bird, he elegantly landed on the platform. Ha ha ha. Lan Qinhu's face revealed a mocking and smug laugh. Qin Feng, you finally dare to show up. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. When have I ever dared not to show up? All this time, you have been hiding at Spiritual Snake Peak and not accepting challenges from fellow disciples, just because you feared being defeated. Huh? If you were really scared, you shouldn't have joined this year's grand competition. Since you're here, I will let you know. Idiot. Qin Feng, not wanting to listen to more nonsense, directly turned to a nearby Golden Core Elder and cupped his hands. Elder, may we begin? This Golden Core Elder was the six-toothed sage from White Elephant Peak, known for this title not because he only had 6 teeth, but rather because his life-bound spiritual beast was a six-toothed giant elephant. Once you're on the platform, it means you've started. Just make your move. The six-toothed sage, being a cultivator at the Golden Core late stage, evidently did not wish to watch the two youngsters engage in a verbal duel on the platform and straightforwardly announced the start of the match. Disciple understands. Qin Feng nodded. It seems there's still some room for maneuver here. Lan Qinhu, having been interrupted by Qin Feng earlier, felt some displeasure. Seeing the six-toothed sage announcing the start, he snorted coldly from his nose. Since you so desire to experience my techniques, then I will. Before he could continue, the little toad that Qin Feng had been holding in his hand gently leapt and disappeared, then reappeared right in front of him. Lan Qinhu was startled, not knowing what divine power the little toad had used to appear so mysteriously. However, his quick reaction allowed him to activate the defense of his magic robe, preparing to withstand an attack from the swallowing sky toad while he merged with his life-bound spiritual beasts, ready for battle. But under Qin Feng's command, the swallowing sky toad did not cast any spell, but instead used its 4 short legs to push forcefully against him, instantly sending a great force that flung him away.
Bang!
Lan Qinhu was knocked a few feet off the ground, landing on the ground behind the platform and taking a couple of steps back before he could stabilize himself. He shook his head, slightly stunned, but not injured, just unable to accept that he had been thrown off the platform so easily. Then, in a sudden fury, he pointed at Qin Feng. You ambushed. Yes, it was indeed an ambush. He hadn't even merged completely with his spiritual beasts or given any orders to the 2 spiritual beasts behind him to prepare for battle, yet he was kicked off the platform by the swallowing sky toad after it directly used its space-shifting divine power to appear in front of him. He hadn't incurred any damage, as the swallowing sky toad's full-force kick hadn't penetrated his defenses. It had merely pushed him back about 20 to 25 feet. Under normal combat conditions, this wouldn't count for much, But this was in the Outer Sect's grand competition on the platform. Before he even had a chance to prepare for battle, he had been kicked off the platform by the little toad, a mode of defeat so tough to accept. Thus, Lan Qinhu, trembling with rage, said, "I wasn't even ready to make a move yet, and you actually let your spiritual beast ambush me? I won't accept this." Qin Feng's lips slightly curved upward, his mood inexplicably improved by a great margin. He didn't care whether Lan Qinhu accepted it or not. Since the elder had already announced the start, he could certainly make his move freely. Of course, he did take advantage somewhat. If it weren't on the platform, but a life-and-death struggle instead, he definitely wouldn't have won so easily. Even if he let the swallowing sky toad use all its might, he might not have been able to severely injure Lan Qinhu. But he didn't need to seriously injure his opponent. As long as he could knock him a few feet back and push him off the platform, he would have won. Whether you accept it or not, you've already been thrown off the platform by me. Qin Feng, smiling, said, "Senior brother Lan, you might as well call down your two spiritual beasts now. The next fight is about to start, and it's not quite appropriate for them to stay on the platform." Lan Qinhu, feeling utterly frustrated and on the verge of spitting blood, wanted to speak, but then saw the six-toothed sage from White Elephant Peak looking towards him with an indifferent expression. "Do not delay the other disciples' matches. Summon your spiritual beasts down quickly." Yes. As the elder had spoken, Lan Qinhu, no matter how reluctant he felt inside, could only let his spiritual beasts jump off the platform. His heart full of sorrow, these were two spiritual beasts of the Foundation establishment realm, yet without launching a single spell, he had to admit defeat. On the high platform in front of the Grand Hall, the middle-aged cultivator lightly exclaimed in surprise, looking at the spiritual toad that had just jumped back into Qin Feng's hands. He hesitated, then turned to Xiao Jiu beside him and asked, "Capable of performing space shifting, could this be the swallowing sky toad?" "It must be, as space divine power is extremely rare among low-level demon beasts. Only the swallowing sky toad among the class of spiritual toads possesses such divine abilities. Your junior brother really has quite the bravado to dare to raise a swallowing sky toad. Isn't he afraid of being eaten out of house and home? However, why does that swallowing sky toad look somewhat different from the descriptions in the 10,000 Demons catalog?" "It is a bit different." Xiao Jiu nodded. "Look at those star patterns on its back. It seems to have mixed bloodlines with the swallowing star toad. It's unclear whether it was originally a mixed-blood spiritual toad, or if it was cultivated into this state by him." Interesting. A swallowing sky toad cultivating the star Dao. It's hard to say how far it can go. If it ever cultivates to a higher and deeper realm, the war power of this spiritual toad should not be underestimated. On the fighting stage, Qin Feng no longer paid attention to Lan Qinhu but instead looked towards the audience below and clasped his fists, saying, "Junior brother Qin Feng here. May I know which senior brother wishes to enlighten me on the platform?" "I will. Let me." Mystic Bird Peak's Lu Hemming would like to be enlightened. Sky Wolf Peak's Yu Dongsheng. Golden Camel Peak's disciple Mu Gaofeng would like to be enlightened. Qin Feng's words, like a 1,000-pound boulder thrown into the calm heart of a lake, immediately stirred up huge waves. A large group of disciples rapidly approached, all eager to challenge Qin Feng. Even though he had just defeated Lan Qinhu, in the eyes of the other disciples, his victory was merely due to opportunism and luck and did not truly reflect Qin Feng's strength. Besides, although Lan Qinhu had some reputation, many disciples present believed they were stronger than Lan Qinhu, thus they rushed over, and from even farther away, many other disciples headed this way, clearly all intent on challenging Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit dumbstruck. "So many? Am I really that much of a hot cake to attract such attention?" Up on the high platform, the inner sect elders, watching the scene, chuckled. Among them, the youngest had cultivated for 200 to 300 years already, and some with profound Dao cultivation were even over 1,000 years old. They had seen everything, and scenes like Qin Feng's occurred every few years. And the reason behind such phenomena, where all disciples challenge one person, was often instigated by the inner sect elders who discreetly command someone to spread some messages to create such situations. because they needed to exert some pressure on the disciples they favored, allowing those disciples to experience suppression and toughening, which would help them grow higher in the future. An elder laughed and said, I remember the last time a situation like this occurred was probably over a decade ago when Li Miaojin was in the outer sect, right? True. Beside them, a burly man laughed and said, however, Miaojin is generous in spirit and completely different from Qin Feng. Whenever someone challenges her, she never refuses, even if she is injured. She doesn't back down like this lad, who has been laying low for months without accepting a single challenge. He was an elder of the White Tiger lineage, and according to their seniority, he was actually Li Miaojin's senior uncle. Naturally, he had a fondness for this true disciple of his lineage. On the other hand, he somewhat looked down on Qin Feng for his reluctance to fight. Li Miaojin, that girl is quite something. Beside him, a female elder laughed and said, it's just that her temper is too fierce. It's fine when people challenge her normally. At most, they get beaten up by her. However, those who try to take advantage of her injuries end up severely injured by her, miserably needing several months to recover. One of my disciples ended up with over a dozen broken bones because of her, and now he runs away as far as he can whenever he sees that girl, just like a rabbit fleeing from a tiger. Quite disgraceful, really. Haha. Well, your disciple has a jade rabbit as his life-bound, after all. Seeing Li Miaojin would scare him like that. But when Li Miaojin was in the outer sect competing in the grand tournament, she was incredibly brave. She didn't need others to challenge her. She called them out one by one, challenging the most famous talents from the different peaks of the outer sect, and left them all dispirited. Qin Feng is certainly not like Li Miaojin. Normal, did you really expect the disciples of the spiritual snake lineage to be like those from the White Tiger lineage? The sect can't possibly train all disciples to become mere brutes with no brains. Cough, don't speak nonsense. Be careful lest Luo Zhangqing hears you, and he decides to come over for a friendly match. You'd then get a good taste of being trampled by a brute. A group of inner sect elders chatted and laughed as they watched the many disciples sparring on the stage below. To cultivators of their realm, these outer sect disciples, no matter how exceptional they might seem, were merely like children playing house, so they didn't pay much attention to some of the flashy duels. At Qin Feng's stage, hundreds of disciples had already gathered, and even more seemed to be on the way from afar, which was somewhat overwhelming for Qin Feng. So many people. He wouldn't be able to fight them all even if he tried. Just as he was furrowing his brows in distress, suddenly, a figure shot up from below and landed on the stage with a thud. Haha, a bunch of fools. Are you still thinking about drawing lots to decide who goes first? The tall disciple turned and mocked the crowd below, which caused the other disciples to denounce him for breaking the rules. The disciple didn't care, turned to look at Qin Feng, and then glanced at the swallowing sky toad in his hand, and said, I am Mu Gaofeng from Golden Camel Peak. I have long heard of junior brother Qin, and have come today to seek some guidance. Qin Feng nodded. All right, senior brother, be careful. I am about to make my move. As he spoke, his swallowing sky toad suddenly vanished, then reappeared right in front of Mu Gaofeng. Mu Gaofeng chuckled lightly. I am not like Lan Qinhu. The tricks you used on that idiot won't work on me. As he spoke, golden light flickered around him, and his back bulged up high while a massively heavy aura emanated from him. He appeared as solid and immovable as a mountain, such that not even a creature known for its strength like the iron armor rhinoceros would be likely to shake him. Is that so? Qin Feng's voice came through. But I wasn't planning on using the same methods to deal with you. Before the sound of his voice had faded away, the swallowing sky toad suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Mu Gaofeng whole. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 184 Great Strength Divine, Ape Yuan Pang. When Mu Gaofeng was spat out onto the ground from the spatial belly of the swallowing sky toad, He still seemed bewildered. Did I just lose like that? After merging with his life-bound spiritual beast, the golden-eyed camel, his own strength had greatly increased. Relying on the golden-eyed camel's innate divine ability to stabilize his stance, even if the spiritual toad had kicked him hundreds of times, it might not have been able to kick him off the stage. But unexpectedly, the spiritual toad had swallowed him whole with one bite. If it had been a common spiritual beast that swallowed him into its belly, it would have been one thing. Even if a demon core realm demon beast had gulped him down whole, he could have resisted inside its belly and might have even been able to cut open its stomach and escape. But the swallowing sky toad was different, with a space of its own inside its stomach. Even though Mu Gaofeng considered his power remarkable, he only possessed Foundation Establishment Cultivation and had never touched any spells related to space. Naturally, he could not break through the spatial barriers within the toad's stomach. Were it not for the swallowing sky toad acting on Qin Feng's orders, not wishing to harm him, it could have activated its swallowing force and digested him as food in no time at all. Swallowing sky toad? That's right, it's the swallowing sky toad. The disciples of the Beast-taming Sect had seen much and knew a lot, and quickly someone recognized the origin of the toad through its method. The group of disciples were all astounded at this. They hadn't expected that Qin Feng, a mere outer disciple, would dare to keep such a gold-swallowing beast by his side. However, this was the Beast-taming Sect after all. They had seen all kinds of precious birds and exotic beasts. A Foundation Establishment realm-swallowing sky toad, although rare, still couldn't scare them. After all, the swallowing sky toad had already shown its abilities. Powerful, indeed, but it had not reached the point of transcending realms. As long as they were careful, it was not insurmountable. So very soon someone stepped up. "Yu Dongsheng from Skywolf Peak, please enlighten me." As the newcomer took the stage, he directly merged with his spiritual beast, and only after that did he clasp his hands in a salute, warily watching Qin Feng to prevent being caught off guard by a surprise attack. Qin Feng nodded. "Then I ask senior brother to enlighten me." Saying so, he raised his hand, preparing to release his own spiritual beast. Seeing Qin Feng raise his hand, Yu Dongsheng thought he was going to use the same old trick and make the swallowing sky toad use its space-shifting technique to get close to him. He couldn't withstand the toad's swallowing force, so he suddenly shifted his shape sharply, and with a swish, his form split into four as he employed the clone illusion technique, occupying the four corners of the stage.
Ah.
Qin Feng looked at Yu Dongsheng a bit peculiarly. What's wrong with him, spreading out such an important skill when I haven't even made a move? Yu Dongsheng, noticing that the spiritual toad in Qin Feng's hand hadn't attacked, realized he had made a mistake and his face turned red. But he recovered quickly and shouted loudly, "Be careful, junior brother Qin. My clone illusion technique can split into four. Be careful not to let me get close, or your swallowing sky toad won't be able to protect you." As he spoke, the four figures moved rapidly, approaching Qin Feng from different directions. Although the great strength divine ape boasted supreme divine power and an extremely tough physical body, it wasn't to the extent of being Vajra unbreakable. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon his initial attack, placing one arm across his chest to block Qin Feng's swinging arms, while his other arm suddenly grew bigger by a third, a violent burst of spiritual power emerging to meet the descending wings. With several loud bangs, Yuan Prong blocked Qin Feng's attack. Despite the sharpness of the golden wings, they still couldn't break through his defense, so he remained uninjured. But Qin Feng hadn't been cautious against the sudden powerful kick to Yuan Paoling's lower abdomen that sent him flying backwards through the air. Finding no leverage in midair, Yuan Paoling's body rocketed backward at high speed. Roar! Just as his body was about to fly out of the arena and hit the ground, Yuan Paoling suddenly stretched out an arm and violently grabbed downwards, tearing through the protective prohibition and cracking the hard blue stone of the arena, embedding his hand deeply into the stone. Then, with a powerful tug, he shot toward Qin Feng faster than an arrow. Bang! 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 The two were in midair exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks, touching hands several times within moments before Yuan Pong finally landed on the ground. He smiled crookedly, panting slightly, not from fatigue but with some excitement. "Haraha. Good. It's been a long time since I've had an opponent like Junior Brother Qin. Let's go again." "Not afraid of you." A flash of golden light exploded around Qin Feng, and he broke through the air, instantly appearing before Yuan Pong. This time, he didn't rely on his speed advantage to circle around Yuan Pong, but chose to face him head-on. It wasn't that he wanted to give up his advantage in speed, but he suddenly realized that the bottleneck that was hard to break through seemed to show signs of loosening after their recent exchange. This brought a flash of enlightenment in his heart. His rapid progress in recent times had made his realm somewhat unstable, which was why he had been unable to advance. The fight with Yuan Pong stretched him to his limits, causing his blood and breath to surge. His already robust vitality had unexpectedly become even more condensed, filling Qin Feng with immense joy. It seemed his opportunity for a breakthrough was right here. Thus, he didn't rely on his speed again to combat Yuan Pong, but chose the most straightforward approach for a head-on confrontation. Even though this made him somewhat disadvantaged, often forced to retreat repeatedly with sore arms and several painful punches, he felt extremely exhilarated. This thrilling battle not only uplifted his spirits but also made his flesh, already honed to its peak, even stronger under the pressure. The fight lasted for half an hour, making it the longest battle on the platform to date. The disciples watching the fight below weren't the least bit impatient. Instead, they found the battle exhilarating, particularly the sounds of fists meeting flesh, which deeply stirred everyone, almost making them want to jump into the fray. On a high platform not far away, a group of inner sect elders watched the fight with smiles. A few of them felt nostalgic. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure battle." Yes, as our cultivation deepens, we seldom engage in brute force combat. But that young man's use of this method to temper his vitality and purify his true yuan is quite clever. With this approach, he might soon reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even if he advances, it will only be after the big competition. The cultivation of the foundation establishment realm requires time to temper slowly and isn't about gaining immediate powerful strength. This isn't a major realm transition, just the next step of refining the Taoist body. He can't refine his bones quickly, so his combat power won't increase by much. With his current energy spent fighting Yuan Pong, it's doubtful he can hold on for many more matches. That depends on his accumulated experience and inherent abilities. If he has other methods to quickly recover his true yuan and heal from injuries, perhaps he could dramatically win like Li Miaojin did. It's impossible. He is far less capable than Li Miaojin was. There are also several middle-stage foundation establishment disciples in this year's competition. I don't believe he can achieve that. I'm not so sure. This kid is quite cunning and uses his head in crucial moments. He won't continue fighting head-on like Li Miaojin. With the defensive and speed capabilities of the Rui Golden Snake, after defeating Yuan Pong, he definitely won't keep fighting like this, but will utilize his strengths. On the platform, as Qin Feng felt that his body was fully tempered and his vitality was completely unified, he was unwilling to continue clashing directly with Yuan Pong. Every part of his body ached from using the man to hone his cultivation, and he had taken quite a few hits. As Yuan Pong rushed at him once again, Qin Feng's figure also charged toward his opponent. But in the instant just before they collided, Qin Feng's body suddenly shrank to half its original size, decreasing from over 10 feet to about 4 feet. The unexpected change momentarily stunned Yuan Pong. Although he quickly noticed Qin Feng appearing below him and swung his fist down in response, it was already too late. Being just a moment slower in the heat of battle meant he was put on the defensive. Qin Feng grabbed Yuan Pong's ankles and lifted him up, slamming him straight down onto the ground. Then, enlarging his body again, Qin Feng swung Yuan Pong's body fiercely back onto the platform, which boomed intensely and cracked from the impact. Even though Yuan Pong managed to protect his head in time, his internal organs still shook violently from the blow. Before he could struggle, Qin Feng threw him far into the crowd, landing him dozens of feet away. scattering the spectators and creating a huge crater in the square. Next, on the platform, Qin Feng stood with a commanding look, gazing at the crowd. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 186. The Frenzied Lion Lei Zhan. At this moment, no one paid any more attention to Yuan Paong, who Qin Feng had thrown to the ground. Even the Golden Core elders nearby the arena were not concerned about him. After all, the guy had tough skin and flesh, and since Qin Feng hadn't struck with lethal intent, he wouldn't be seriously injured. At this time, everyone's gaze was directed toward Qin Feng in the arena. Qin Feng stood upright, his eyes brimming with confidence and defiance. Defeating the prodigy disciple from spiritual ape peak face-to-face had given him a full understanding of his own strength. Although he still felt pain, the defense of the Rui Golden Snake was not to be taken lightly. Other than brute strength, Foundation Establishment Stage's Great Strength Divine Ape didn't possess any other particularly powerful divine skills, so Yuan Paong's attacks only caused him pain, and nothing more. The battle just now had greatly boosted his confidence. He wanted to continue his streak and establish an unbeatable momentum in his heart through subsequent fights, also leaving in the minds of other disciples the thought not to provoke him easily. Otherwise, if he kept getting challenged often in the future, it would be incredibly annoying. Next, with a cold shout from Qin Feng, the crowd below fell silent. The disciples who had been planning to challenge Qin Feng hesitated. They knew of Yuan Paong's abilities. The guy was a combat maniac who, after fighting his way through spiritual ape peak, had repeatedly issued challenges to disciples from other peaks. Though he had not been at the Foundation Establishment Stage for long, he fought with a frenzy, often defeating stronger opponents and vanquishing many veteran Foundation Establishment disciples. Since Qin Feng could defeat Yuan Paong, it was clear that Qin Feng's strength was even stronger by a margin, so the vast majority of disciples who wanted to challenge him extinguished the idea of stepping up to fight. Of course, some people had different ideas, planning to let Qin Feng fight a few more battles and wait for him to be exhausted before taking advantage of the situation. Others were apprehensive, feeling that Qin Feng's current momentum was like a rainbow, his will to fight at its peak, and his essence, energy, and spirit were at their zenith. Even if they could win against him at this time, they'd likely suffer a great deal of exhaustion, and if that led to missing the chance to enter the inner sect, the loss wouldn't be worth the gain. However, these disciples were ultimately young and each had their own remarkable abilities. Even if some didn't want to step forward and prefer to pick up scraps from the back, there were still others among the crowd who were brave enough to fight. "I will." With a high-pitched voice, a skinny young man jumped onto the stage. The young man was both skinny and short, unremarkable in appearance, but one could tell from his approach that he was incredibly agile. "Spiritual Ape Peak Disciple Li Chengfeng, please give me guidance." "All right." Qin Feng didn't waste words. He stepped forward and reached out to grab him. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and summoned the Fire Ape. Roar. Since being subdued by him, the Fire Ape appeared excited outside the demon refining pot for the first time, pounding its chest a few times before. Under the command of its master, it pounced toward the fierce-looking woman. The moment she saw the Fire Ape, a shock flashed through Shui Beisu's heart. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to have such a powerful spiritual beast hidden. Her discerning eyes could tell from the aura emanating from the Fire Ape that it was definitely a spiritual beast at the peak of Foundation Establishment, which somewhat surprised her. According to what she knew, Qin Feng had only reached Foundation Establishment a few months ago, and she didn't know how, with his power, he had managed to subdue such a high-level spiritual beast. However, this did not make her fearful. Instead, it made her a bit joyful. She was already tired of Qin Feng's constant circling tactics and equally disliked the ghost-faced spider's persistent annoying action of expelling webs to entangle her. Compared to these two bothersome fellows, she preferred a straightforward, hard-hitting fight. Now, with a powerful demon beast arriving, Xiao Jiu, who loved to fight, was thrilled. She was not afraid of defeat. For her, the outcome of a battle didn't matter much. What was important was whether she could gain any insight from the fight. Thus, she never feared challenging those who were even stronger than herself, and in fact, even some cultivators stronger than her might not necessarily win against her in battle. The fire ape leaped tens of meters high, its massive body soaring towards Xiao Jiu. Even before its figure approached, its wild aura had already pressed down, its ferocious face instilling fear. Humph! Xiao Jiu snorted disdainfully, as if to intimidate her with mere presence. Truly ridiculous. With fearless determination, she swung the wolf fang club in her hand upwards fiercely.
Bang!
A loud clash sounded as the fire ape's claws collided heavily with the wolf fang club, causing massive spiritual power fluctuations that caused numerous small stones on the stage to fly about disorderly. Xiao Jiu staggered backwards several steps, while the fire ape was also knocked back by her strike. Upon landing, the fire ape immediately spat out a stream of red flames, shooting it towards Xiao Jiu from a distance. Arg! Xiao Jiu let out an elephant cry, as loud as thunder, deafening. Then, she swung her head again, the white, jade-like elephant trunk lashing out and scattering the flames with a loud slap. Qin Feng, watching, was amazed. This woman was indeed fiercely formidable. However, at this point, he was not worried about not being able to win. Xiao Jiu's cultivation realm was still far behind that of the fire ape. Even if she could rely on the barbaric white elephant's powerful divine skills and defense, she could only defend temporarily. Moreover, to resist the fire ape's attacks, her consumption was definitely huge, far from the effortless appearance she showed. As expected, as the fire ape continuously attacked, Xiao Jiu gradually began to falter. The disciples below were all astounded, never expecting Qin Feng to possess a spiritual beast at the peak of Foundation establishment. Actually, spiritual beasts of this realm were not uncommon in the outer sect, with many veteran disciples possessing one or two. However, now all the disciples competing for the inner sect slots were those who had been in the sect for less than 10 years. It was already quite remarkable for them to have successfully established their foundations at this age, let alone subduing a spiritual beast at the peak of Foundation establishment. As Qin Feng expected, the appearance of the fire ape instantly discouraged some disciples who still harbored thoughts. Spiritual beasts at the peak of Foundation establishment were not something they could handle. Instead of coming up to get beaten, it was better to look for opportunities on other stages, where, with some luck, one might still snatch a spot. Luck, at many times, was also a form of strength. In previous outer sect competitions, there were many disciples who obtained spots to join the inner sect by relying on their luck. On the stage, the fire ape's two robust arms swung continuously, emitting massive flames that forced Xiao Jiu to keep retreating. But the fierceness of this woman also far exceeded others' expectations. Knowing she was no match, she still disregarded the consumption of her own energy, swung her trunk, and fiercely landed a hit on the fire ape. It was this strike that allowed many disciples to see through the fire ape's condition. This fire ape definitely has injuries on its body. Below the stage, a disciple with sharp eyes immediately saw through the fire ape's weakness. A normal fire ape should be even more fierce and formidable than it is now. Although Qin Feng's fire ape looks normal, its attack speed is slightly slower, and its spell power does not demonstrate the strength of a spiritual beast at the peak of Foundation establishment. After being hit by Xiao Jiu, its stance became unsteady, which is definitely not normal. Indeed. A disciple beside him agreed. If Xiao Jiu can maintain her current offensive, it probably won't take long for the old injury inside the fire ape to recur, forcing it to retreat. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiu can't hold on any longer. Too fast. From the beginning of his exchange with Xieding, it took only a mere dozen breaths to end the battle, which was even shorter than the time they spent talking. A quarter of an hour later, the battles on the other stages also ended one after another. There were a total of 13 people left on the stage, as there had been a bye in the last round. However, one of the disciples sustained severe injuries in the recent battle and chose to give up. Otherwise, according to tradition, there would certainly be another bye in this round, allowing another to directly challenge one of the three strongest in the end. Now that one person had given up, the battles for the others became simpler. After 2 more rounds, only the 3 strongest would remain to fight each other for the treasures they desired. Qin Feng's next opponent was named Zhang Tianlai, an unconventional fellow. What made him unconventional was that nobody knew where he had obtained a deep-sea octopus, which he had managed to refine into his life-bound spiritual beast. The Beast-controlling Sect was not near the sea. Although the sect had many disciples with water-element spiritual beasts as their life-bound, there was currently no one but him in the vast Beast-controlling Sect who had a deep-sea octopus as a life-bound spiritual beast. But this guy's strength was truly formidable, with 8 huge tentacles extending directly behind him, each one capable of stretching out dozens of meters, just like the legendary 8-armed demon god, where a single strike could cause rubble to fly all over the arena, with an invincible close-quarters combat prowess. Qin Feng, having watched the matches of other disciples in the arena earlier, had already been captivated by this individual, and later Lu Wuxiang went out of his way to gather some information for him. After returning, he told Qin Feng that Zhang Tianlai had come across the big octopus during a mission to the South Sea, a fortunate encounter. This person's life-bound spiritual beast was very powerful, considerably outstripping Zhang Tianlai's cultivation realm. The reason he managed to refine it into his life-bound beast was due to the fact that the octopus had lived for years in the abyss of the ocean floor. Although large in size, its spiritual intelligence had not awakened, which allowed Zhang Tianlai to refine it to his advantage, managing to do so with the strength comparable to Foundation establishment while he was still at the Qi Refinement 7th level. In the years that followed, this big octopus's cultivation had even reached the late stages of Foundation establishment realm. In terms of close combat, not even the peak Foundation establishment spirit beasts could necessarily be its match. Not only was this creature huge and formidable, but more crucially, it had 8 tentacles that could attack from multiple directions at once. Qin Feng tried to sever one of the octopus's tentacles, only to find that not only were they incredibly tough, but their recovery power was equally astounding. Even when he managed to wound one, the injury would not bleed, but rather would heal rapidly back to normal. Moreover, each of the octopus's tentacles was lined with 2 rows of huge suckers that had an incredibly strong adhesion force. Qin Feng had nearly been caught by the suckers several times. Fortunately for him, he could transform his shape and had the sharp golden wings to protect himself, cutting the suckers off the tentacles in time when things went awry, thus avoiding entrapment. Facing such a formidable opponent, Qin Feng was once again in a difficult situation. Luckily, his flying speed was astonishing, not something Zhang Tianlai could match, thus he did not suffer. However, this was not a long-term solution since the opponent dominated the arena, and he couldn't always just fly around avoiding engagement. In the end, he released his frequently used fire ape, which bombarded the field with a barrage of fire rain meteor, hitting the slowly flying Zhang Tianlai, who could not catch Qin Feng nor leave the arena. Zhang Tianlai had no choice but to concede defeat to avoid severe injury, allowing Qin Feng to claim victory once more. However, Qin Feng got lucky in the next round. His opponent had sustained serious injuries in his last battle. Upon seeing Qin Feng summon the fire ape again, his opponent promptly conceded defeat and left the arena, granting Qin Feng an easy victory. After the battles on the other 2 arenas concluded, only 3 contestants remained in the field.